The Last of the Vikings, by Johan Bojer, translated by Jessie Muir. 1. The dim blue twilight had already fallen upon the countryside, and when the bell at Lindegård rang to call the workers home to supper, its sound rose and fell like an angelus over fjord and mountain. The farm labourers out on the wide golden cornfield stood erect, and, taking their dinner tin in one hand and their sickle in the other, set out in companies for their homes, with the red light from the glowing clouds lying above the snow mountains in the west reflected in their faces. Lindegård stood upon a hill, like an old castle. The windows in the great white house were aflame with the rays of the setting sun. The garden and grounds extended almost to the water, and in the background lay the numerous red-painted farm buildings, constituting almost a little town by themselves. It was as though this large farm had pushed the others away, toward the outskirts of the district, either eastward toward the wooded slopes where the small farms clung to the hillside, or northward to the bare mountains facing the sea. And when the bell at Lindegård rang, the bells from the other farms all over the countryside chimed in. The farm labourers lived in the little fishermen's cottages down by the steel-grey fjord, each with a small piece of land about it. They were pledged to work many weeks of the year on the big farm, and cultivated their own land when they came home in the evening, and even then they had to resort to the sea for their principal means of subsistence. They took part in the herring fisheries in the autumn, and in the winter sailed hundreds of miles in open boats up to Lofoten, perhaps tempted by the hope of gain, but perhaps too because on the sea they were free men. This evening a single worker still remained on one of the large barley fields, looking from Lindegård only like a black speck in all the yellow, but it was a woman, Maria Myran, the wife of one of the farm labourers. Cutting the corn on the big farm was a duty, and though Maria had done twice an ordinary day's work, she wanted to finish the last little bit before she went home, but she dreaded having to stand erect, for she was ready to drop with fatigue. The sickle glittered as she cut, and with red swollen hands she drew the damp corn toward the skirt that was long since wet through. There was grace in every movement of the slender figure in the grey dress. The black kerchief on her head kept slipping back, and every time she pulled it forward again with the hand that held the sickle. She had scarcely eaten anything since morning, and now it was not only her back that ached, but her breasts too were heavy. On a heap of straw near her lay what looked like a bundle of clothes, but every now and then it moved and talked. Now it had begun to make little whimpering sounds too, and the reaper said to herself, "He's hungry, but he'll have to wait." The little one had kicked off the clothes his mother had spread over him, and now he stretched a fat little leg into the air and tried to get hold of his toes. There may be a good deal to say about such a proceeding, so he talked all the time, saying do, 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 and ta, 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 but he was nevertheless very near crying. In the meantime both legs had become uncovered and began to feel cold, so why should he not set up a scream that his mother could not help hearing? But the sickle sang on without ceasing. The baby whimpered a little, and now and then sucked a thumb and looked up into the sky. On one side the clouds were dark and ugly, but farther off they were red and smiling, and above hung the deep blue of the sky, in which tiny lights began to twinkle. He tried to talk to these lights, and said "ta-ta" and "ba-ba," and then he stretched out a fat little hand and tried to seize some of them, but could not reach far enough. Then he tried to sit up in order to get nearer to them, but only sank deeper into the straw, and an ear of corn fell right across his face. The little fat hand managed to grasp the ear and fling it aside, but the entire expression of the baby face was one of rage. It was allowable to be overwhelmed by one's own misfortune, and he gave vent to a wailing scream. But his mother went on reaping. She was dreading having to stand erect when she had finished. The baby grew quiet once more. His eyes widened, but he did not know that the stars up there were reflected in them. A semicircle of gold had risen from behind the dark hills in the east. It was so very, very bright, and once more he stretched out his hands. He forgot that his legs were cold, and stretched them up too. It was as if his whole body were ready to fly up there and play. At last the semicircle seemed to have a face like grandmother's, and when the baby was sure of this, he began to laugh. Now his mother set up the last sheaf, and, with one hand on her back and the other over her eyes, straightened herself. She staggered a little, and then walked with uncertain steps to the heap of straw on which her baby lay, and taking him up, seated herself to nurse him. She sank farther and farther into the soft straw, while the sheaves supported her back, and her baby forgot both the moon and the clouds as she held him to her warm breast. "Poor little fellow," she murmured, trying to smile down at him, but every now and again her eyelids closed. The moon above the eastern hills had turned a silvery white, and the dewy fields sparkled in its light, while the air was filled with the scent of ripe corn and damp earth. But the weary woman, sitting there alone, only wished that someone could carry her home. Now, as she nursed her baby, her own hunger seemed to become greater and her back to ache more, but she wrapped the woolen shawl more closely about the little one, and raised her eyes to rest them on the peaceful landscape before her, the fertile countryside in the blue evening twilight, with light upon light shining out from the farms around, the cornfield in which she sat, the dark forest-clad hills that she loved. It was a relief to her that the sounds and odors of the sea did not reach her here. She had passed the 17 years of her married life on the coast, but had lived her earlier life in a valley, among forests and mountains, and was now as little reconciled with her life by the sea as she had been on the first day of it. She no longer made any complaint, but tried to do the work of two in order to keep morbid thoughts out of her mind. Her husband, Kristaver Myran, was still the handsomest man in the district, but he was out on the sea the greater part of the year, chaining her to a life on the wild, barren shore, and filling her with such fear and unrest during the long winter nights that it was all she could do to restrain her impulse to flee from it all. For him and their 6 children the grey cottage out there was home, but it would never be hers. She was as homesick now as she had been all through the first year of her married life. She might do the work of 2 or 3, but she never succeeded in working herself into a feeling of home. The sea, with its terrible howling storms that raged all through the winter, the waves that day and night thundered and foamed upon the sand and seaweed, foamed too in her mind and made her sleepless, and would one day, she felt, rob her of her reason. They were long, long years. She looked forward to the day when Kristaver would sell his boats and house, move with her and the children up into the valley, and take to farming. They could never be worse off than they were now. Every winter he risked his life upon the Lofoten sea, and if one year the fishing was good, it was eaten up by the 7 bad years, and they were always in poverty. But to hope to draw him from the sea to the land was like trying to change a fish into a bird, and he turned the children's minds in his direction. The eldest boy, Lars, was only 16, but he wanted to go to Lofoten next winter, and Oluf, who was 14 in the spring, talked of nothing else. She was like a hen with a brood of ducklings, vainly calling and enticing them away from the water. After a time she rose, and binding the baby firmly to her back with a shawl, set off with a tin can in one hand and her sickle in the other. Before her lay the wide field, and the stubble rustled under her feet as she walked. Her long shadow kept pace by her side, and behind her was left a dark trail through the moon-whitened dew. Her kerchief had again slipped back, and her pale face looked still paler in the moonlight. The knowledge that the day's work is done, and the walking over a level cornfield with the baby on one's back, give an easier carriage to a woman, even if she is tired. As she passed the cluster of buildings at Lindegård, there were lights behind white curtains in a long row of windows. She could hear the tones of a piano, and over the high garden walls floated the fragrant scent of apples and all kinds of flowers. Within those windows people lived a brighter, safer existence than a fisherman can ever attain to. Then began the barren peat bog, with its pools of stagnant water, which she always dreaded in the dark. Before her lay the wide fjord, overshadowed by the western mountains and crossed by a broad path of moonlight in which the waves rose and fell unceasingly. Down on the beach lay the fishermen's cottages, with lights in their windows, and the smell of peat smoke began as usual to make her feel sick. She could hear the waves now. Shwee, swoosh, shwee, swoosh. It was as though the sea were always mad and foaming at the mouth, and when she was very tired, she felt almost as if she must do the same. There was an odor of rotting seaweed in the air, of salt sand, of fish, of tarred boats, and of wet nets hung up to dry, an atmosphere in which she always had a headache and coughed and had a difficulty in breathing. There was a light in a window in Myran, the little home by the sea, and she covered her eyes with her hand, for it was hard that those whom she loved should live in a place that she detested. The baby on her back was asleep, notwithstanding that his little head in its hood nodded this way and that at every step. Now she discovered, however, that the 2 cows and the 4 sheep were still tethered in the field. Here was more work for her to do, and once more she put her hand over her eyes, as if in a feeling of dizziness. A pleasant warmth met her as she opened the door and entered. A tallow candle was burning on the table. A clock in a brightly painted case ticked on the south wall, against which stood a broad bed, and a similar bed stood against the west wall. A spinning wheel and a loom took up a great deal of the floor space, and on the 2 window sills stood pots of red geraniums. 3 children jumped up from the floor where they were playing and ran toward her with cries of "Mother! Mother!" and hanging onto her skirt, and all talking at once, they told her that grandmother had come on a visit. The bedroom door opened, and an old woman with a pock-marked face, a big nose, and hollow cheeks came out. It was Kari Myran, Maria's mother-in-law, who lived in the house. "You're late," she said, looking at Maria through her spectacles. "Oh yes, it is late." The face of another old woman appeared behind the first, with smaller features and a bristly chin. This was Maria's own mother, Lava Rotåsen, who had come down from the valley on a visit. "Good evening," she said, coming forward and shaking hands when Maria had laid the baby in the cradle. "Good evening, mother. So you've come all this way, have you?" The 2 grandmothers could sit all day boiling coffee on the stove in the bedroom, and talking of things new and old, and of their rheumatism and the pains in their chests, but in all other respects they were as different as night and day. The old woman at Myran was accustomed to look to the sea and to Providence for everything, and therefore she would often sit with her hands in her lap, seeing things that others could not see. Was it the sea or Providence that she saw? The other grandmother was accustomed to the daily toil up in the valley. She had brought up 5 children on a small mountain farm, and she held that by picking cranberries or making birch brooms, but if you relied only on Providence and wind and weather, both your pocket and the larder would be empty. Maria noticed that there was no supper prepared. The two old women had probably had so much to talk about that they had quite forgotten both her and the cows. "Where are Lars and Oluf?" she asked. "They went to fetch Pete," said her mother-in-law. "It's odd that they aren't back yet." Maria sighed, and after saying a few words to her mother, had to go out to put the animals in the cowshed. Outside, the north wind had risen, and from the beach came the perpetual sound of the waves. It was as though they were plotting some evil in the darkness. Shwee, swoosh, shwee, swoosh. End of chapter 1. 2. The wheelbarrow appeared first, and then the man who was pushing it before him. He limped so that even the squeaking of the wheel sounded uneven and halting. The front view of the man showed a broad-shouldered body and a small, weather-beaten face surrounded by a quantity of black hair and beard, and surmounted by a red-pointed woolen cap with its tassel dangling down over one ear. Some little boys burning seaweed on the beach could see him from behind, however, and he had legs as well, one shorter than the other. He seemed to be sailing in a rough sea, and if it had only been winter, the broad back of his waistcoat would have made a splendid target for a snowball, or still broader and better would have been the seat of his trousers with his knife in its sheath hanging from its waistband. It was all awry, and the patches, one above another, put one in mind of little fields. The trousers' legs lay in folds like a concertina and hung down over the tabs of his high boots.
"Hello, Jakob! Hello, damn it all with the limp!" "Be quiet, boys," was all he said, and passed on with his barrow. It was in fact Jakob, and the nickname had been given him because he so often said "damn it all" when he swore, and when he said it he generally swung out his short leg. But the little boys looked up to him because he was the head man on the big Lofoten boat, the Seaflower, and had gone through so much both on the sea and on land that it was a miracle that he still lived. When a lad had taken hire with him for a Lofoten voyage, the lad's mother would cross herself in horror at the thought that he could go with Jakob. Jakob was a great seaman, a great fisherman, and a great drinker, and while the other seamen lived in the grey cottages around the bay, and had wife and children to provide for, he was a happy bachelor of 60, and his boat was wife and house and home to him. It is true that the Seaflower lay unrigged high up on the beach half the year, but even then Jakob lived on board, in the poop cabin, and while the others toiled at the herring fisheries in the summer and autumn, he led an easy life from the end of one winter's fishing to the beginning of the next. And it is wonderful how quickly the days pass when you have learned how to sleep at any hour of the 24. When smoke was seen rising from the stovepipe through the roof of the poop cabin, you knew that Jakob was awake, and if you wanted a dram, you had only to climb on board. He no longer had any relatives in the district, but when he set out to sea he always waved his southwester vigorously, although there was no one on shore to say goodbye to him and wish him a prosperous voyage. And in the spring he joined the others and sailed the hundreds of miles southward again, although no one among the many standing on the beach was there to welcome him home. But what did that matter? They got on well here, both the Seaflower and Jakob, and today he came limping along in the sunshine with his wheelbarrow and was not even drunk. Over the sunlit surface of the sea the wind was flinging patches of ruffled blue. All round the bay between the two headlands stood grey boathouses, and out of the back of 2 or 3 of these stuck the pitch-brown forepart of a Lofoten boat, as if to watch for the coming of the season when it would go out and be rigged again. The Seaflower, however, lay alone on the beach, with no boathouse to cover her, as homeless as Jakob himself, her long hull with a white stripe along the sheer strake, and the black stem and stern standing proudly erect. Herring nets hung drying beside the boathouses, for there may be a herring or two to be caught by those who have the mind and the patience to catch them. But Jacob, with his wheelbarrow, held such fishing in contempt. Suddenly the noise of the wheel ceased. Jacob had stopped and was gazing out over the bay. A boat was sailing up past the southern headland. She was certainly no herring boat, nor yet a 10-oared or a 4-oared boat. Neither was she a cargo boat. Why, damn it all, if she wasn't a Lofoten boat! Such an object on the sea at this season of the year was like lightning in a cloudless sky. It was incredible, and yet there she was, and had a 6-oared boat without a sail in tow as well. Jacob put down the wheelbarrow and stood staring, without even noticing that there was someone behind him who was also standing staring. It was Eleseus Hylla, a broad-shouldered, brown-bearded man with prominent cheekbones, and he stared so intently that a row of white teeth became visible from sheer wonderment. "Can you understand that?" he said, burying his hands deep in his trousers pockets. His blouse was of white sailcloth, and his homespun trousers hung down over his boots, just as Jacob's did.
The old man turned his head, removed his quid from his mouth to his waistcoat pocket, and expectorated. "No," he said. "Can you? It must be a stranger." "Perhaps, but it seems to me that I know the 6-oared boat." The windows in the cottages had become full of faces, and a few people came out in order to get a better view. On the Myran land, 2 fair-haired boys were taking up potatoes. They were Lars and his brother Oluf, and both stood leaning on their forks and gazing. "I'm going down to the water," said Oluf. "You'll stay where you are," said Lars, for he was 16 and the other only 14, and what would the world be like if the younger brother were not to obey the elder? The brothers were very dissimilar in appearance, Lars being bow-legged and round-shouldered, and with a quick temper, while Oluf was big and broad, and had his mother's short upper lip, so that his mouth was always open. "He's coming into our boathouse," cried Oluf, dropping his fork and setting off at a run. The next moment his brother ran past him. "It's father," he shouted. "You'll see, he's bought a Lofoten boat." It was Kristofer Myran, and this was a great day for him. For many years he had secretly longed for it, and at last it had come, and he stood there, the head man on his own Lofoten boat. It was altogether incredible, but the tiller that he swung backward and forward over his head was his. The hull, rigging, grapnel, and rope, everything on board belonged to him. The sturdy fisherman was still in the prime of his life. His red, close-clipped beard and whiskers surrounded a strong face, and the hair beneath the black southwester was fair and curly. It was not unusual when he walked up the aisle in church for great ladies to put up their eyeglasses in order to have a better look at him. But the fisherman with a wife and 6 children has other things to think about than being handsome. The purchase of the boat had come about in a strange manner. He was fishing the fjords for herring in his 6-oared boat with Cornelis Gomon, and one day went over to an auction at which he had heard a large boat was to be sold. He had no thought of any purchase, but there were crowds of people on the beach, and the auctioneer was shouting, but not a soul attempted to bid. And there lay the boat. Kristofer began to walk around her. He thought he ought to be able to judge of the capabilities of such a boat, and she was apparently as good as new, well built with extra fine lines, a regular sea plough to cleave the billows and forge ahead with. What could it be that kept people from bidding for such a fine boat? It happened that there was a man there who could not hold his tongue, and he let out the fact that the boat had capsized 3 winters in succession on the Lofoten Sea, and now had the reputation of being a regular coffin, in which no one would sign on. She was, moreover, a slow sailor, and dropped behind the others in the voyages north and south, so that no headman with any self-respect would think of bidding for such a tub. At this Kristaver took courage and bid a mere nothing, and he turned cold for a moment, when the boat was knocked down to him, and he, a poor man, stood there, the sole owner of a Lofoten boat. "Do you want to kill yourself?" said one man with a smile, and everyone in the crowd gazed at him, apparently with the same thought. A headman from a coast district cannot resist the temptation to tease the dwellers in the inland fjord districts who like to think themselves seamen, so he answered that the boat was good enough, but that much depended upon the fellows that were on board her. Whereupon the men began to close in upon him and ask him what he meant by that. A spirit of mischief impelled him to reply that the boat was far too good for such inlanders who were good enough to dig potatoes up out of the ground, but would never make seamen. "I'll show you that I can make her go," he added. "Aye, and make her stand up too." But if he had not taken his departure then, it is probable that blows would have been exchanged. Now he was coming home. He had been a headman for many years, so that was not what made the difference, but he had been only part owner in the boat, and what is the good of a successful fishing season once in a way when the proceeds have to be divided between 6 men? Kristaver had sons who were growing up, and his head was full of plans, and if the day ever came when he could man his own boat from his own household, a single good fishing year might make him a wealthy man. He owed for the boat, that is true, and would have to go still deeper into debt if he alone had to equip 6 men for a winter's fishing. It was foolhardy, but he had taken the plunge, and what was done could not be undone. "Lower away!" he shouted to Cornelis, who was standing forward, and the topsail bellied out, sank together, and glided down, followed by the mainsail. The grapnel clanked over the side, and the big boat swung round to the hawser and lay along the wind. The beach was black with people, and when the 6-oared boat had also been moored and the skiff came shoreward, but was still at some distance, it was Lars who shouted, "Who does the Lofoten boat belong to, father?" Kristaver made no answer. His face was all smiles when he stepped ashore, and 2 of his younger children seized each a hand, and he stooped down and talked to them, although everyone all around him was trying to speak to him. Then he went slowly up the beach with the children, nodding affirmatively in all directions. Yes, the boat was his.
Jacob alone held aloof and would not condescend to be curious.
He looked grim and tried to find out whether the boat was a thing to go to sea with. "We'll be able to race one another now," said Kristaver as he passed him. Down through the field a woman was coming toward him with hesitating steps, carrying a baby on her arm. It was Maria. "Welcome home," she said, with an attempt at a smile, but the eyes in the pale face had a frightened look. Kristaver walked slowly beside her, only asking if everything was going on all right. He thought there was no one like her, and that she had a perfect right to her own thoughts and opinions. 2 boys had already rowed out to the Lofoten boat, and they were Lars and Oluf. Cornelis Godmoen, who had been with Kristaver on this herring fishing expedition, was a bachelor of 30. He was little and pale, and had it not been for his fair moustache, would have been taken for a mere boy. He was now walking up from the shore into the mountains, singing as he went, swaying from side to side, and carrying his chest on his shoulder. His home was on a little mountain farm, where there lived only his half-blind father of 70 and a little sister who was not yet confirmed. If only he had been able to cultivate the land at home, he might have made a large farm of it, but that needed a little money, and if he did not earn that on the sea, he would like to know where it was to come from. He was unsuccessful, however, year after year, so there was nothing but toil when he was away, and poverty at home. But still Cornelis sang. The priest never failed to put him down as father in every case of doubtful paternity in the parish, and, though it might be amusing for the priest, it became by degrees a heavy tax on Cornelis. But still he was as happy as a king, and was always singing the gayest of songs. There was much talk in the cottage at Myran all that evening, first about the boat and father, and then about father and the boat. Even the little 10-year-old Torsten had been on board, and he determined that his own little boat, which was as large as a wooden shoe, should be called the Seal, after the big boat. Lars had extracted from his father the promise that next winter he should at last be allowed to go with him, and this caused him to assume a still more authoritative manner toward Oluf, for now he was almost a Lofoten fisherman. There was not much sleep for anyone in the little cottage that night. There was only one person who had not yet said anything, and that was Maria, and she lay awake beside Kristaver, but pretended to be asleep. He himself was thinking of the guarantors he would have to find for his bank loan, and of all that he must try to obtain on credit from the tradesmen here and in town. To fit out 6 men is no small matter, and if then it was a black year with the fishing, it would be pretty well the ruin of him and his. And then, about the Seal, the thought that he had acted like a fool kept flitting through his mind. If the boat had capsized with others, why should he be better able to keep her right way up? Was not that merely a boast? And would he dare to take his eldest boy with him in such a venture? He smiled at this, however. Boats are like horses and women. They have their whims and caprices, and the question is whether you are man enough to overcome them. There was nothing wrong with the boat, nothing at any rate that could not be put right. And he repeated, "I'll show you that I can make her go. Aye, and make her stand up too." But what would Maria have said if she knew? Lars slept in the attic with Oluf, and lay thinking until he fell asleep, and then dreamed until he started up wide awake again. Oluf slept on undisturbed, for he knew no better, but it was not easy to be Lars. He felt drawn in many different directions. At school he had been a regular clipper, and it was jolly to learn things. There was no doubt about that. Both the schoolmaster and the priest had advised him to try to borrow money and take a teacher's course. It was a great temptation. He would like to rise and get on in the world, and whenever he and his mother were alone together, she always impressed upon him that that was the way he ought to take. But his father was a Lofoten fisherman and a headman, and he would like to be like his father, too. He had never forgotten what the pastor's wife had once said to him. "I know now what Olav Tryggvason looked like. He was just exactly like your father." He remembered now, too, what the schoolmaster had once said about the Stadsland Lofoten boat. She was a descendant of the old dragon-prowed vessels which hundreds and hundreds of years ago bore the Vikings to their discoveries and battles all over the world, and the fisherman of today still sails in the same kind of boat the hundreds of miles northward to battle with wind and wave. Lars would certainly be just what his father was. He slept and dreamed that he was fighting in the battle of Svolder. His father was Olav Tryggvason, and he himself was Einar Tambarskjelver. He drew a bow with a stronger hand than others, and his bow broke. "What was that broke with such clangor?" asked Oluf. "Norway from thy grasp, O king," said Lars, and he started up in bed, and there lay that duffer Oluf fast asleep. The next day, while they were at dinner, Oluf said, "But the boat hasn't got a pennon, father. Aren't you going to have a red pennon on the masthead like all the others?" His father replied that he had thought of speaking to Karen's seamstress about it. Maria looked up at him. "Oh, you might entrust that little piece of work to me," she said, her face brightening. "Well, there's no one who could do it better," he said. Maria had a piece of red material that was just large enough to make a petticoat for herself, and the same day she took it out and cut off a piece about a foot wide and a good 2 feet in length for the pennon, and then hunted up some bright blue woolen yarn and set to work to embroider a K and an M upon the red ground. She worked away with a happy face because they were his initials, but at the same time she felt inclined to cry. One day she dressed herself in her best and, telling the children to be good, set off up the road with a rope in her hand. She was going up to her brother's in the valley to fetch home a cow that had been up there on the mountain pastures all the summer. Her mother had given her the cow as a calf, and every spring since she had taken it up there for the summer, and every autumn brought it down again. It was a strange expedition both for the cow and for her. When they set out from the little farm by the sea, Russia would turn her handsome white head over her shoulder to look back at the houses, and lo! She had stood in the cowshed there all the winter, and it was her home. Maria thought of the children, so it was not easy for her to leave it either. When they had come farther in toward the valley, however, Russia began to scent the mountain air that she knew from the long bright days on the Sæter pastures, and her step grew lighter. She whimpered and quickened her pace. Maria too forgot the children and the cottage by the sea and walked more easily, for she was on her way home to the only place in the world where she was happy. On this occasion her mind was full of all the bustle down by the sea, but when she had passed Lindegård, and the valley lay before her in the hot autumn sunshine, with its farms and woods, where bright patches of scarlet leafage stood out here and there from the deep green of the fir-clad hills, she breathed more freely, and her step grew lighter. Farther on, the valley began to close in and become more sheltered. The river gleamed far below, and the hills came nearer, as if to welcome her, and she sat down on a stone and wiped the tears from her eyes. By evening she had reached the little farm where her mother lived as a pensioner of her brother. The small sun-browned buildings were surrounded with green and yellow fields, the whole forming a picture in its setting of green forest. Maria could hardly imagine anything more beautiful. The night was frosty, with bright moonlight, and she lay listening to the wind in the trees, but heard no sound of waves, and she folded her hands and prayed, for here she felt there was a good God. Down by the sea he stood only for the day of judgment, storm, misfortune, and terror, and she did not pray there. She set her teeth and defied him. The next day they went down together, she and the big red cow with the white head and beautiful horns tipped with brass buttons. The cow turned and lowed her farewell, and was answered by her comrades in the cowhouse. Maria too walked sadly, for she was turning her back on home. As she went down the valley, her eyes rested lovingly on the mountains and wooded slopes. Then came the wide countryside, where it was still beautiful. Then Lindegård, and beyond that were the peat bogs and the sea. But here Russia raised her head and sniffed the well-known air of her little winter home by the sea, and instantly her step grew lighter. Maria thought of the children, and wondered if anything had happened to them while she was away, and she quickened her pace as the cow had done. And so they reached the field, the cow lowing softly, and Maria calling to the children to ask if all had gone well at home. End of chapter 2. 3. If Kristaver had to go the round of the countryside and beg people to become guarantors for a bank loan, he would have to make a special occasion of it. He had shrunk from it and put it off as long as possible, but one day a letter came from the bailiff of the inland parish to say that if he did not pay for the boat at once, he would send men to fetch it away again. One cold, windy November day he set out on his errand. He would not go to Brant at Lindegård, or to any of the well-to-do farmers in the farming district. He would have to keep to the cottagers out on the shore, for the poor are the readiest to give help to one another. Many a night when he lay awake he had gone over his comrades in his mind, and now he weighed and considered them in a manner he had not done before. One was a good-for-nothing, to whom he would be under no obligation, another a miser, a third a sanctimonious fellow who would manage to get rid of him with a flood of pious phrases. But here and there among them a face would appear before his mind's eye that ordinarily was all smiles and gaiety, but which nevertheless held his attention, for perhaps, after all, its owner might be more obliging than most. There was a little red house with a grey cowshed beside it, out by the wood below Lindegård, where his sister lived with her husband, Eleseus Hylla. Relatives are not always the first one would apply to, however, and besides, Eleseus was one of those who look to see whether their wives use too much cream and coffee when they are away, and he often beat her black and blue. And yet no one could be angry with him long, for among his comrades he was a capable man both on land and sea. He was chopping wood in the shed when Kristaver came, and they went at once indoors. Berit appeared from the kitchen, and on this occasion was neither black nor blue, and she even ventured to bring the kettle in and put it on the stove, although her husband sat looking on. There were plants on the window-sills behind the little white curtains, and there was a spicy smell from the juniper with which the floor was strewn. Kristaver sat down by the door and lighted his pipe. He told story after story and laughed heartily, finding it all the time becoming more and more difficult to say what he had come for. Berit looked at him and thought he was not like himself. Her cheeks were hollow but red, and her beautiful golden hair was twisted into a large knot at the back of her neck. She had married Eleseus only because she had had a child by another man. "Is it true after all what people say?" she asked as she spread a cloth on the table. "Say? Have people anything special to talk about just now?" he asked. "Yes," she replied, "that you've inherited such a lot of money from America." "I? From America?" "Yes, and that it's with that money that you've bought your boat." Ah, was that how matters stood? And Eleseus sat staring at him, his large eyes standing almost out of his head with curiosity, and his white teeth gleaming beneath his brown moustache. It was so funny, so irresistibly funny, that in a spirit of mischief Kristaver did not contradict the story. "Ah, yes," he said, "it's strange how things sometimes happen." More than this, however, he would not say at present. As they sat drinking coffee, Eleseus suggested that he should go with him to Lofoten in the winter, and Kristaver answered that was just what he had come about, and he should certainly go with him. Eleseus did not stop here, however. He said he had been thinking of having nets of his own, so as to have a whole share in the fishing, but he needed a guarantor. Did he? Well, Kristaver was quite willing to back a bill for him, of course. When he left the house, he burst into a laugh. "I'm a fool, and a fool I always shall be," he said to himself. "It wasn't exactly to have fun that I came out today." Inside the cottage, Eleseus was walking up and down excitedly. "Now you can see," he said to his wife. "Wasn't I right? He has inherited money. Isn't it wonderful how things go for some people? Perhaps it's some thousands. You'll see, he'll be buying a large farm soon, and begin to drive about in a four-wheeled carriage. Ha ha! You must go down this evening and ask him to lend us the money to buy a cow with." "No, indeed I won't," she said. You'll have to do that yourself." "You won't? Is that the way you answer me? You'd better take care. You'd better take care." Kristofer trudged on in the cold north wind, going in to one after another of his acquaintances, but always meeting with a refusal. Andreas Ekra was a well-to-do man, headman on the Storm Bird, and had shared a hut with Kristofer for many years, but he said no. People seemed to think that it didn't do to be too open-handed when you hadn't a penny to do it with. Kristofer's knees seemed to grow weaker as he went from house to house, leaving each with a fresh refusal. He held his hat on with one hand and swung the other vigorously. He had the whole day for the business, and would have to put up with a few more refusals. A man was coming toward him in a white blouse and a southwester, his left hand deep in his trouser pocket. He had a goatee, and as he walked his right shoulder was in advance of his left. It was Peter Susansa, the headman on the Seafire. "Are you out this windy day?" he said, stopping. He spoke with a nasal twang. Yes, Kristofer was just out for a walk. They both stood, as fishermen generally do, looking out to sea, which was greyish-white under the north wind. Peter Susansa had the reputation of lying as readily as a horse trots. He told the most dreadful stories with the most serious face, and no one believed a word of them. He was now over 60, and his beard was grey. He had recently lost his wife and had an unmarried daughter living with him who was awaiting her confinement. Today he was looking old. As they stood there, Kristofer, despite everything, forced himself to ask his assistance in the matter of the bank loan. And after all it was Peter, who had had so much trouble lately, who now said that he thought it might be managed. When they parted, Kristofer walked with a lighter step, but he still had to have another name. He met with several refusals afterward, but they were easier to bear now. As twilight fell he drew near to 2 little red houses up by the peat bogs. They belonged to Henry Rabben, a man of a rather different type from the others in the neighbourhood. No one could explain why it was that everyone looked up to him. He was a fisherman and a farm labourer like the others, had no more learning than they, and was in possession of no great wealth. But however much noise might be going on in a room when he entered it, it instantly became quiet, and everyone in it was ready to make room for him. He was of medium height and broad-shouldered. On weekdays he went about in patched clothes like his neighbours, but his dark brown beard was always carefully combed, and his yellow moustache separated from it and brushed out to each side. He had a large nose and large eyes. He spoke little, but smiled when he did speak, and the more he smiled, the more serious was the expression of his eyes. When he was out fishing, he would occasionally snuff up a balerful of sea-water, because he said it was wholesome. He cultivated his little patch of land better than anyone else, and was the only man in the neighbourhood that had a garden in front of his house, with bushes and flowers in it. When Kristofer came, Henry was winnowing corn in the barn. "You've come just when I was in need of you," he said with a smile, as he brushed the corn dust out of his beard. "For I suppose you'll need a half-share man this winter, won't you?" Kristofer recollected now that Henry was one of a boat's company that had been run down by a steamer the winter before in the middle of the night, and had lost both nets and boat. It was sad to think that this capable man would now have to go out as a common half-share man. That was just what he had come about, said Kristofer once more. Would it do to ask Henry to be a guarantor after all his losses? Kristofer was tired, and did not feel equal to going to any more acquaintances now, and when he made his request, the tears were not far from his eyes. Henry considered, and pulled his moustaches only for a moment, and then his answer was, "Yes." "He shan't be the loser by that," said Kristofer to himself, when at last he turned homeward with the knowledge that his boat was saved. End of chapter 3. 4. The snowflakes were already beginning to float down over Blue Hill in the north, and the days were dark and gloomy. The roads leading to the village shop resounded with the tramp of iron heels as the fishermen flocked to it like birds of passage assembling in preparation for their long journey. They all looked more or less alike, in their white canvas blouse, black felt hat with a brim as wide as an umbrella, and grey homespun trousers that below hung down over the tops of their boots. Some, however, wore red woolen caps with a tassel that dangled over one ear. They went first to the shop on the nearer side of the bridge, which they filled, packed closely, shoulder to shoulder, while the hump-backed shopman behind the counter darted about hither and thither in the lamplight, taking things down from shelves and wrapping them up in wrong order. Occasionally he received money in exchange, which he threw into the till, but most of the purchases had to be entered in a long book to which a pencil was attached by a piece of string. Those customers whose purchases, as entered in the books, were of 1 and 2 years' standing, preferred to keep in the background and make remarks about the weather, but they were obliged to come forward in the end. They all wanted credit for sacks of flour, tobacco, rye cake packed in brand new casks, kegs of treacle, barrels of coffee, leather, and paraffin. They were almost all in debt from the year before, but they were all expecting that this time the Lofoten fisheries would both free them from debt and make them wealthy, for this year would surely be a good year. The hump-backed man behind the counter looked at them one after another. If they did not get what they wanted from him, they would go to his rival on the other side of the bridge, and if they got it there, they would go there first when they had something to pay with. The village shops, however, did not keep everything the fishermen wanted, so most of them sailed up the fjord through the falling snow to the town. On the wharves all around the harbour there were little shops where everything necessary for a fisherman's outfit could be obtained: oilskins, rope, twine for nets, hooks, etc., down to writing paper for Lofoten letters. Heavy sea boots, wet with mud and snow, stamped in here, and the fog from outside floated in through the door, to which a bell was attached. Behind the counter, with his back to a wall on which there was a great display of rope and twine, stood a sturdy man, dressed in homespun and high boots, his face, beard, and clothes all bearing traces of flour, tar, and treacle. This was Utnes, and he had once been a fisherman himself. Kristofer and Peter Susansa met here when the shop was full of men from both inland and coast districts, all wanting their Lofoten outfit on credit. "Very well," Utnes was saying to a little red-bearded man, "but this must really be the last time." The gas over the counter was lighted, and the bell on the door kept on ringing, and many had been standing for hours without having stated their errand. At last Utnes's eye fell on Peter Susansa, who was standing there with one hand in his pocket and his shoulder thrust forward. "What do you want?" "Well, I should like the whole shop," said Peter with his nasal twang, his face quite serious. Utnes could not help smiling, for Peter Susansa owed for several years, but it was cheering to the others standing round to find that someone was able to make the great man behind the counter drop his shop expression. Peter said he would have liked everything that was to be had there, and would have paid cash down, but unfortunately he had forgotten to bring any change, so he would have to be content with rather less. And he thereupon gave a list of all the things he must have. It was not easy to say no to a man who made the whole shopful of people laugh. Again the bell rang as the door opened to admit Jacob. He had been taken up the evening before for being drunk, and had spent the night at the police station, but now he was out again and had come to do business. There was certainly no false modesty about him. He pushed noisily into the counter and began to express his horror at all the poisonous, ill-natured things people can say. "What's up now?" asked Utnes. "Why, there are those rascally fellows going about and saying that things are so much better at Larsen's down on the quay. I gave them a thrashing yesterday, and got a night's free lodging for it, but now, damn it all, you'll have to let me have some rope and twine for taking your part." Utnes shook his head doubtfully. He knew Jacob was lying, but even that was better than when men leaned over the counter and quoted scripture when they wanted credit. But Kristaver wanted to buy a good deal, and Utnes opened his eyes wide. Kristaver wanted things for 5 men. "Yes, it is easy enough for you when you can afford to buy a Lofoten boat," said Peter Susansa, and this Utnes heard, as it was probably intended he should. He took it in. Kristaver looked like a man who would pay his way. When their purchases were made, the men sailed back down the fjord through the falling snow. There would be plenty to do now before Christmas. The living room at Myran was full during those evenings, and the smoking lamp shed its dull yellow light upon many busy hands. At one side of the room sat Lars and Oluf, trying which of them could net codnet the quickest, while Kristaver sat at another, putting the edge onto the nets. The 10-year-old Tosten and little Jonetta, who was 6, were sitting on the floor, fully occupied in filling the netting shuttles with twine. Maria was hard at work knitting 2 thick woolen jerseys for the Lofoten men to wear over their woolen and cotton shirts, and they had blue and red rings around the sleeves and waist. Even the old grandmother, with spectacles on, was busy, and sat by the stove dipping the new woolen gloves and socks into hot soapy water and rubbing them upon a fluted board so that they would become matted and be thick and warm. "Your feet will be nice and warm," she said to Lars, showing him one of the socks she was working at. Then they had the shoemaker in the house, and when Lars stood in his new soft sea boots that could fold down over the knee but could also be pulled right up the thigh, he requested Oluf to get out of the way so that he could have room to move. And just at that moment his father brought in a large bag from the porch and threw it across to him, and out of it appeared a new shining southwester and a yellow oilskin coat that smelled very fresh and was so sticky that his fingers almost stuck to it. "My word," said Oluf, staring with all his eyes. "Hold your jaw," said Lars, for there was still a large leather skirt to draw down over the tops of his boots. When at last he had put on all his finery, he looked quite like a warrior in full armour, and it was silly of that little donkey Jonetta to come just then and tease him by asking him to come out and run races. There followed some clear, windless, frosty evenings, which turned the road up through the ravine into a sinuous ribbon of shining ice, which went up and up until it was lost in the very sky itself. It was a grand time for tobogganing, and when Lars left his netting and went out onto the doorstep and heard the shouts and laughter on the hills, and saw the trail of sparks when the iron under the runners of a sledge passed over a stone or a patch of sand, it was not easy for him to resist joining in the sport. He was a Lofoten man now, it was true, but on the other hand he had a sledge that was called the Lightning because it went so much faster than all the others. And before he knew what he was about, he had stolen round to the outhouse, and in another moment was racing up the hills with the sledge at his heels without having told Oluf. At the foot of the hills the boys and girls collected and went up again all together, and Lars had friends enough all over the neighbourhood. There was lanky Peter Rønningan, who stammered and could never pass for confirmation because he was so stupid. The others called him Peter Galeas. Martin Bruvoll was called Martin Furrug, and they called Lars Bright Eyes, and Olavus Koya Dear Death. There were large and small sledges, and girls of about the same age as the boys, not mere children, nor yet quite grown up. As they hurried up the hill talking busily, there came a shout from higher up out of the darkness. "Hallo! Clear the road!" And a sledge flew past, with many feet sticking out on both sides, and shouts from their owners. After half an hour's climbing, they had reached the dark hills right up under the stars, from which they could see the fjord far below, beneath the mountains in the west, with here and there upon its surface a ship's lantern, and farther east their own district, dotted all over with the lights from the fishermen's cottages as far out as Lindegård. 3 or 4 of the company placed themselves upon the largest sledges, where Martin Bruvoll sat farthest forward to steer with his feet. The girls shrieked with mingled terror and delight as they started, and the speed grew faster and faster. The wind cut their faces and went through their bodies. The sledge rounded a curve on one runner, and in another curve nearly flew off into a broad ditch, but escaped it. On it went in the darkness, faster and faster, as the road grew steeper. On the middle of the last hill something black appeared that did not make way for them. "It's a horse!" was the despairing shout from all on the sledge, but it was impossible to stop, and on one side of the road there was the rocky cliff, and on the other blocks of stone to mark the edge of the road, and beyond them a deep ditch. The horse reared and snorted, and the man holding the reins swore and shouted, but the sledge dashed past at the side of the road and disappeared in the darkness, leaving a fiery trail behind it. Just as the man was about to drive on, he heard more shouting, and ran forward to hold the horse's head, but he slipped on the ice and fell full length as the second sledge flew past. It was not everyone that Lars would have with him on the Lightning. This evening it was Ellen Koya, although he and she had not been the best of friends of late, one reason being that she was always such a tease. Other people teased them both, however, declaring that they had been married some years before and were man and wife. The wedding had taken place in the barn at Koya one Sunday in the summer, when the children had assembled to play. One suggested that they should play at entertaining guests, another that Ellen and Lars should be bride and bridegroom. A door was laid upon a barrel to represent the altar, and Martin Bruvoll, draped in a tarpaulin, was the priest, and the next moment Ellen and Lars were standing in front of the altar with downcast eyes like a real bride and bridegroom. The bride was then only 12 and was dressed in a blue check dress. A wreath of buttercups rested upon her fair hair, above a face that was then, as now, pretty and pink, but no one could see her large blue eyes, for she never raised her eyelids, and stood with folded hands while the other children sang, the voice that breathed over Eden. "Lars Kristoffersen Myran," said the priest, "wilt thou have this woman to thy wedded wife?" "Yes," said Lars. This was fun, and a thrill ran through him at the thought that he was now grown up and was being married. "I likewise ask thee, Ellen Olsdatter Koya, if thou wilt have this man, Lars Kristoffersen Myran, to thy wedded husband." "Yes," answered Ellen, still looking down with folded hands. "Will you be faithful to one another?" "Yes," said both Ellen and Lars. "Then join hands in token thereof," said Martin, and they joined hands, and Martin placed his upon their heads and blessed them, after which they had coffee and refreshments and dancing, just as at any grown-up wedding in the barn. The next time they met was on the way to school. They were a large company, and Lars did not like to look in her direction. He had to put up with the teasing from the others, but when she came and asked him to carry her books, He thought it was going too far, and he told her in so many words that he was not her husband today because he had been it yesterday. "Silly," she said, tossing her head and blushing crimson, and thereupon he was informed that if she ever took a husband it would not be a cad like him. A quarrel ensued, to the great amusement of the others. "Poor things," they said, "have matters already gone so far, and only yesterday they were standing at the altar." But from that day they preferred to ignore each other when they met. This evening they had happened to walk up side by side, and the distance between them and the others gradually increased. "You're angry with me," she said. "It is you who are angry," he returned. She laughed at this, and then he laughed too, and after that there was not much more to be said about the quarrel. "And to think that you're a man already and are going to Lofoten," she said. "And you've been so ill," he said. "Was it inflammation of the lungs? Do you think it's wrong of you to be out this evening?" His thought for her touched her, and she took hold of the sledge rope to help him pull, and it was strange how near their hands felt to one another, even though they had on woolen gloves. "You'll be writing Lofoten letters to all your sweethearts this winter, I suppose," she said. But Lars assured her that he was not even going to take pen and ink with him. "Oh, I like that. You are a storyteller. But I suppose it wouldn't do to write to a girl who isn't confirmed." "No, I should be taken up and put in prison for that." "Hold my glove, will you, while I tie my garter?" she said. They were now far in advance of the others and quite alone, and at the very top of the hills he took her glove and rubbed her cheeks with it, because he declared she was cold. Around them were the dark hills, and above them the stars. They seated themselves upon the sledge, and he was quite equal to steering with his feet, although she was sitting on his knees, leaning back so that he had to support her with his arm as they flew along. Once upon a bridge the lightning made a leap into the air, and was quite a long time before it came down again, but it struck the road again without flying into splinters, and they dashed on, shouting, frightening the driver of the sleigh almost out of his wits, down to the level ground, with its numerous lights shining in the darkness. Before the young people separated, they stood talking on the road at the foot of the hill for a little while. They had gone to the same school and had played many a game together, both in winter and summer, and now they would soon be men and women. Several of the boys were going to Lofoten this winter, and the girls looked at them with the thought that they might never come back again. In any case, there was an end to games and tobogganing. A period of their life was over, and a new one was beginning in which everything would be more serious than before. As Lars went down toward Myran, he discovered that he still had one of Ellen Koya's woolen gloves in his hand. He took off his own and drew hers on, and it was really wonderful how warm and soft it was inside. Christmas came with snow and wind, and as soon as it was over, the great heavy Lofoten boats were dragged out of the boathouses. There they lay full length upon the beach, not rigged as yet, but the men were very busy getting them loaded, and shouted and made signs with their hands to one another when they had anything to say, as if they were already at sea. By the boathouse below Myran lay the Seal, long and heavy, and the strangest things were being shipped in her. There were nets in barrels, food in barrels, home-brewed ale in barrels, a barrel of sour whey to mix with soup and as a drink mixed with water, a barrel of oil for the lamp in the hut, chests, boxes, and skin rugs. Most of it disappeared into the large space midships, where there was room for much more. The boat looked like some good-natured animal as she lay there, letting people clamber about and do what they liked with her. Now and then the men would stop work, and the bottle would be passed around.
The same activity was to be seen round the Stormbird, which lay right out by Nordnes, and where Andreas Ekra was headman. A little nearer lay the sea fire, where Peter Susanza was busy with his men, and nearest of all the Sea-Flower, which was almost ready for sea, although Jacob limped about in a state of intoxication from morning till night. "Hey ho!" he said. "Work away, men! Work away, lads!" On the last Sunday, most of the men went to church with their wives, and even Jacob limped up more or less sober, with his upper lip shaved, and looking quite blue. They all met outside the brown wooden church, whose bell rang out into the grey wintry air. People from the farms around, who had driven up in sleighs drawn by fine horses with bells on their harness, and fishermen, who had waded through the snow with their wives. Inside the church the fishermen were lost among the others, so they had appropriated a fixed space for themselves, far back under the gallery. During the singing of the hymn, many a wife from the shore district raised her eyes from her hymn book to look across at her husband sitting on the other side of the aisle, and the hymn became a little prayer for his return from the long voyage northward. The men, both old and young, looked up at the priest while he preached, but in the minds of the fishermen was the thought that God was in the wind and on the sea, and that they would soon be on their way to meet him.
The day before, Eleseus Hylla had said to his wife that he thought they ought to take the sacrament this last Sunday that he was at home. Eleseus was not a religious man, but he had spells of being exceedingly good to his wife and children, and if a misfortune happened to anyone in the district, it would bring tears to the eyes of at any rate one person, and that was Eleseus. On this occasion, however, as ill luck would have it, he flew into a rage with Berit again, and before he knew what he was about he had flung her against the wall and given her several blows, after which he had hurried into his clothes and gone to church, forbidding her to accompany him. When the sacrament was about to be administered, however, he was seized with such remorse that he left the church. As he walked slowly homeward before the others, he recollected how the priest had said that one day we should all have to stand face to face with God, and he felt himself to be so great a sinner that he did not know what to do. The following evening the beach was full of people, for now the boats were to be launched. First of all there was a little merrymaking in each poop cabin. The door was so small that a full-grown man could only just creep through it, and in the narrow space in front of the bunk, with its skin coverings, a fire was burning in a rusty cooking stove, upon which there now stood a pan of steaming ale. Upon the skin rugs lay and sat women and men, and bowls of hot ale and glasses of spirits went round. Men and women sang, and eyes grew moist, and Cornelis Gomund played the concertina with a girl sitting on his knee. Lights shone from other poop windows all around the bay. Then men with lanterns came tramping in from the boats lying farthest out, and one halted.
It was Jacob.
The Seal was to be the first boat launched, and the other boats' crews came to help. There was a cutting north wind that carried stinging snowflakes. The light of the lantern shone upon a ring of bearded faces around the boat, and when Oluf Myran succeeded in setting light to a great heap of seaweed and driftwood which he had collected, it was a bonfire that lighted up the snow and the beach and shone upon the grey waters of the fjord. An old man was led up to the spot. He had a long white beard, and wore a red woolen cap pulled down over his ears, and big white fingerless woolen gloves on his hands. It was Peter Headman, and this was his great day, for he was still able to sing the boats into the sea. He was helped upon a large stone, and after clearing his throat and wiping his nose on his glove, he cried, "Now, boys, you must all work together." Everyone was turned out of the cabin, and the men stood side by side close together, with their backs against the side of the boat, looking quite small under her great brown bow. Then Peter Headman sang out, Here we go! Oh-ho! Oh! 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 The men strained every muscle, their faces contorted with the effort. The logs under the keel rolled, and the heavy boat moved, but stopped again. Peter Hedman sang on, Heave ho! Oh-ho! Oh! Oh! Backs and legs stiffened again, and the boat grated along a little way, but then the men had to pause to take a breath. Lars Myran was looking at the old man with the white beard, standing in the light of the bonfire, and as he looked he thought how, many 100 years before, such an old man would have been the sacrificing priest, and the bonfire the sacrificial fire, and the people were drinking to Thor and Freya before the Lofoten boats set sail. The shore was the same, and the fjord was the same, and the mountains and the boats were as they are now, and the people were probably very much the same too. Now the old man sang in a high falsetto, There she goes! Oh-ho! Oh! 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 And the next moment the great boat lay rocking upon the water. Kristaver shouted his thanks to the other boats' crews for their assistance and dealt out drams, after which the whole party passed on with their lanterns and launched boat after boat. The old man's eyes grew moist from the effect of his numerous potations, and his heave ho! Oh-ho! Oh! 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 grew louder and louder. Before the men went home to sleep their last night in a comfortable bed, they went out and moored their boats a little way from land, raised the mast, and placed the sail in readiness. Silence fell at last upon the beach. The lanterns were gone, and the fire had died down, but the 4 boats lay rocking on the waters of the bay, with their pennants flying from the mastheads, ready to set sail. End of chapter 4. 5. Cornelis Gomund was less fortunate than the others, for he could not possibly get up to the little mountain farm and back again in time, so he wandered about alone where everyone else was asleep and the lights were out. He had a few drams in his head, and he whistled or sang as he walked. The frosty road was beneath his feet, and the starry sky above his head, and why should he not sing? He might, of course, go and visit some girl in an attic, but he thought of his half-blind father at home and of his little sister. God alone knew whether they would have enough food for the whole winter. And then, too, there was a girl at a large farm away in the north who thought he was sincere in his intentions and that he was the son of a rich man. Well, well. Well, well. Well, well. There was plenty to think about on a night like this before you start on a voyage and are out singing and trying to make the time pass. At Myran, where Kristaver and Maria slept in the bed against the south wall, Kristaver woke in the middle of the night. And a little while after he said softly, Are you crying, Maria? Oh, no. You mustn't be so unhappy about it. He was just dropping asleep again when he felt her arms about his neck. It'll be so sad for me when you're gone. Oh, well, but you're so clever. You'll get on all right. And you're taking them with you. Now it's Lars, and next it'll be Oluf, one after the other. You're taking them away. You're taking them away. What could Kristaver say to this? They disagreed on this point, but in all else Maria was the best of wives and toiled from morning till night, only sometimes with a look of fear in her eyes. Her arms were around his neck now, and she did not quite agree with him again, but it would all come right, for Maria was the best of wives. Toward morning heavy steps were heard going down to the beach, and the lanterns appeared again, for now the men were off. It was much earlier than people generally rose, but the wives had wrapped themselves up well in woolen shawls and went down with their husbands. There was a black frost, and the wind was easterly, and the falling snow was hard like hail. The sea fire flashed in blue phosphorus flames beneath the iron heels of the men walking down the beach. The little boats rowed out, and "Goodbye" and "A prosperous voyage" were said over and over again. But at the last moment a headman would recollect something for which he must row ashore. Maria was standing with the other wives upon the beach. Beritilla was there too, for it was too dark for anyone to see the bruises on her face. The wind was icy, but they would not go in quite yet, and wrapped their shawls closer and stamped their feet to keep warm. It was just light enough for Maria to see Lars in his seaman's outfit, busying himself with something in the bow of the boat. Then Kristaver climbed back over the roof of the aft cabin to put on the steerage, and then crept forward again and dropped into the headman's place on the seat, turning his face to the land and to her, but without saying anything. "Let go!" There was a sound of wet rope against an iron ring as the grapnel was hauled in. A block screeched, and the broad, heavy square sail was hoisted up the mast, and, filling with wind, was fastened obliquely across the boat, and the seal moved and began to glide slowly out into the bay. "Goodbye, Kristaver! Goodbye, Lars! And goodbye!" cried many wives on the beach as they took off the kerchiefs that covered their heads and waved them in farewell. Kristaver was now a headman who swung the tiller above his head and looked after everything on board, but he nevertheless waved his southwester vigorously and shouted, "Goodbye!" A gust of wind flung dark streaks across the bay. The seal heeled over, and the water foamed at her bow and in her wake, and the red pennon fluttered at the masthead. Maria looked at it, and her face brightened. She had made it out of the material that was to have been a petticoat for herself, and she had embroidered Kristaver's initials upon it with blue thread. Those who stood on the shore began to turn along the beach, as if trying to keep up with the boats, and the last thing that Maria saw as the seal disappeared in the frosty haze was a southwester waved from the stern as the topsail was hoisted. End of chapter 5. 6. So they sailed away. The familiar shore on which their cottages stood disappeared, and in the fresh land wind the boats cut easily through the choppy sea that foamed about their bows. Far up the fjord could be seen other square sails and topsails coming out from the inland districts, and outside new Lofoten boats emerged from bays and inlets and turned out toward the open sea. They were setting out on the familiar voyage northward, those hundreds of miles in wind and cold and blinding snow, the same voyage that their forefathers had made through long past ages. On board the Seal, Eleseus Hylla and Henry Rabben were in the stern with the headman, the one to mind the sheet and the other the bailer in stormy weather, and Cornelis Gomund stood forward by the tack, for he had his wits about him in the case of need, and, moreover, was unequalled as a lookout in the dark. The wind howled and whistled as they sped along. There was a sixth man in the forward part of the boat with Lars, and this was the first time he had set foot in a Lofoten boat. He was a pale fellow with a tuft of rusty red beard beneath his chin and gold earrings in his ears, and his name was Arnt Åsan. He was from up the valley and had married and moved down to the shore, and now he was going to take to the sea and go out as a Lofoten man. "Well," people said to him, "if you're going with Kristaver, you'll find life a little different from what you're accustomed to." There was a helpless look about him as he now stood in his big sea clothes without an idea as to what he had to do on board a boat. What do you call that? He asked Lars, pointing to a line running from one edge of the sail through a block in the bow and back again to the other edge. That's the bowline, replied Lars. And that? It was the line from both ends of the yard that the men in the after part held. That's the brace, said Lars, feeling no little pride in being able to teach a man who was much older than he. And that? Said Arndt, pointing now to a triple rope in the middle of the lower edge of the sail, which was made fast to the mast. That's a priar. Footnote. The rigging of these boats, as also the type of the boats themselves, is similar to that used in the time of the Vikings. End of footnote. Arndt pressed his lips together. He already knew more than he had known before, and he must consider it seriously and thoroughly. The other men stood with legs apart, chewing tobacco and enjoying life. The boat rocked beneath them, and the wind sang in the rigging. They were out of the reach of tradesmen and banks. They were on the sea once more. They were free men. As yet, however, while they were in the fjord, the big Lofoten boat seemed too large. It would be different when the land fell away on both sides, and waves from the ocean itself dashed against her. She would wake up then, as it were, and heel over with the weight of the bulging sail. She pitched slowly up and down, and a wave beat against the bow and sent a shower of water into the forepart of the boat. Both hull and rigging trembled, but the seal went on her way. The men looked at one another, wiped the water from their beards, and laughed. This was real sailing, and they felt a thrill of delight, so what was more natural than that they should look at one another and laugh? "Do you think there is going to be a storm?" asked Arndt, turning to Cornelis with a face that had become still paler. Cornelis kept a serious countenance when he answered, "Well, it does look rather bad." "Can't you ask Kristofer to put in to land?" "You'd better ask him yourself," said Cornelis with the same serious expression. The blue light of a winter day was over land and sea. On the east stood the mountains like an irregular, misty grey wall, rising into the sky, cleft by ravines and passes, and with here and there streaks of snow, and grey clouds drifting over the higher peaks. Bays and fjords ran up into the land, and outstanding promontories were washed by the never-ending billows. Flocks of dark and pied seabirds sat rocking on the waves in the cold wind and screamed in delight over the glorious weather. On the west rolled the grey ocean and tossed its white spray high into the air above an island or a solitary upstanding rock. 2 or 3 blue-white gulls sailed over the seal and cried into the wind, "Ow, ow! Where are you going? We'll go with you northward, northward." 3 of the boats kept in touch with one another, but the 4th, the storm bird belonging to Andreas Ekra, had stolen ahead some time during the night, as was her custom. A few boat lengths to windward was a sea fire with her striped sail, and Peter Susansa at the helm, at one moment inclined toward the other boats, so that all the yellow oilskins and bearded faces on board were visible. At the next swung over by a wave, and nothing to be seen but sail, white sheer-strake and brown bow. A little to leeward was the Sea-Flower with her tall tanned sail. Jacob with a limp held the tiller. His black hair was covered with a red woolen cap instead of a southwester. When the spray dashed over him, he would take off the cap and beat the water out of it against the side of the boat. He was blessed with such an abundant crop of hair that the cold did not easily penetrate to his skull. He was in the best of tempers today, for he had a home in Lofoten as well as in the south, and in fact was at home in any place to which it was possible to sail. The wind increased, and the sea grew rougher. Gusts of wind beat down from the mountains and made the boats heel over so that they flew along on their side and showed their keel. "What's the matter forward now?" shouted Kristofer, bending down to look under the sail. Arnd Åsan wants to go ashore, answered Lars through the wind. It was Kristaver's first real sailing day with the seal, and he stood with every sense alert, trying to make acquaintance with the boat. He swung the tiller backward and forward above his head, watched the waves and the rigging, felt with his feet how the boat yielded to a steady wind, to sudden gusts, and to waves. He felt there was something wrong. The boat did not go well, and there was not the right accord between the rigging and the boat. Women and horses have their caprices, and so has a boat, and he meant to tame her. The seal was quick to answer the helm, and with every wave and gust of wind he knew more about the boat than before. He turned his quid between his front teeth and grew more and more alert. He forced the seal up against a light wind and slackened down in a heavy one. He had to learn to know her, and it was like tuning a violin. "How do you like your new boat?" Jakob shouted to him as the Sea Flower ran up alongside. "Ah, it's too early to say anything about her yet." But the two companion boats began slowly to pass the seal. At first it looked as if they were lying still, one on each side, only riding the waves and foaming at the bow, but by degrees they crept on and on until they were well ahead. Kristaver's face darkened, and he leaned forward as though to drag the seal with him. "You must give our best respects to Lofoten," shouted Cornelis over to the others. "Hold your tongue, you idiot!" cried the headman, stamping on the thwart. They had still some way to go in open sea, and the water was dashing over the waterboard so that the men had to bail. "What's the matter forward now?" cried the headman, and Lars's voice answered through the wind. "Arnd Åsan is ill." The Sea Fire and the Sea Flower were now some way in advance, but Kristaver began gradually to gain upon them. He could see, however, that they were sorry for him and would not leave him behind, and that was even worse, and he choked with rage. No greater humiliation could befall a headman. They sailed in among rocks. They had to pass through channels where the trading stations came out into the water on piles. Goodness only knew where the people lived who came there to buy. Then open water again, and on the wind-swept shore of a bay in the grey mountain wall stood a few houses with smoke rising from their chimneys. If Mother lived there, thought Lars, she would go quite out of her mind. Poor Mother, if only Oluf will do all he can to help her this winter. In through more sounds where the wind was so dead against them that they had to tack. Many boats had collected here, and to tack in a channel that was only a few boat lengths in width required incessant going about. Arnd Åsan, ill as he was put to help with this, but he always seized the wrong rope and was continually getting in the way. "Go forward, Henry," cried Kristaver. "Those fellows need a nursemaid." And Henry Rabben ran forward, stopped under the sail, and helped to put it over when they tacked again. Eleseus was quite equal to managing the sheet and braces by himself in the stern. The wind went round to the east when the fairway became broader, and Henry had to go aft again, and Lars forward, for Cornelis had to take the lookout. The daylight was dying, and it was an easy matter to run aground in the channel. Lars now began to understand that the Lofoten sailor is a little more than an ordinary human being. He has eyes and ears such as no other man has, and various other senses. The dusk deepened, and a lighthouse in the west shot up ray upon ray across the water, making the darkness appear all the deeper where the rays did not reach. They saw hardly anything but the white breakers on rocks in front of them and on both sides, but they sailed on safely, Cornelis peering out over the edge of the boat and making signs with his hand in its white woolen glove, and Kristaver at the helm, forcing the seal to fly along with all sail set. The phosphorescence flashed its green light in the foam beneath the bow, and the spray that dashed up from islands and rocks was like green flames in the darkness. To the east the mountains now formed a black wall, and the sea could be heard dashing against it, while on the west the voice of the ocean was borne on heavy billows farther and farther out into the night. And they sailed on, northward, ever northward. Rounding a promontory, they entered a bay where houses stood at the foot of the mountain, with lights in their windows and yellow lanterns gleaming from ships and boats that had anchored in the harbour for the night. The sails were lowered, the grapnel was dropped overboard, and the coffee kettle set over the fire in the cabin. It was close quarters for 6 men on the bunk, although they had divested themselves of their oilskins, but the bread and butter and the hot coffee were good. They could cook food only when a suitable opportunity presented itself. "You're the deuce of a fine seaman, Arndt," said Cornelis, and though the little lamp that hung from the roof gave only a feeble light, they could all see that Arndt Åsson turned crimson. Lars laughed, Eleseus chuckled, and Kristaver smiled as he buttered his bread and cut the slice with his sheath knife. Arndt was not happy, and he had wished himself at home long ago. But then Henry Rabben turned to him and said, "Never mind, Arndt. A master has to start as an apprentice." It was a much-needed encouragement. There was a trading station with a spirit bar on shore, and they could hear already shouts and cries of men who had had too much. Cornelis wanted to go there, but Kristaver said no, and burrowing into the straw in the bunk, he produced a bottle and poured out a dram for each man, and then said it was time to go to bed. A little boat rowed past them, and they recognized Jakob's voice. He, of course, had to go ashore where there was any prospect of a fight. The men on board the Seal drew off their wet sea boots, put out the lamp, and with their clothes on, crept under the skin coverlets, the 6 men side by side with Lars, as the shortest nearest the stern. It was his first night on the Lofoten voyage, and he was to sleep in a draughty cabin, with the wind and the cold coming in at all the cracks. He wondered whether he had behaved like a real seaman that day. His new woolen gloves had become terribly wet in the course of the day, so now he lay upon them, to warm them for the next morning. The weary fishermen were soon snoring to the accompaniment of the wind in the rigging and the deep organ tones of the sea. They may have felt in their sleep that their faces and hands were red and swollen after the long day in the cold and wet, but they slept on, rocked by the waves that incessantly beat against the boat. They may perhaps also have felt something that drew them, both mind and body. They had set out, they were going farther, far, far northward, for many miles. On land there were rows between drunken fishermen and the sailors from the large vessels in the harbour, and now and then a little boat meandered over the bay filled with shouting men. End of chapter 6. 7. It is possible to sleep and think at the same time. A somnambulist can find his way where a waking man has to stand still. Kristaver Myran slept, but while he slept he was working at the Seal. It was as if the boat had been sulky all day and refused to go willingly. She had capsized 3 winters running, and had begun badly today by not keeping up with the others. Kristaver slept, but all the time he was trying to find out what was the matter with the boat. In the middle of the night he started up. He was lying nearest the door, and now he swung his feet over the edge of the bunk and crept out. The wind and the snow dashed in his face, but he felt his way to the mast, pushed the sail to one side, and raising the tarpaulin that covered the cargo, stood thinking for a moment. He was not wide enough awake to know quite what he was doing, but he took hold of a barrel of salt and moved it a few yards farther aft, and then did the same with a heavy box and a sack of flour. He then replaced the tarpaulin and returned to the cabin. He was wet with snow and chilled through and through, but he fell asleep, and this time he did not think in his sleep. The weight of the cargo was shifted farther back, and Kristaver felt that the boat was happier, and therefore he slept without dreaming. Henry Rabben was always the first to get up, for he wanted time to wash himself, to snuff up a little sea-water, and to comb his hair and beard. He did not say that others ought to do the same, but he liked to do it himself. Long before daylight appeared, all the boats left the harbour and turned northward again. The snow was falling thickly, and they could see only a few boat lengths ahead, but there was a good wind, and on the seal Cornelis was keeping a lookout. Sail and rigging became heavy with wet snow, and the boat had to be emptied of snow now and again. The beards and the hair of the men grew white, and the men themselves were like snowmen when they stood still for a few minutes. But they sailed on, and rocks and islands flew past them through the falling snow. The sailing began in real earnest only when they again came out into open water and steered northward across Folla, and now the men on the seal began to look at one another. The boat seemed to be in a better humour today. She went more easily over the waves and sped along as if relieved from some burden. When she gradually gained upon the sea-fire and the sea-flower, and then ploughed steadily and surely past them, Cornelis could not help dancing about in the forepart, clapping his hands and singing. The headman stood at the helm, and looked better pleased than he had done the day before, but there was still something about the boat that was not right. He knew it by the yielding in rigging and hull. There was a defect that he must find and correct. Day after day they sailed on, close-hauled in fair wind, or in headwind when they had to tack or simply shelter behind a headland and wait. They went through sounds and out over open sea, and one day it snowed and another it would be clear. It was always cold, and the first thing that Lars and Arndt learned was to stand still hour after hour in the limited space in the boat and feel frozen. The snow beat in their faces and the salt spray dashed upon their backs. Their feet grew stiff with cold even when they beat them together every now and then, but in a steady wind there was nothing to do but find their sea legs and put up with the cold. It seemed to Lars that all the men on board began to resemble one another. They stood still and saw the same things and thought about the same things, and their faces were simply a reflection of wind and weather, sky and sea. They grew more like one another every day. It was only the headman who stood alert at the helm from the moment they set off in the morning until they cast anchor again in the evening. If he ate anything in the middle of the day, he took the food in his unoccupied hand and bit the piece off without knowing in the least what it was, while with the other hand he swung the tiller, his eyes darting rapidly from rigging to sea. He stooped down to look forward under the sail. He pushed the tiller quickly out to one side if the boat had suddenly to go about, and his face showed when a gust was coming. He shouted an order, and all the time he munched his crust of bread. The days passed. They were grey days, and the sea was grey, and the naked rocks, and grey too were the clouds that rested on the mountain summits. White gulls hovered in the air above the boats, and a flock of black cormorants rose out of a shadow and flew farther out to sea with hoarse cries. 2 or 3 red houses were congregated in the shelter of an island, and then came miles of sea and rock again. It was a dark land with its brooding gaze turned upon the wintry fog. In the dusk a beacon light flashed out of the mist, and the white beams seemed to be seeking for someone to help. A yellow light appeared on shore in an inlet, probably in a little cottage, and then there were miles of darkness before the next light. Those who pass on the sea know that fjords run up into the land, where the mountains are clothed with forest, and farms lie along the shore, and out of these fjords come sail after sail and turn northward with the rest, leaving the grey coast behind them, with more and more banks and tradesmen before whom the fishermen must tremble if they cannot this time find the particular place where the shoals of cod are to be found. One morning when they were going northward past Helgeland, Lars's attention was attracted by a boat that came out from behind a headland and was different from the Lofoten boats he knew. "Why, look there," he said, turning to Cornelis. Well, have you never seen a boat before? Said Arnt Åsan, unable to see that there was anything remarkable about this one. Yes, that's a Nordland boat, said Cornelis. She's good enough in her way, but she can't keep up with us. Lars continued to gaze at her. She was smaller than a stadsboat and had no topsail, and the headman did not stand to steer, but sat comfortably on the seat. But the whole boat was pretty, and her lines were graceful, and she darted along as if at any moment she might rise into the air and fly like a seabird. She was a Nordland 10-oared boat, and her crew, in yellow southwesters and oilskins, spoke a softer, more sing-song dialect. The number of Nordland boats increased, and the fairway seemed crowded with sails. Here a sloop raised her grey square sail above the others, there a black-hulled galleass ploughed her way through the throng, or a solitary steamer vomited its smoke into the air, all on their voyage northward through snow and storm. For 3 days they lay weather-bound in Bodø, and during this time the crew of the Seal were all on shore except Arnt Åsan, who was so exhausted with all he had gone through lately that he felt he would have to rest if he was ever to be himself again. And there he lay, and trembled whenever he heard the shouts of the drunken seamen in the town. Late in the evening, Eleasur's Hylla crept in, smelling of spirits, and began to tell him about Jakob. He, he was really killing this time. Not really, man. But Eleasur's told him that it was in a tavern, and he himself was glad he had got away before the police came. They were some Bergen men with whom Jakob, damn it all with a limp, had had a disagreement. Eleasur's then lay down and went to sleep, and one by one the others came on board. Kristaver handled Cornelis somewhat roughly, for he opened the cabin door and threw him into the bunk head first. Henry Rabben was the last to come, and it was late when he came down to the harbour, and he walked slowly, for he was carrying Jakob on his back. It was still pitch dark the next morning when Kristaver roused the other men. The weather was still stormy, but he meant to set out, for he was tired of lying there, waiting. While they were swallowing a little coffee, Eleasus told them about Jakob, but Kristaver remarked that he had been killed so many times before that no one could stay on longer on that account. Henry Rabben said nothing. Large steamers and sailing vessels lay with their lanterns pitching when the Seal, with 3 reefs in her sail, set out in the dark. The men on board knew it was a mad thing to do, since not even the steamers dared venture out, but no one cared to offer any advice to Kristaver on the sea. The harbour light was soon lost in the driving snow. The Seal rode upon huge, foaming billows, among islands and rocks round which the spray dashed high into the air. The men had to tie on their southwesters to keep them from blowing away, and the noise of the sea, the breakers, and the wind was deafening. In the forepart of the boat, the men had to keep on bailing under a perpetual shower of water as the waves broke in over the bow. Everyone bailed except the man at the helm, who, with face dripping with sea-water, took note of nothing but the wind, the rigging, and the waves. Late in the day, when the snow fell less thickly, they rowed on the storm wave into the harbour on the island of Grøtøy. This is the last station before Lofoten, and there is only the West Fjord to cross, but that is no small matter either. A number of people were standing on the shore, gazing at this stormy petrel that was coming in from the sea alone. The men on board looked like ghosts, with their white hair, white beards, and white eyebrows, and among the men's faces was a boy's face, with the water, either tears or sea-water, running down it. It was here that Arnt Åsan, in the hearing of all his fellow seamen, asked to be allowed to go home again in a steamer. No one answered him, not even Henry Rabben. They were in the cabin, thawing themselves with coffee and a bite of food, when they heard shouts from another boat that was coming into the harbour. Lars put out his head, and as he drew it in again, said, "It's actually Andreas Ekra." At this his father laughed, and bringing out the bottle, poured out the dram. "Ha ha," he said with a chuckle. "That rascal wasn't first this time." Some time later shouts were heard from another boat, and this time Eleseus put his head out at the cabin door, but quickly drew it in again. "No, confound it," he said. "I've seen a ghost." "What's the matter?" "Jacob, and he was dead yesterday. As true as I stand here, he is just come sailing in with a sea flower." "I knew he would," said Kristofer. "Jacob may let you think he is killed, but he doesn't mean anything by it." It had been quickly rumoured in Bodø that the boat had gone out in the storm, and this had vexed Andreas Ekra, whose custom it was to steal out in advance. He lost no time in setting out, and then Jacob had to follow him. And when the steamers learned that some open boats had found the weather good enough to sail in, they were obliged, for very shame, to hoot their way out. It was an old custom for the Namdal crews to wait on Grøtøy for the Stadslanders to come and thrash them. They themselves said it was the other way around, but that was not true. A great many Namdal boats were now lying there, getting up their courage to cross the West Fjord. These boats, like their owners, were a motley company. There were Lister boats, sloops, Nordland boats, and 10-oared boats of the Åfjord type, and the men themselves were fair or dark, but most of them little swarthy fellows, with sea boots only to their knees, and trousers of blue sailcloth, with black patches behind. They looked as if they were made up of cheap shop material, and they were a mixture of a fisherman and what a true Lofoten voyager despises more than anything else, a sailor. It was not until the next day that the customary fighting began. It was up at the tradesmen, where both the shop and the bar were full of Stadsmen. They became, perhaps, rather noisy toward evening, and perhaps sang a song or two. At any rate, the barmaid refused to supply them with more drink, and the fat shopkeeper came in himself in his flowery clothes and tried to turn them out. If he had not had a Namdal man with him who began to be important and reprove them, the Stadsmen would have gone away quietly, but as it was, they took the little man with the intention of throwing him out at the door, but unfortunately made a mistake and sent him through the window. The man lay moaning in the snow, with bits of glass in his hair and beard, and calling on his countrymen to help. Meanwhile the Stadsmen had become inclined for more drink, so they pushed the shopkeeper out at a door and locked the barmaid into a cupboard, and then busied themselves with opening bottles and turning on taps in such a way that everyone should benefit by it. Just as they had settled down quietly, however, with happy faces to enjoy themselves, Namdal men thronged in from all the doors, back and front. Things became livelier and livelier, not with drink, but with fists and brass tobacco boxes as weapons. Tables, chairs, bottles, and glasses flew about, adding to the noise of heavy boots, shrieks, cries, and falls on the floor or through doors and windows. The barmaid in the cupboard shrieked that they must let her out, and the shopkeeper stood outside with the bailiff trying to get in, but in the meantime there was no room for them. The little Namdal men were supple and slipped close up to the big, heavy Trondhjem men, seizing them wherever it hurt most, and even flying at their throats and biting them. And this they called fighting. The Stadsmen were slower, but when they hit a man he fell to the floor. Even Jacob was limping about, swinging his tobacco box, though he stood for the most part in the doorway and bestowed a parting kick upon every Namdal man who was thrown down the steps. The end was as might have been expected. The room was cleared of Namdal men, after which the others had an extra drink, paid for what they had had, and sauntered down to the boats again. Jacob was the only one left, for it was always his custom to treat the bailiff. All the evening and far into the night, the Namdal men in the harbour were shouting and bleating like goats over the Stads boats, for they knew that nothing could make them more angry than to call their big fine boats goaty boats. Grøtøy is a boundary stone on the voyage north. Up to it the boats have kept along the coast all the time and have been within sight of land, but tomorrow they will set out across the West Fjord, over 85 miles of sea. Visions haunt the fisherman's mind the night before he starts, and his sleep is not as sound as usual. There are many sayings and stories about the West Fjord. There is the fog that surrounds the boats some miles from land, while at the same time a storm rises and they drift westward, right up to the celebrated maelstrom, where they are whirled around as in a funnel and disappear into the depths. Much is fable, but it haunts the sleepers' minds, and there is at any rate one thing that everybody knows, and that is that on the stormy waters of the West Fjord many a boat has turned keel upward, and the fishermen clinging to it have never been seen again. End of chapter 7. 8. That night in Grøttøy, Eleseus Hylla could not sleep. He was ready enough to take part in any fun, and he had helped to thrash the Namdal men, but he was one of those who preferred to let others stand treat and always made his escape in good time, and now he lay thinking about his last Sunday at home. They were to have taken the sacrament together, he and Berit, but instead of that, it came about that he beat her, and in church the priest had said in his sermon that we must all one day stand in the presence of God. Suppose it were tomorrow that he had to stand there. They were to set out across the West Fjord tomorrow. He was no coward, and at sea he was as good as anyone, and yet he now lay sighing. "O God," he prayed, "O God, forgive me all the evil I've done. O God, O God." That same evening Cornelis Gomund went inland alone until he came to a large farm where a light was burning in an upper window. She was sitting there perhaps, and perhaps with a baby. It was 2 years ago, when they had lain here weather-bound, that he had met her. It was wicked of him to pretend that he was the son of a rich man and could take her home to a large farm if she would have him. Since then she had written that she was going to have a child, and then again after that, and he had never answered any of her letters. He now wandered around the house in the darkness. A dog began to bark, but Cornelis kept at a good distance. Perhaps she was sitting in that room, he thought, and was probably as pretty as she had been in those days, and here he was wandering about in the darkness and could do nothing. At last he turned and took the road to the shore once more, but stopped to look back at the light in the window. Then he set off at a run as if to escape from it all, but afterwards slackened his pace a little, swinging his body from side to side, and singing as he went. The next morning they set out in a northerly gale through snow that stung like hail, and over long rolling billows. Lars stood in the bow with the other two, bailing incessantly as the waves foamed high above them and broke into the boat. When he glanced up for a moment, there was no land to be seen. The sky was fog, and the sea was green rolling mountains with crests of foam. The sea seemed so vast, and the boat so tiny. They went down head first into the trough of a wave, and it grew dark about them. They climbed up another mountain, and it grew lighter and lighter. Then they rode for a little while upon the back of the wave, which carried them on a little, but once more dived down into another valley, with a chill of suspense. Would they ever come up again? In the midst of all this, Arnt Åsan lost his wits, and falling on his knees and raising his wool-gloved hands above his head, cried out again and again, "Lord, save us! We perish," until a voice thundered from the stern, "Pitch him overboard." Lars was afraid, but it helped him just to look at his father. He had never known what his father was like until today. The boat seemed to wail and groan under the pressure that the headman put upon her. He seemed to be standing there with clenched teeth, determined to make her yield even at the risk of his life. He had a wife and children, and there were such things as banks and tradesmen, but today he thought of nothing but his boat. Today he rode upon clouds and wind. A gigantic billow comes out of the sky, capable of dashing them down to certain death. But Kristaver sees at once what angle he will cut it off, and he pulls in the sheet to give the boat power for a good start, and they mount up and up the giant wave, are carried along by it, and then once more plunge downward. Will they manage it? The black line of a squall comes racing over the foaming wave crests, but Kristaver can feel how much his boat can bear, and he runs her into the teeth of the wind and shouts, "Slack the sheet! Slack the sheet!" Eleseus repeats and lets it out so that the sail is relaxed and only half the wind can act upon it. While they plunged along, Kristaver also kept an eye on his companion boats, for on such a day something might happen and there might be need for help. Through the storm he could see the Sea Fire with her striped sail, which looked no bigger than a gnat's wing on the sea, and farther west the Sea Flower was plunging along with her tanned sail at one moment standing high against the sky, at the next disappearing in the trough of a wave, and then, after what seemed a long time, coming once more into view. There were hundreds of boats on the West Fjord, but the sea is great, and they could hardly see one another. The wind increased, and Lars had to go to the mast to mind the priar, so that only Cornelis was left to do the bailing of the bow, for Arnt stood holding on to the thwart, looking more dead than alive and trembling all over. Suddenly, without any warning, the wind fell, and it became calm in the middle of the West Fjord, but a little later it grew darker in the west with another wind, a west wind. The sail was reset, and for a time they ran on in a choppy sea, because the wind and the waves beat against one another. The fog lifted, the sky cleared, and it became intensely cold. The men were wet through with the waves and with perspiration from the hard bailing, and when they now had to stand still in the cold, the seawater turned to ice on their clothes, and the perspiration froze upon their bare bodies. Their teeth chattered, and they danced up and down and swung their arms, half mad with the icy cold in their joints and limbs. The seal sailed on, and the headman brought out his compass. The dusk was beginning to fall, when suddenly his face brightened, and he bit off a quid. There was a yellowish evening light upon the sea from the long fiery beams in the sky far down in the southwest. But what was that right ahead? Lars gazed and forgot that he was cold. He saw between sea and sky a long layer of dark blue cloud, and above it other clouds that were white, and in the golden light from the evening sky it all looked like a fairyland of blue and white and gold. "Look there," he said to Cornelis. "Yes, that's Lofoten," said Cornelis. "What nonsense! It's a bank of cloud, isn't it?" "No, it's mountain right enough. It's the Lofoten wall," answered Cornelis, jumping up and down and beating his arms upon his chest. "There will be a dram for us this evening." Lars went on gazing as they drew nearer and nearer. This was Lofoten, about which he had heard ever since he was a tiny boy, a land in the Arctic Ocean that all boys along the coast dreamed of visiting some day, a land where exploits were performed, fortunes were made, and where fishermen sailed in a race with death. Through hundreds of years they had migrated thither, and many of them had lost their lives on the sea. A few returned home with well-filled pockets, but the greater number sailed to the end of life in poverty. Yet they went up again and again, year after year, generation after generation. It was their fairyland of fortune. They had to go. And now the turn had come to Lars. Now he was to see Lofoten. The banks of cloud between sky and ocean turned into solid mountains, a long chain of blue mountains running southwest, streaked with snow and with snowdrifts on their summits. They were like an army of stone giants that had crossed the sea and had stopped here to consider. Yellow beacon lights were already visible, flashing out between sea and mountain, and there was the distant sound of the waves breaking upon the cliffs and islands of the rocky shore. It was as if the ocean sang. The boats on the West Fjord now steered by the beacons toward the various fishing stations at which they were to live during the fishing season that winter. Late in the evening the Seal worked her way up through a sound with red and green beacon lanterns on either side. Within, at the foot of a perpendicular mountain wall, lay the station, with innumerable lights shining from houses and wharves on land, and from cabins and masts in the harbour, and reflected in wavy streaks in the black water of the bay and the sound, from which there rose a penetrating odour of fish oil, pitch and fish. The Seal dropped her grapnel, to wait until the inspector had assigned her her place, and there she lay among the streaks of light, grey with all the spray that had frozen upon her as she crossed the West Fjord. The men tramped ashore, their joints stiff and their clothes crackling as the ice on them broke as they walked. They made for a low, yellow-painted little house, which stood among hundreds of others of the same description and had a turf roof. It was the hut that they were to share with the crew of the Seafire this winter. Kristofer, however, made his way straight to the telegraph station, where he managed to scrawl with a swollen hand the telegram which he always sent with the same wording every year, and which wives and children were waiting for in a few grey cottages far away in the south. Arrived safely, all well. Kristofer. This done, he straightened himself and took a deep breath. He had stood at the helm all day from early morning, and such a day on the West Fjord takes it out of one. When the men arrived at the hut, they found the door blocked by a great snowdrift, and while the others set out to kick it away, Cornelis went to fetch the key from the station king at the shop. When at last they were able to open the door, the snow fell on the floor before them. The room was empty, for it was here that the sacks of flour, barrels, boxes of provisions, and nets were to be stacked when the time came. In the inner room the first thing they saw when a match was struck was snow that had sifted in over the floor and into the bunks along the wall. A little window that looked upon the Sound was covered outside with sea spray and inside with cobwebs, and the rest of the floor was black, and there was an odour of fish, skin rugs, and damp mould. This room was to be the home of the 2 boats' crews, 12 men in all, for the winter. It was as cold as a boathouse. End of chapter 8. 9. The Kelpie must have forgotten to tidy up the place before we came, said Cornelis. A lamp with a few drops of oil in it was hanging over the table. They lighted it, and finding some sticks, made a fire in the rusty stove, upon which stood a black coffee kettle containing brown grounds from the year before. There was also a little kitchen, and there, half buried in the snow upon the hearth, stood a black pot with the remains of soup that they had forgotten to empty away before they left for home the previous spring. "Now, Henry, you must get your apron on," said Eleseus. Henry Rabben was the one who used to attend to the comfort and cleanliness of the house, and while the others began carrying up provisions and bedding from the boat, he fetched water, washed out the kettle and the pot, and swept up the snow from the floor and out of the bunks. When the men finally came in, the ice in their hair and beards soon began to melt in the heat of the stove, and they threw off their oilskins and tried to thaw their frozen boots at the fire, though it was some time before they were pliable enough to be pulled off. Out in the kitchen the wood was already crackling under a large pan full of water, and the kettle was puffing the fragrant odour of coffee into the room. "I suppose we'll be having something hot for supper tonight, shan't we?" asked Henry, making his appearance at the kitchen door, still with his sea boots on. "You'll have to go out, Eleseus, after fresh fish." "I dare say that can be managed," said Eleseus with a laugh. He was already in his wooden shoes and he clattered out of the house. Eleseus was on friendly terms with everyone on the station, and it was not long before he returned with 3 large cod in one hand and a scoopful of liver in the other. He said he had borrowed it of a fisherman who lived on the station. "Upon my word, we're going to have a good supper," said Kristaver, who came in immediately afterward. Dram glasses went round, and they looked at one another and wished one another welcome to Lofoten. Even Arnt Åsan was treated as one of themselves. The hot coffee did them good, but now, after the bitter cold out on the sea, their fingers and toes began to tingle painfully in the warmth of the room. They clapped their hands and shook their fingers and danced about the floor in their shoes, but at last there was nothing for it but to take off their stockings and go outside and bury their hands and feet in the snow for a little while. Just as the potatoes were ready and the fish and liver lay smoking on the dish, a tramping of feet was heard outside, and the crew of the Sea Fire, with Peter Susansa at their head, came into the room. The cold of the sea seemed to envelop them, and their clothing, beards, and hair were grey with ice. The room became icy cold, as if every man had brought in a winter's day with him. "That's good," exclaimed Peter Susansa. "I see you've got supper ready." He began to divest himself of his oilskins. Kristaver at once poured out the dram for every man and bade them welcome to Lofoten, they bidding him welcome in return. The newcomers had soon brought up their things from the boat and tugged off their boots, and then they gathered around the table for the first time that year, all the 12 who were to live together as one family during the winter. The stove grew hotter, and faces and hands began to swell and smart after the frost and fog on the sea, but they had lived for 10 days upon raw salt pork, coffee, and bread, and the cooked food, fresh fish, liver, and hot potatoes tasted delicious. They ate as if they could never be satisfied, as if they always had room for more, and when there was nothing left but fish bones and potato skins, they sat looking at one another's red, swollen faces, as if with the consciousness of good work well done. And then it would not have been Peter Susansa if he had not brought out a bottle and poured out the dram all round. On his way from the telegraph station, Kristaver had gone into the shop, which was as usual crowded with fishermen, to hear the news. The fishing did not promise badly this year. Some men had taken 200 and 300 cod in one set of nets, and capelin had been found in the stomachs of some. It was the first indication of how things might be this winter, and they looked at it and talked it over, but they had a difficulty in keeping their eyes open in the heat. It was as much as they could do to put fresh straw into the bunks and fling in the bedclothes. At last they could take off their trousers and coat when they went to bed. The lamp was blown out, and for a little while they lay chatting and yawning. The stove was hot, and the wet clothes and boots that were hung around it to dry sent out a pungent odour of sea-water, perspiration, and damp leather. The bunks were damp and the skin coverlets cold, but the men fell asleep with the feeling that they had come to their own again and in a way were at home. The fire died down and the room grew cold. The chill Nordland night penetrated everywhere, and the clothes and boots around the stove, which had been dripping with water, began once more to grow white and stiff, and the breath of the sleepers came from their lips like little grey clouds. Lars dreamed of his mother. He had somehow or other got out upon the sea in a wheelbarrow, and it was gradually sinking beneath him. His mother was standing on the shore, and she threw a rope to him and cried, "Lars, don't you see I want to save you?" Then his father called him from a boat farther out and threw a line out to him, and Lars took it and let himself be pulled out to his father. But his mother cried more and more distressfully, "Lars, Lars, don't you care for your mother any more?" In the middle of the night he woke with a cold and found himself lying beside his father. End of chapter 9. 10. The fishing station covered several islands that lay close in under the precipitous mountainside, and as there were no bridges over the sounds between them, there was a constant passing backward and forward of small boats. Scattered over these islands were several hundred little fishermen's huts with roofs of turf, and above them rose the church, the hospital, the fisherman's home, and the station king's white house and long yellow warehouse. In the sounds and on the bay rocked a forest of masts belonging to steamers, sailing vessels, and boats large and small. There were more than 30 such fishing stations upon the Lofoten Islands, and at this time of the year they were all busy little towns. There were fishermen from even farther north than south, and altogether they peopled a stretch of coast some 1,500 miles in length. The men had to have a day or two in which to settle down, and they carried many a heavy burden on their shoulders up from the boat into the outer room in the hut. The after cabin had to come off and the high rigging to come down, for these were used only on the voyage north and south, the lower rigging alone being employed as long as the fishing went on. When all this was accomplished, the men had a little breathing space in which to look at the wind and weather, chat with the men from Nordland, and drink a dram with old acquaintances. Kristaver stood on the edge of the wharf, looking at the Seal, which, after her re-rigging, was lying among a number of other boats. They lay side by side along the sound, as if resting after their long voyage, some with a green line around the sheer strake, others with a white line, while a few had the brown tar colour all over. Each of them could have told a tale of the fishing banks and of voyages in storm and fog. One had sailed home with wealth, another had capsized, and her crew had been washed from her keel into the waves one night, and yet there she now lay, looking perfectly innocent. Beside the Statlander, the Nordland boat looked slim and light, with her backward curving prow, as though throwing back her head before dashing through wind and wave. The Stad's boat was heavier in her lines and bigger, and, as she lay there, seemed to say to the Nordland boat, "If you're ever out in a storm, you may thank the Lord if I'm anywhere in the neighbourhood." It was the Seal, however, that Kristaver was looking at. His feeling for the boat was like that of a man toward his horse, and he almost expected it would know him and whinny to him. "Well," he said to himself, "we've got here all right, but it looked dangerous. She's still a little willful, and I must try to cure her of that." Turning, he walked in his light land boots in among the rows of houses. The odour of the fishing station made his nostrils quiver, and always gave him a feeling of youth and raised many expectations. Suppose it were to be a good fishing season this winter? Fishermen swarmed everywhere, from honest farmer fishermen in homespun to wandering sailors who seemed made up of sea boots, sailcloth, and beard. Outside one or two huts, fish were already hung up to dry. A door opened, and a hairy fellow emptied a cooking pot into the road. Heads, bones, and intestines of fish lay scattered everywhere, and high above the roofs of the houses, grey and white gulls hovered screaming. Through it all sounded the heavy booming of the sea. Kristaver greeted an acquaintance here and there, but did not stop. He was the kind of man that people turn to look at after he has passed. The stalwart man in homespun had an easy gait, and there was not a grey hair in his short red beard or on his fair curly head. He would still occasionally join in a dance of an evening, and though he might frighten people out of their wits on the sea, he was all sunshine on land, and no one could laugh more heartily over a dram and a good story than Kristaver. This year he had his boy with him, however, and if he knew him aright, Lars had 2 eyes that would take note of everything that his father did. But he could never quite get hold of Lars. The boy seemed to go round him, measuring and weighing him, and considering whether he was the kind of man that he himself would care to follow. Well, he had more book learning and a good head, but if his mother got her way and made him part company with his father and leave the whole business, then things would not be quite what he had expected when he ventured into all this with a seal. "Hello, it surely isn't you." "It was me yesterday, but is it really you?" Kristaver had run right into Edwin Hansen, a friend from Varanger in the north, and the man stood laughing all over his red beardless face. Kristaver held out his hand and laughed too. The two had met here every winter for 30 years. Kristaver had saved the other one stormy night when he was clinging to the keel of his capsized boat, and once Edwin had drawn his knife and saved Kristaver from being killed by drunken sailors in a riot. Since then they had been so much together when on shore that people began to nickname them lovers. "Are you all right?" "I'm just as right as can be," said the Nordlander. "But by the by, the commander is expected here." "No, are we going to have a visitation already?" "Yes, confound it. You'll have to know your lesson now, Kristaver." The commander was the chief inspector, and if Providence was ever in Lofoten at all, it must have been in this man's form. It was no trifling matter when he steamed into a fishing station, his vessel flying the government flag. People knew that he had been in wars abroad and went about with bullets in his body. He was also aide-de-camp to the king at the palace, and scolded and raged at high and low. Caps flew off wherever he appeared. Edwin Hansen took Kristaver into a bar, where they sat talking over a cup of coffee, telling each the other about his home. The Nordlander had heard so often about Maria and Torsten and Olaf that he asked about them as if he had known them intimately, and Kristaver asked about the other's wife and children and knew them just as well, although they were many miles off. Yes, he had lost 2 brothers since they last met. One of them had died in his bed, and the other was drowned in the Varanger fjord in the autumn. "Oh, you don't mean it!" exclaimed Kristaver, gazing at him. Yes, it was unfortunately true, but one of the widows owned half of the implements and the boat that he was headman in, and received 1/3 of what was taken by them, so that she was quite well off, he was very glad to say. And what about the other? The other? Well, she had nothing whatever to live upon, not so much as a cottage on an island, so he had brought her and her 4 children home to his own cottage before he left. "Why, but you've got a wife and 6 children yourself, and only a cottage on an island." "Right you are, that's just what it is. And as to room, why, some of the children have to sleep under the kitchen dresser, but except from that, it's all plain sailing. A brother is a strange thing, and it's worse for the one that's dead to keep the widow and the children than for the one that's living. Well, that's how it is. You've got to keep going and trust to the fishing and luck. But I've heard you've got your son with you this year." When Kristaver was once more hurrying along between the rows of houses, he was stopped by Peter Susansa. "Have you heard the news?" he said. "Jakob declares that he's going to stand in the street this evening and offer the commander a dram." "Oh, that'll be a sight. I wouldn't mind taking a ticket to see it." "It'll be at 7 o'clock. The commander is going to a party at the Station King's then, and Jakob is going to stand there and wait for him." Kristaver laughed heartily, and as he hurried on he could see in the faces of all he met that it was this news about Jakob that was sending them hither and thither. Even the Jew Moses was trotting about with his curly black hair under a fur cap, and his hands buried deeply in the pockets of his brown coat, exclaiming, "Have you heard the news? Wonderful news. That Jakob, ach Gott, haben Sie heard it? There was a crowd of fishermen in the shop at the Station King's, chewing tobacco and spitting and exchanging news, but they were not making any purchases, for they had not yet earned any money. Moreover, there was a silent war going on between the fishermen and the man behind the counter. The shop assistant, in his high boots and shining leather coat, stood with a yard measure in his hand, looking out of the window, but there was nothing to do. The shopkeeper himself came in now and then from the office and pretended to look for something on one of the shelves, but the shop full of fishermen might have been empty air for all the notice he took of them. He was a stout, grey-haired man, with a florid, wrinkled face and yellowish eyes, which he screwed up when he looked at anything. The day was past when hats and southwesters were removed from their owners' heads the moment he made his appearance. He had once been king in more than name, and that was when no fisherman dared to sell what he had caught to any other than him, and when he fixed the prices and owned all the huts and could demand whatever rents he chose. One day, however, the government authorities stepped in, with the result that the fishermen lost all their respect and dropped all that could be called politeness, sold their fish to the trading vessels, and wanted credit at the shop. There they stood now, with flashing eyes that seemed to say, "We aren't afraid of you any longer. For hundreds of years men like you have oppressed us fishermen, here and all over Lofoten, but now we snap our fingers in your face and tell you to be off." The old man did not see them, but went back into his office. Lars and Cornelis Gomund were out together, wandering about the islands, both in blue caps and homespun clothes. They were about the same height. Cornelis was 12 years the senior, but if it had not been for his fair moustache, his face would have looked quite as youthful as that of his companion. He was going to show the boy all the sights of the station, and as they hurried along, Lars tried to imitate the other's manner of rocking from side to side as he walked, wearing his cap on one side and looking the deuce of a fine fellow. "Have you thought when you're going to stand treat?" asked Cornelis. "No, what's that?" asked Lars. "Ha ha! He doesn't know what standing treat is. Do you know what a scory is?" "No. Is it a bird or a fish?" "Well, in the first place it's a 1-year-old gull, a gull like that one over the sound there. But besides that, it's a lad that's come to the Lofoten fishing for the first time." "Oh, then I'm a scory." "Of course you are, but a scory has to treat all the men in his hut." "To treat? Is that to give them a thrashing?" Lars was trying to acquire a taste for chewing tobacco and was spitting a brown juice in every direction. laughed Cornelis, measuring him with his eye from top to toe. "No, no, my friend, it is to stand drinks. A quart of spirits to every man is the least you can do." "Oh dear, that's tremendous. But there's no spirits to be bought at the station." Cornelis laughed. "You come with me one evening on board a trading vessel, and you'll see you can get as many 100 quarts as you'd like." They visited a few bars, and Lars could see on what good terms Cornelis was with all the girls. Afterward, when he went about the island, people soon let him know what he himself was. He was a scory, they said, and he would have to stand drinks. But where in the world was he to get all the money for such a quantity of spirits? Arnd Åsan was sitting alone in the hut, with his elbows on the table and his chin resting on his hands. He was alone, yes. The others were out enjoying themselves in the Lofoten atmosphere, and even the boy Lars knew about everything both on board and on shore, because he had grown up among accounts and tales of fishing life. But he himself, who in his valley at home was considered to be a fine fellow, had up to the present only been the laughing-stock of the whole crew on board the boat. He could learn the way to do things on board and their names, but as to being a seaman, whenever he opened his lips to say a word about wind and weather, the others winked at one another and smiled. And he had to stand this for a whole winter. Ah, if he were only at home again. He would sit down and scribble a letter to Gurina. He had never longed so much to take her on his knee and talk to her as he did now, but there were hundreds of miles between them. The door opened, and Henry Rabben came in, closing it after him. For a moment he stood looking at Arndt with a little smile. His eyes were large and serious, and his hair and beard well combed. "You look as if you were down in the dumps," he said. "Well, it is no concern of yours if I am," said Arndt crossly. No, but come out with me for a turn. I must show you the sights of the station, and perhaps we can get a cup of coffee and a dram. Come on." Arndt pulled the rusty beard beneath his chin doubtfully, but then rose, and they went out together. A shooting gallery had been set up on one of the wharves, and the place was crowded with seamen bent on having a shot. "Fancy throwing away your money on that," said Arndt. But Henry thought it was amusing to watch, and he would even like to have a shot himself, only it didn't happen to be convenient just today. They went into a tavern and ordered coffee, and some drunken sailors sitting there began to fight. Arndt was about to interfere and turn them out, but Henry kept him back. "Let them fight it out," he said, adding that he would not mind being in a good fight himself, only as it happened there was no chance of it just today. Arndt stared at him in surprise. He could never make that fellow out. Toward evening the commander's vessel, flying the government flag, entered the bay, with the commander in uniform on board. 2 sub-inspectors rowed quickly out, raising their hands to their caps when still at some distance, and in somewhat of a tremor at the prospect of coming face to face with the all-powerful one. He stepped down into their boat and let them row him in over the bay, while his eagle eye glanced around from vessel to vessel. "And why the deuce is that oil steamer lying there?" he suddenly thundered. "There was no other place for her, sir," one of the sub-inspectors ventured to say. "Place be damned," returned the commander. "She's lying right in the way of all the traffic both out and in. Get her out of the road and lose no time about it." They rowed in through the sounds, the commander standing up and looking at the 2 long rows of fishing boats lying along both wharves side by side, like horses in a stable. This was right, but that he never said. When a thing was as it should be, he only cleared his throat and said nothing. It was a clear frosty evening, with the first appearance of a thin moon in the eastern sky. The snow creaked under many feet, and round the huts in the neighborhood of the station king's house the roads were black with people, with much excited whispering and subdued chuckling. The commander would soon be coming, and what would he do with Jakob? Henry Rabben and Arndt Åsson had taken up a good position from which they could see the door of the station king's house. Uneven, creaking steps were heard in the snow, and Jakob appeared, with a bottle protruding from his pocket. He had shaved his upper lip, and it was quite blue. "Ho, ho," he said with a grin. When Jakob was in extra good spirits, he always said ho, ho. "You daren't do it," said a man in the crowd, in a low voice. "Oh dear, no, I daren't do it. Oh dear, no," replied Jakob as he limped on between 2 black walls of people. Suddenly a stillness fell upon the crowd. "Here he comes," said a voice, and a shiver seemed to pass through them. The creaking of a quick, firm step was heard. It was the commander. He faced the moon as he came, and it shone upon a sturdy, erect figure with a clear-cut, clean-shaven face and keen eyes. His cap was a little on one side, and over his double-breasted coat he wore a fur collar. The sight of the crowds of waiting people on both sides made him hesitate, and many of them were in such suspense as to what was going to happen that they forgot to remove their southwesters. The commander slackened his pace and glanced from side to side. At last he halted, and in a voice of thunder said, "What's going on here?" Upon this the creaking of uneven steps was heard, and Jacob emerged from the crowd and advanced toward the commander, who was standing between the two rows of people, with his shadow behind him on the snow. "Beg pardon," said Jacob, taking off his southwester. "It was only—" "Oh, it's you, is it? Are you here again this winter? Have you come to promise that you'll behave properly, so that we shan't have any rows?" "It was only to ask if you would—" "If there's anything you want, man, you know where the inspector's office is. Go home and behave properly." The commander began to move on. Now, however, Jacob simply stepped in front of him and stood with his southwester in his hand, broad and crooked, with a smile upon his face. To think of boxing the ears of a man with such a face was an impossibility. "It was only to ask if we might welcome you, sir. We've heard that you're thinking of resigning, sir, and if you do, all Lofoten will be sorry. That was all, sir, and we're here to ask if you'll let us give you a cheer. And then we want to ask you, sir, to do us the honor to drink a dram with us. It's Lysholm akavite." And before the commander had recovered from his astonishment, Jacob had drawn the bottle from his pocket, removed the cork, and after wiping its mouth with the palm of his hand, handed the bottle to the amazed officer. At this juncture, Eleseus Hylla, who was standing exactly opposite the White House, but had taken care to have at his back a door through which he could escape if the necessity arose, prepared to take flight, but wanted to see what took place up to the last possible minute. The commander had not yet taken the bottle, but he cleared his throat. "That's you all over," he said at last, suddenly taking the bottle, but before putting it to his mouth he said in a loud voice that all could hear, "You're celebrating my funeral too early, children. I've no intention of resigning, and I hope to go on abusing you for many years to come. Your health." And he raised the bottle to his lips, threw back his head, and drank so that the liquid gurgled. "A cheer for the commander!" cried Jacob, who could now hardly keep his feet in his wild enthusiasm. The cheers resounded on all sides as the commander returned the bottle, waved his hand deprecatingly, and actually ran. "Oh, that Jacob," said Arnt Åsson. "What's the good of such fool's play?" Henry, however, thought it was splendid, and only wished he was man enough to do the same sort of thing himself. "We must have a dram after that," he added. Finally he succeeded in getting Arnt to go with him to a wharf where dancing was going on. It gives zest to the dancing when there is only one girl to every 100 men. And Arnt was thinking only of Gurina. Henry followed the couple with his eyes and looked as if he would like to dance too, but just this evening nothing came of it. End of chapter 10. 11. At last the first seagoing day had arrived, and long before it was light the fishing fleet lay crowded together at the entrance into the open sea, waiting for the signal flag to be hoisted on the inspection office. Oars struck against one another and creaked. One boat bumped up against another, and at the same time was pushed from the opposite side, and oaths and abusive epithets filled the air. Each one wanted to be first. Then the flag ran up, and crowded as the water had been before, the hubbub that ensued only seemed to make matters worse. Oars were broken, there were shouts and cries on all sides, and here and there a boat-hook was raised as a weapon. "Will you keep off, you? Oh, hold your jaw!" A fresh breeze was blowing up the west fjord from the south, and the fleet now sailed out, rocking upon the long, heavy swell. On the horizon in the southwest, Lars saw something he had never seen before. A mountainous island lay there alone, far out at sea, and now it had risen above the water and was floating in the air like a gigantic bird. He gazed in wonder, for, incredible though it was, he really saw a line of yellow sky between the island and the sea. "What in the world's that?" he exclaimed, pointing to it. That's Værøy, answered Cornelis, and if you are wondering at the island taking a trip up into the air, I can tell you that it's looming. Looming? Repeated Arnt Åsan, who was also staring, while he chewed a quid. That's what it's called, yes, and you'll see plenty of that sort of thing here in Lofoten before you've done with it. White and tanned sails were scattered all over the surface of the sea. They were making for the same banks to which the forefathers of these fishermen had sailed for many hundreds of years, and the grounds extended for mile after mile along the Lofoten wall, and attracted fleets of boats from every fishing station, right out to the maelstrom, far away to the west. They had marks on the Lofoten mountains and marks in the north, by which they could take their bearings and know where the nets should go out, and when at last they reached this point and backed sail, the thin frost haze had cleared, and the whole wide surface of the West Fjord lay before them. Far, far away on the east could be seen the mountains on the mainland, looking like a white, wavy line between sky and ocean. Cornelis Gomund glanced in that direction for a moment. He recognized the mountain above Grøtøy, where there was a girl with a baby, still waiting perhaps for a letter. To the west rose the Lofoten wall itself, high and white-topped, like a row of huge snowdrifts running out into the ocean, and from the little islands and rocks came the noise of breakers and the screaming of the seafowl that flocked about them. "Lower away!" shouted the headman, and the sail was lowered, and the oars were shipped, the heavy Lofoten boat oars, that it takes strong men to balance and force through the water with any effect. "Heave the barrel overboard." The barrel with its beacon pole went overboard, dragging the long line after it. It danced up and down upon the water, and was left farther and farther astern as they rowed away, with the line rattling out over the roller on the side of the boat. It was now so far off that it was hardly visible, and the grey stream of net, with its sinkers and glass balls, began to unwind itself. Henry Rabben and Eleseus Hylla stood by the roller to keep the meshes and edges of the net from catching on the side of the boat. In front, Lars and Arnt were hanging on to the oars, and in the middle, Cornelis Gomund was fully occupied in keeping the pile of net clear. It went on streaming overboard, floated on the surface for a little while, and then disappeared, leaving the waves above it as grey as before. Ah, the first putting out of the nets! The fishing has begun. As the headman looks at these nets that are to go down into the depths and bring money up with them, he thinks, perhaps, of the endless miles of grey coast to the south, and the many cottages where women and children wait through the long winter for their menfolk to return with well-filled pockets. Is that Edwin Hansen from Varanger in his slim boat over that? Well, the headman in that boat has 3 families, he alone, for which his boat has to provide, and the 3 or 4 others on board probably have theirs too. So a Nordland boat, small as it is, may be sailing for a good many homes. Some of the children have to sleep under the kitchen dresser, but except for that, it's all plain sailing. Oh, Edwin. There now. If there wasn't one of those confounded thieves of fishermen going right across the seals' nets. It was a Nordlander, of course, and when Kristofer had finished putting out his nets and hoisted the sail again, he made straight for the fellow. "Hello there," he shouted. "Do you want to sink my nets? Isn't there room for you anywhere else on the sea as there is for others?" The headman in the Nordland boat did not even look up, but replied in his sing-song voice, "I suppose we've got the rights to put out our nets in the Almighty's own sea. We didn't know that Statslanders owned the sea up here." "You just take care what you're about," muttered Kristofer, as he dropped off before the wind and sailed in again toward land. On the following day snow was falling, and there was the same crowding together of the boats as they set sail. It was the red-letter day for the Statslanders, who were going to haul in their nets for the first time this winter. Out over the banks, however, it was impossible to see landmarks through the thickly falling snow, and the hundreds of boats wandered this way and that, hour after hour, each in search of its barrel. They saw sails appear a boat length or so to the right or left, one going in this direction, another in that, and the men on board quite white to their very hair and beards. Then they were once more lost in the falling snow, and another sail passed close by. They could hear shouts between boats that they could not see. "Have you found anything?" "No. Have you?" "No." They felt that they were over the banks, but were they wandering away westward towards Stamsund or eastward to Kabelvåg? They sailed upon the blue-grey waves, lashed by the snow from the low clouds. Some hove to or lowered the sail so as to hold a consultation. Others went on at haphazard and nearly ran into a comrade. They groped about blindly, the weather did not improve, and they spent half the day in drifting hither and thither upon the grey water. At last a Nordland man found his barrel, and others recollected how they had stood in relation to him yesterday, and managed to find theirs. Damn it all with the limp was lucky today too, and came upon his before the other Statsmen, and as the seal men had put out their nets west-southwest of him yesterday, it was easy for them to find their barrel now. The sail came down and the oars were put out, and the barrel was hauled on board. It was a great moment for Lars. He was going to help in the drawing in of Lofoten nets. It might be a good catch or a bad, wealth or poverty. It all depended upon what was in the nets. And now they were beginning to pull them in. Lars hung upon the oar to keep the boat still, but he watched the line as it ran in over the roller, with the water dripping from it. Then it grew heavier, and several men had to lend a hand as the net began to come out of the water. The fishing had begun. Kristofer had let go the tiller and stood with the gaff in his hand, ready to bring loose fish on board. The other men pulled and pulled with faces that wore no expression of expectancy, but only of being absorbed in getting something heavy on board. Haul away! Haul a-ho! The grey heap now came over the roller, the first net. The water poured from it, and the men's broad white fingerless woolen gloves were soon as wet as the nets, but they hauled on with bent backs and stiffened legs and contorted faces, for it was heavy. Haul away! A-ho! The chain of nets was hundreds of yards in length, and was now standing obliquely far down in the water. There was no mistake about its being heavy. It seemed determined to go down again, and to take Elesius and Henry Rabben with it, but they resisted and hauled on successfully, the roller swishing and spurting water. But the first net is empty. It has been on a little pleasure trip some score of fathoms down into the sea, and has taken a look around, and has returned to say that it had seen nothing. The 6 men in the boat understand it perfectly, and if the other nets tell the same tale, what is the use of their suffering cold and hardship on the sea? They went on hauling, and at last something living was hooked on board, the first cod of the year. The grey fish with the white belly, broad snout and dull eyes looked quite indifferent as to whether it was going to have anything to eat or be eaten itself. Henry Rabben took it out of the net and held it up for a moment by the gills with its tail down. A medium-sized cod, but it was the first of the year. Hour after hour they went on hauling, the perspiration streaming from their faces. A few more fish appeared at long intervals. There were perhaps 100 altogether when the last net had been hauled in. The snow had ceased to fall, and while they were putting out the nets again, it grew colder. The wind was from the land, so they had to tack all the way up to the station again. The cold increased, and the men, who had become so overheated with hauling in the nets, could now do nothing but stand still in the boat and let their wet shirts grow stiff upon their bodies. They passed some boats without rigging, and each with 4 men in them, sitting one behind another, and each pulling his line out of the water. "They're cheats," said Cornelis. "They fish with bait, those fellows, but no Stadsländer would ever fool along with such rubbish. Peter Schusanza's crew had fared no better, and when all 12 men were gathered in the hut and sat in the yellow light of the lamp, the conversation was animated. The 2 headmen were by no means disheartened by the bad beginning. "We must have fresh fish for supper tonight," said Peter Schusanza as he pulled off his high sea boots. "If you haven't got enough, Kristaver, I can lend you 100 cod or so. That ought to be enough if we take the liver too." Kristaver laughed, saying that when 12 men had made the voyage as long as to America to come up here, they must allow that the fishing was capital when 2 boats in a single day could get enough for their supper. Heleseus Hylla tramped about the room in his wooden shoes and declared things were going just as he had expected. He would be a rich man and would buy a large farm and a thick overcoat when he went home in the spring. Was there anyone who would buy his nets for which he had run into debt? Brand new nets with ropes, glass balls, and cork. What offers? His white teeth gleamed between his brown moustache and beard, but his big laughing eye had a sinister look in them. "I'll buy them," said Cornelis. "Splendid, but it must be money down, and then you'll have a whole share of the supper, and I'll take only as much as a half-share fellow, but it must be money down." This, of course, Cornelis could not do, so there was no sale. "But we've got a scory here," said Peter Schusanza, looking at Lars. "You must fetch some brandy, man, and treat us, for upon my word we need something to cheer us up." Lars tried to laugh the suggestion away, for he would never ask his father for money to buy brandy as long as the fishing was so bad. They tried to keep their spirits up, but as the evening wore on, their chins sank lower on their breasts. It was hardly likely that they would sleep well tonight, for they would probably dream of being sold up. The beginning was bad, and supposing it did not improve, what then? Henry Rabben related, however, how, the last time that the fishing had been very good, nothing was taken throughout Lofoten all that January and half of February, but that then the cod came in on their way out to sea, and there were so many taken in a fortnight that the fishermen made more than they could ever remember having made before. "So we mustn't be anxious," he said, stroking his blond moustache and glancing from one man to another. Next morning they awoke to find that the weather was such as to prevent their going out. The storm raged all day. Ships broke from their moorings in the bay and were thrown upon the islands. The forest of masts in the Sound and the harbour swayed and shrieked, and tiles were wrenched from roofs and blown about the station. Above, in the grey sky, white gulls battled on heavy, stiff wings against the wind, and their cries were like warnings of evil from heaven itself. The fishing station had become a prison in which several hundred men were confined. The shop was full of men in blouses and southwesters. Now and then a few of them would fight their way up to a rock and stand there with their oilskin coats flapping in the gale and their hands pressed upon their southwesters to keep them from flying away, while salt spray and seaweed were driven in their faces, making their cheeks tingle and their eyes smart. There was nothing to be done indoors. Nets and lines needed no mending yet, but they would never see again what they had put out yesterday with such weather as this. It was not a good beginning. No, indeed, it was not. Among the thousands of men gathered upon these 4 or 5 rocks out in the sea, there were only 1 or 2 dozen women. Some fishermen lived here all the year around, and they have wives and daughters, and there were maid-servants in the houses of the station king, the doctor, and the priest, besides 1 or 2 Nordland girls who had come with one or another boat crew to cook for them. There were also a few married women who wore hats and had a distinguished appearance, and 2 young unmarried ones, the one a governess at the doctor's, the other a telegraph assistant who wore a pince-nez. When a maid-servant or a fisherman's daughter was blown along in the wind, she would pass through a hail of eager remarks from the men she met, but when the womenfolk of the more important men went by, not a word was said, but all eyes turned to stare. If they had only been as high up in the world as a shop assistant or a wharf overseer, but it was no use for a simple fisherman to try to make up to the fine ladies. There is always a swarm of birds of prey hovering over the shoals of fishermen, and they had already arrived. There were Jews who sold watches, peddlers, colporteurs, jugglers who gave performances on a large wharf, missionaries who preached in the fisherman's house, and a man with a barrel organ and a shivering monkey in a red frock. There were also agents for the best and cheapest steamer routes to America, travelers in agricultural implements, and a big man with a sackful of ready-made clothes in front of him and another on his back. But what was the use of them all? No one had made any money yet. It was only the emigrant agent who attracted any interest, now that the fishing looked as if it were going to turn out badly again. But down the wind came sailing a huge bundle of petticoats and shawls surmounted by a fiery red face emerging from a voluminous hood. She was a personage for whom doors always opened, for she was Barbara the fortune-teller. She was welcomed everywhere, and was treated with coffee and strong drinks. If a man had a frostbitten toe, she put on cupping glasses in order to draw out the bad blood, and to a nose with an inflamed sore she applied a leech, and she could tell fortunes both in coffee grounds and with cards. Most of the birds of prey lived in her little house at the extreme end of one of the islands, where the fun was kept going until far on into the night, both in stormy weather and in calm. "Hey, there is Barbara. Come here, and you shall have a dram. You must look at the cards and see whether there'll be any fish this year." For several days the storm compelled the fishermen to remain on shore, and when the local steamer came in on her way along the Lofoten wall, she reported having seen boats drifting on the sea, keel uppermost. End of chapter 11. 12. Sleeping all day, even if there is nothing to do, becomes tiresome. The men have said all that there is to be said in an ordinary way to those with whom they are living in close quarters in the hut. They know one another by heart. They might say something more, but they know the answer beforehand. If a man is forced to open his lips, it is only to say what he said yesterday. They have listened to one another's watches. They have looked at the calendars engraved on one another's oblong brass tobacco boxes. One man lights a pipe and leans out over the edge of the bunk, and another makes a remark about the weather. It is the same weather as the day before, and there is nothing different to say about it today. At last it is 4 o'clock, the hour of the afternoon meal, and this is not eaten at the common table. No, each man is now the guest at his own provision chest, and this meal is something special. It is not merely taking a piece of bread and smearing butter upon it and eating it. No, it is like going away on a little visit to one's home far away in the south. It is probably a mother or a wife who has packed the chest, and a breath of home seems to rise from it when the lid is raised. One feels almost shy because others are present, and so one turns one's back to as many as possible, and bending down, tries to imagine oneself alone. When Peter Susansa looks into his, he sees a large wooden butter tub in which the yellow butter is sweating tiny drops of water over the salt that is mixed with it. His wife has filled the same tub for many a Lofoten expedition, but now she lies in the churchyard, and this time it is his daughter who has pressed the butter down until it is as hard as a rock. She is the daughter who is expecting a baby sometime this winter, but the fellow has gone off and left her, and she probably shed many a tear while she packed the chest. Beside the butter tub there is a large cheese, which his wife, Birgitta, had managed to make before she took to her bed, and as he cuts a slice of the cheese with his sheath knife and lays it on the bread, it seems to him that, after all, Birgitta and he are not altogether separated from one another. And then the big man with the stuffed grey beard makes some remark about the weather, just so that no one may imagine that he is in low spirits. Under the cheese is a layer of flat bread, hard and soft, which is real Christmas fare when one puts treacle on it. and there are bags of brown and white sugar for coffee, and then salt meat and sausage and brawn and such like. In the small compartment in the chest there are little bottles of medicine, one of Hoffman's anodyne for colds, another of Riga balsam for the stomach, and a third of spirits of camphor for wounds. Then there is a little bottle of turpentine for pain in the chest, and beside it lies a prayer book, which his daughter has placed there because her mother would have done so. Every little thing has its separate odor, which mingles with those of the rest of the things and creates this atmosphere of home and care for his welfare. And with every man it is the same. They bend down and retire into solitude. Scarcely a word is uttered. They are all far, far away from Lofoten and the storm. They are among their own people and are happy.
Eleseus Hylla sits silently munching, bending down now and again over his chest, and feeling all the time that he is with Berit and the children. He certainly would not beat his wife now. They are the very best of friends. Little Olea, who is 4 years old, has put in one of her doll's garments for father. She had cut 2 little holes in it and told him to remember to put it on if he had a cold in his chest. He takes it up carefully in his rough hands, watching to see that no one is looking at him, but to his eyes it is not merely a bit of rag, but a picture of the little girl herself. He eats sparingly of the sausage and dried meat, thinking it would not be a bad thing if he had some left to take home to the others in the spring. The wind is blowing outside and in through the cracks in the walls, but the men do not notice it now, for they have themselves come out of the Arctic Ocean, as it were, and are as tough and hard as seaweed. There they sit, digging their sheath knives into the butter that their wives have churned, and the bread that they had got on credit, but it will be just as well not to eat more than they need, considering what the fishing seems likely to be. Kristaver and his son bend over the same chest, which is big enough for 2, the fair, close-clipped boyish head beside the curly hair of the grown man. The contents of the chest bring to both the thought of the same woman, and they wonder how she is getting on. Occasionally an eye steals a glance at a neighbor, for in a way you may judge of a man by his provision chest. Is it poverty that makes Arnt Åsan eat lard instead of butter with his bread, or is he going to stint and save and put by something there too? Henry Rabben sits clearing his throat softly and smiling all over his face, but then he has such a pretty wife that she is the talk of the countryside, and he is with her now. He likes everything that she had thought of putting in for him. It certainly does not matter being only a poor man when you have such a clever wife. Olaus Trøen belongs to Peter Susansa's crew. It is probably only in a spirit of boastfulness that he makes an exhibition of delicacies on the lid of his chest, for he does not touch them, but only munches bread and treacle. He probably means to take it all home again with him, and perhaps sell it at the fair. Who knows? There is one man who crouches down in front of his chest, and that is Cornelis Godmoen. He has neither mother nor wife to manage for him up on the little mountain farm, but only his old half-blind father and the little sister who is not yet old enough to be confirmed. There was not much for her to choose from, poor little thing, when she was going to pack the chest for her brother, for they had had no milk just at Christmas time, and had nothing to make either cheese or butter with. If there are no fish this winter, it will go badly with that little farm before the year is over. Lars had already guessed how matters stood with Cornelis, but he did not like to offer him anything out of their own chest. His father, however, had also guessed the state of affairs, for he now took a large lump of butter out of their own tub, and cut off half a goat's milk cheese, and then whispered to Lars, "Put that into Cornelis's chest when he goes out." Henry Rabben was the first to finish, and he banged down the lid of his chest and turned the key, and then rising stretched his arms straight up above his head and took 7 deep breaths through his nose. "Is that good for the health too?" asked Eleseus. "It's good for the lungs," Henry replied. "Lars," said Peter Susansa, Will you row over for a barrel of water when you've finished?" "Yes," said Henry Rabben. "That water in the creek over here is nothing but filth. It'll make us ill." It was not Lars who had to do the cooking that day, but any one may send a scory anywhere he like. He was at the age when a lad likes to rank as a man, but when the men treat him only as a boy. "Go do that, Lars. Fetch that, Lars." It was the same refrain from morning till night, and a scory must put up with it. He quite dreaded returning from an errand performed. There was always another waiting for him. On this occasion he had to put on his sea boots and oilskins and start off again. The wind beat in his face, and he had to tie his southwester on. There was a deafening noise from the sea, and from the vessels and boats that tugged at their chains and ropes. He jumped down into the boat and began to fight his way through the storm-lashed sea to the mainland to fill his water barrel. He had to pass vessels that were almost invisible in the flying foam and spray, and at one moment dipped their anchor chain deep into the sea, and at the next jerked it up so violently that, if the little boat had been rowing past, it would have been flung into the air and capsized. Even here in the bay, Lars had waves to contend with, one of which would have been enough to dash the little boat to pieces against the side of a vessel. At last he reached the beach at the foot of the precipitous mountain wall, from which the fishing station out in the sea looked like some horrible animal wallowing in white foam beneath the dark sky. High up in the air 2 eagles came sailing in over the sea, crying from time to time, and with wings aslant, wheeling in toward the grim rocks. The storm raged on for days, until one morning the fishermen awoke to find that it was calm weather. Out on the banks they found their nets a long way from the place where they had been put out, most of them torn to shreds and tangled up with other nets. This was indeed a good beginning for all their hopes. But then the cod came in. End of chapter 12. 13. They came so suddenly, and it is just the weather one would wish to have when the incoming is at its height. The West Fjord lies under a heavy swell, crisped by a light breeze and sprinkled over for miles along the banks with a multitude of black dots, the boats. In the air above hover clouds of white gulls, and loons and cormorants fly shrieking hither and thither. There is a stir in the sea, and yet not a wave disturbs its calm. The line fishermen are pulling up cod on every hook, and the cheats keep on hauling in big lively fish. The nets are heavy today, and the men have to pull hard. The grey stream coming in over the roller is bristling with fish. Now and then one drops off and lies floating belly upward, and the headman nearly falls head first into the water in his efforts to take it up with a gaff. They will be out a long time today, for the nets must be quite cleared of fish, so that they can be put out again. Oh-ho! Oh-ho! It became difficult for Arndt and Lars to keep the boat steady as it sank deeper and deeper in the water with its ever-increasing load. The stern compartment and midships were already full, and it began to be full everywhere, and there were still several nets to come in. Pull away! Oh-ho! What did it matter that the day was passing without their having had a bite of food? Wonderful things were happening. Which of them noticed that it was beginning to grow dusk? The men were in a perspiration, and that they were accustomed to, but the rest was something new. They looked at one another and laughed, and then went on pulling. At last Eleseus Hylla could no longer contain himself, and began crowing like a cock. It was infectious, and a man from Ibestad in the north, on board one of the cheats' boats, answered with a cock crow that was still better. There was scarcely time or opportunity to look up, but a third cock crowed about a mile farther out, and goodness knows how many miles it may have spread. Here and there a dispute would arise between 2 boats whose nets had become entangled with one another. Lars's hands were blistered with manipulating the heavy oar all day,
but he did not notice it until the nets were put out again and they began to row back in the dark. There was a good 7 miles to row against the current and with a heavily laden boat, and the rowers would have to put their backs into it. Lars soon felt that the whole palm of his hand was covered with blisters, but he had to go on rowing the same as the others. All the fish would have to be cleaned before the men had supper and went to bed. It was of no use considering whether he was tired. They had fish now, and that was what they had come to Lofoten for. Lars felt that the blisters broke and that the skin was rubbed up so that his woolen glove stuck to the raw flesh, but they were a long way from land and there was nothing to do but to row. The boat seemed to grow heavier and heavier, but they must pull with a will, for it was late and there was still much to be done. Behind them stretched the dark surface of the West Fjord, crossed by a broad path of moonlight in which the water rose and fell in a long, slow swell. There was a sound of oars and boats in all directions. Far away in the darkness a Nordlander began to sing, and Cornelis Gomon, tired though he was, joined in while he plied his oar. On the shore side stood the Lofoten wall, with its snowy peaks looking like silver in the moonlight, and below on the water beacon lights, and lights in fishing stations, every here and there for mile upon mile, shining through the still air. Lars felt that his gloves were damp with blood from the sores on his hands, and there was still a long way to row, and the current was against them. The harbour lights showed green and red in the distance, and a steamer passed them with a row of lighted portholes. For a moment Lars let go his hold of the oar, and it was like laying his bare hand upon red-hot iron, but a shout from his father made him grasp it again. It was anything but pleasant to go on rowing and rubbing up the raw flesh, but for the moment the one important thing was to come ashore and set to work on the fish. There was already a great noise going on around the purchasing vessels in the bay, where the fish was being thrown on board, and the few crews that had finished their work and had come ashore had presumably drunk a dram or two, for there was singing and yelling on the islands in all directions. The Statlanders always cleaned their fish before they sold it, removed the roe and liver, and cut off the head. The roe they salted in barrels to be sold when the price was sufficiently high in the spring, but they sent the liver home, for they earned more by making it into fish oil themselves. So the next thing to be done was to stand on the rocks through the greater part of the night, and by the light of a lantern clean 1,400 or 1,500 cod before there could be any question of eating or sleeping. The weather was fine but cold. The knives were busily cutting open the fish, but the men could not have their gloves on, and their fingers, the backs of their hands, and their wrists became coated with blood and slime, which turned to ice. Arnt Olsson had to be taught this too, and it took some time, and he was nearly crying over the numbness in his fingertips. It was quiet on the sea, and was growing quieter in the bay too, for the night was far advanced, but the Statslanders still worked on at their fish. However long it took, they would have to finish it, at any rate by the time they had to put to sea again. Lars found the smarting of his hands become almost unbearable with the handling of the sea-salt fish, and he could have danced and howled with the pain, but this was not the time for childish whimpering. He was a Lofoten man now. The stooping position was trying, especially for men who were already weary, but their knives slashed away, liver in one tub, roe in the other, and the rest of the intestines pitched into the sea, and the fish thrown to one side. The moon was reflected in the sound, the snow creaked beneath the feet of a solitary night wanderer, and the whole station slept. But the men went on silently preparing fish. It was not until the approach of morning that Kristaver called to Lars, "Go up and put the coffee kettle on to boil, Lars." The boy staggered away, his head confused, his body bruised and aching, and his hands swollen and bleeding. He is in Lofoten now, and there are fish now. At last the lamp in the hut shone down upon the 12 men seated around the table with their cups of steaming coffee and pieces of bread which they scarcely gave themselves time to butter. Their skin was chafed with the cold and the sea water, and their eyes were red with looking at the riches of the sea and with their greed for more, but above all with toil. When they had finished their meal, Lars staggered to his bunk, and throwing himself upon it without removing his sea boots, fell asleep instantly. It seemed to him only a minute later that he felt his father shaking him. "Up with you, we're going out again." Lars opened his eyes and stared. Was he not to be allowed to sleep a few minutes either? "Come now," said his father. "Don't you see that the others have gone down to the boat already? We can sleep when the fish have gone again. Here is a drop of coffee for you." The boy drank it, and seizing a piece of bread, he stumbled along behind his father to start upon a new day at the oars. It was only later that he found out that after all he had slept a few hours while the others were on board a trading vessel that was relieving the seal of 1,400 fish. After this followed days in which the whole of Lofoten lay in a fever. The fine weather continued. Steamers passed, hooting, in and out of the harbour. Fish vessels sailed away loaded. Others came empty and proceeded to buy. Floating fish oil boileries cast anchor and wanted liver, and every evening the fishing fleet returned heavily laden from the banks to the station. Fish! Fish! This was going to be a golden year. It was not until late at night that the sea became quiet. There was not a wave upon the scarcely moving surface of the West Fjord as it lay in the moonlight. Some blackbirds, cormorants, had settled on the most distant rock, whence nothing was to be seen but the dark water and the shining moon, and far in at the foot of the Lofoten wall for mile after mile, harbour lights and beacons. The snowdrifts on the mountain glaciers gleamed white against the blue of heaven, where the stars of the Arctic night sparkled, and the long milky streaks of the aurora glowed and paled. When the grey dawn began to appear, the cormorant took flight with a scream over the water, answered a mile off by the loon. Not until later did the gulls rise and sail out with their first "Ah-oo! Ah-oo! A fine day! A fine day! Ah-oo! Ah-oo!" They ran chattering about the rocks, where flocks of white-breasted auks and ducks were diving into the water and rocking on the waves. "Morn! Morn! Morn!" they cried. At last it was light enough for a flag to be hoisted on the station, and as it ran up, an avalanche of boats and shouts was let loose over the smooth grey water. The shoals of fish had now come almost into land. Women and children rowed out a few boat lengths from the rocks and fished for cod. In a little boat lying to the north of the bay sat Barbara the fortune-teller, wrapped up in her woolen shawls, hauling in cod on a line, and with her was Moses the Jew in his brown overcoat, with his curly black locks and large hooked nose, pulling up the splendid big fish, one after another. "What will man do mit the cod? Why, eat it, or else sell it. Why not do a little business? He cannot sell watches on shore when everyone is on the banks. He was a Lofoten man now, and Barbara and he were going shares in the fishing." At a little distance there was another little boat, containing a missionary and a woman of disreputable character whom he was trying to reform. They were both fishing busily. The priest and the doctor were out fishing, and the shop assistants had got hold of a cockle shell and a line with a hook at the end of it. The cod would bite, even if there was nothing more than a reel upon the hook. The days passed, and Sunday came at last. End of chapter 13. 14. The men in the hut were asleep. It was Saturday night, and in view of the coming Sunday, the 12 men were at last sleeping soundly, knowing that they would not have to get up again in an hour or two. There were 6 bunks in the one room, in threes, one above the other, and 2 men in each. They lay with their heads thrown back so as to breathe freely in long, deep breaths, and the various nasal sounds from the 12 men were like the breaking of waves upon rocks. Here a coverlet was raised by a knee. There a foot appeared over the edge of the bunk. They snored and they muttered in their dreams, but they slept. Thoroughly worn out, the perspiring, sea-hardened men drifted further and further off into unconsciousness. Their sleep was as soft as wool, and they sank deeper and deeper into it, and no one was coming to wake them, for they were not obliged to get up. They slept on and on. Just at first, 1 or 2 of them were perhaps too tired, and the thoughts and images that passed through their minds too persistent to allow them to lie still. They were rowing so that their fingers were chafed to the bone. They saw the cod rise out of the sea and darken the sky like a multitude of birds. Well, cod could fly, and look, they were made of silver, no, of gold. It was riches. So come, good people, and tell us what we owe you, for this time we can manage to pay. And all the world's splendor floated before their eyes, and they bought it all, and the money in hand, everything was sent home to the little cottages on the beach. If there is anything else you want, children, just say so, for the fishing is better than anyone can remember. They buy farms with a garden and avenues of trees and horses and carriages, just as at Lindegård. Now there would be an end to that everlasting complaint of poverty and having no money in one's pocket. Little by little the visions faded, and the men were sufficiently rested to feel their weariness, and lost themselves in a pleasant haze, a quiet landscape, a paradise of rest. The dawn crept into the hut, and they slept. It grew light, and they still slept. Midday came, and no one woke, only turned over and slept on. The doctor was an energetic man, and had made up his mind that he would teach the fishermen cleanliness, and today he was going round among the huts to speak a few words of wisdom to the men. He ran into a temperance worker at the door of the stadslander's hut, and both men stopped. "Were you going in here, sir?" asked the temperance man. "That was my intention. And you?" "Yes, I had thought of doing so." "Well, we can go in together. There may be something for both of us to do." The doctor went in first, and both remained standing on the threshold, as though arrested by a vision. The floor was one confusion of wet sea boots and leather clothing. The table was covered with half-empty cups, spilled coffee and fragments of food. Round the stone-cold stove hung damp oilskins and woolen vests, and the odor of fish oil, leather, damp wool, and exhalations from human bodies made the 2 gentlemen gasp for breath. They turned and stole softly out, with a peculiar feeling of respect for the sleep they witnessed, and carefully closed the door. Twilight was falling over the station, and the men slept on. The tiny windows grew grey and then black, and they still slept. At last Peter Susansa sat up and rubbed his eyes, and then took a match and struck it on the wall. It was 7 o'clock by his watch. It was too early to get up on a Sunday morning, so he drew the coverlet over him and went to sleep again. Next, Eleseus heard sounds of talking outside and, getting up, went out. When he returned, he cried, "Get up, men, we've slept all day, and it's Sunday evening. Do you hear? Wake up, I'll make the coffee." He lighted the lamp, made a little clearance in the hut, and put on the kettle. The others went to sleep again, but Eleseus was in a good temper and was splendid now that things were going well. It did not take him long to think out a little surprise. He would take a little of his soft flatbread, spread butter and treacle on it, cut it neatly up into pieces and put it on a plate, and then serve the company with early morning coffee in bed, at 8 o'clock in the evening. He washed himself, combed his hair and beard, and made himself spruce, and then hunted up a blue check shirt that would do well as a housemaid's apron, and tied it around him. And when everything was ready and coffee steaming in 12 cups, he began singing a Christmas hymn to wake them up, for there could be no mistake about its being Christmas when they were served with such fare in bed. When at last they sat up and were quite awake, a neighbor came in and told them that there had been no one at church except the priest and the sacristan. The whole station had been asleep. This made them at last understand that it was not morning but evening, and they looked at one another and found out that they were ravenously hungry. They had not tasted hot food for a whole week and had gone hungry for several days, so they needed something more than coffee and flatbread now. Someone said, "Melja," and instantly there was a chorus of "Melja." That was a dish to set before a king, and they had not had it yet this year, so of course it must be Melja. "Henry," said Peter Susansa, "I know you're a good hand at that, so you must set to work." While Henry Rabben was busy over the hearth in the kitchen, Lars had to take out pen and ink and write Lofoten letters for the men. Most of the men had arrived at the age when they no longer ventured to use a pen, for the many years of Lofoten fishing had made their hands stiff and swollen. "Now you must show us whether you can write," they said to the scory. For now their wives and children must have a little news, and perhaps a little paper money inside too. But don't write outside the envelope that there is money inside, for then there will be such chatter and gossip about it all over the neighborhood. Lars sat under the yellow light of the lamp, trying to keep his eyes open while he scrawled what the men wanted to say. His hands were terribly sore and stiff, but Cornelis Gomon had taught him to rub them well with tar and tallow. "What do you want to say, Eleseus?" "Ah, you must say that we're working as hard as we can." Bending closer, he added in a low voice, though everyone in the hut could not help knowing it, "And you can say that we can't complain about the fishing, but it'll be just as well if she keeps that to herself." They came one after another, with a crumbled envelope in one big hand and a sheet of blue-lined paper in the other, bought at the shop for 2 öre one day when they had been kept on shore. "See here, you must scribble a few words for me too." And every one of them wanted to say that they could not complain with regard to the fishing, but they always added this in a low voice, bending down to say it. A certain shyness came over these big fishermen when they had to go to their chests to take a banknote out of the small compartment with the others looking on, and it was still worse to have to go forward into the light and say that it was what the wife was to have. It was almost like showing an engagement ring when it was meant to be secret. When he came to the table, the man would make his back as broad as possible toward the others and push the note toward the boy, as invisibly as he could manage to do it, saying, "Perhaps you'd better put that inside." While this was going on, Kristaver clattered out into the kitchen in his wooden shoes and closed the door behind him so that he and Henry Rabben were alone. "Ah, I shall be glad of a little help," said Henry, who was busy with the fire and saucepans. Kristaver looked at him. "There is something I want to talk to you about privately," he said. "Is there? Is it anything unpleasant?" Henry had already found time to comb his hair and beard, and in all probability had been out and snuffed up a little sea-water as well. "You were one of my guarantors, so that I saved my boat." "Aye, but was that too much? A clever fellow like you must have his own boat." Kristaver insisted, however, that Henry should accept a service from him in return. "Aye, well, if you'll train me to be as good a headman as yourself, You must see that it's quite out of the question for you to be a half-share man." Was it? But he had no nets and no share in the boat, so he was a half-share man like the others. Wasn't that all right? Kristaver told him that he could have nets from him, so that he could be a whole-share man. "You must agree to it," he said. It was no small matter, for the headman was doing nothing less than doubling the profits of the other man. Henry looked first at him and then at the pan on the fire, his lips smiling but his eyes serious. "You want me to take payment for a service I did you," he said at last. "Well, you lost your nets last year, and now you have an opportunity of getting them back again. We can make a new agreement. Now you must be good enough to say yes." But you took the risk for us all together, both for nets and boat, and he who makes the venture takes a prize. We people at Rabben can't eat more than our fill, and we won't take the money that you've the right to. Thanks all the same, but come in to supper now." Kristofer stared. Henry need only hold out his hand, and he could have nets and double the profits on his share, and the fellow goes and says, "No." "Melja! Get away from the table, men. Here is supper at last." Henry brought in several plates of broken-up flatbread, and then, taking in the saucepan full of boiled, steaming hot liver, he ladled out a liberal helping into each plate. The oil glistened as it flowed over the piles of flatbread, and over it was strewn grated goat's milk cheese, after which treacle was poured all over in long, golden-brown, sinuous lines. The next thing was to stir it all up with a spoon, and there you had a mixture that was worth tasting. The 12 men seated themselves around the table and set to work. It was not easy to say when they at last had a spoon in their hands. It seemed to them that they had lived upon coffee and bread as long as they could remember. But this was not simply food. It was like a wedding. The plates were emptied in an incredibly short space of time. Oh yes, Henry Rabben had more liver, and he had soon prepared new platefuls, and then the spoons went at it again. What? Were the dishes empty already? They were only just beginning to enjoy their meal. One or two let out their belts a hole or two, but all felt that there was not a wedding at the station every day. Faces, beards, fingers shone with oil, treacle, and cheese. Lars had to go out to the snowdrift where the liver was kept fresh and bring in another saucepan full. It took some time to boil, but now they could have a smoke and a dram while they waited. There were footsteps outside, and Jakob came sailing in, swinging round his long leg as he turned to shut the door behind him. "Good evening, men. Why, damn it all, couldn't I tell by the smell that you were having something good for supper?" "Come in and sit down," came from the smokers sitting round in the room. The men winked at one another, for whenever Melja was served on the station, Jakob never failed to get wind of it and would put in an appearance there, even if he had already eaten his fill of that delicacy in his own hut. "You must find a place at the table," said Peter Susansa, an invitation to which Jakob was not slow to respond. He brought news, however. "There is another tax to be laid upon us fishermen," he said, helping himself to a spoon which he polished on his sleeve just as a fresh supply of Melja was brought in. "What's it going to be now?" "Why, every boat's got to hand over 50 fish to the hospital for medicine. That's a nasty one for the fishermen." The others said, and were of the same opinion. As Jakob sat there, the difference between him and the others was very apparent. His straight black hair and beard were in marked contrast to their fair hair and blue eyes. They wore homespun, woven in their own homes from the wool of their own sheep, but Jakob had no one to weave for him. He had to go to the shop for all that he clothed himself in, and was now dressed in an Iceland jersey and leather waistcoat, and the blouse outside these was blue. Whom had he to fish for? No one. He belonged to Lofoten, and was with the others on the way north and home again, and he belonged to the same neighborhood down there, but his real home was in the cabin of the Sea Flower. There was only one thing that could explain his not as yet having been killed in a fight, or ruined by drink, or drowned through mad sailing, and that was that he was Jakob. And here he sat, in the best of tempers, eating Melja and drinking drams, the immortal, lame Jakob, damn it all with a limp, the stormy petrel on shore. He told them that a new preacher was expected to arrive. The priest was furiously angry, but the fellow was said to be very good at explaining the word of God, and as he said the word of God, Jacob put his head on one side and looked at the lamp, and almost fancied he tasted something sweet. When the dish was empty, he rose and took his departure. He had an inkling that there was another hut where Melia was to be had, and when he came out into the dark, he steered his course through the snow straight for a light that shone from a rocky knoll. His southwester and broad back certainly swung a little too much to the right, but this did not prevent him from singing his favorite song, "Oh, dear Maria, oh ho!" The hut to which the scent now led was occupied by Andreas Ekra, head man on the Stormbird, and here there were both Melia and spirits to be had. But the men were sleepy and wanted to go to bed, for they would have to get up early to begin a week of toil. Once more Jacob turned out into the dark night. By this time he had put away a great many small drams and taken a good cargo of Melia on board, but he steered for the harbour light and remembered more or less where his little boat lay. Of course, as he staggered along past the little dark huts, he had to sing his song, "Oh, dear Maria, oh ho!" Hello! He had tumbled into a snowdrift. But what was there to prevent his lying there for a little while quietly and looking at the stars and then scrambling up again? The lights on the wharves and in the huts were out, and no one saw that Jacob was white on one side and dark on the other. Ha! There was a fellow stealing along with a girl. Heh, heh! Did he think that Jacob had never been young himself? At last he reached his boat, unfastened her, and tumbling in, got out the oars. Beneath him lay the water of the Sound, dotted with stars, and above him was the sky, sparkling with still more stars. And now the wharves began to move backward, away from him. Well, well, let them go. Ships and boats on the harbour, the noise of breakers out at sea, darkness and peace on land and water. Oh, dear Maria, oh ho! End of chapter 14. Chapter 15. It was winter too, with snow and storm on the grey shore far down in the south. Wives and children were each busy in their own way, but their thoughts were with the men upon the sea, far, far up in the north. High up among the hills on a little mountain farm, there lived an old man with a white beard, the father of Cornelis Gomon. He groped his way about, out and in, and grew more infirm every day. Was it not strange? Once he had had such capital sight that he could distinguish a sheep one from another miles away on the mountain, and he could follow the boats and ships down below on the fjord, and knew them all and could give them their right names. Even in the lowlands at the foot of the West Mountains, right on the other side of the fjord, he could see a boat lying on the beach, and the smoke rising from the red and grey farms. And now he could scarcely see his own hand. Think of it! He used to earn a good deal of money by making birch brooms and wooden shoes, but now he only cut himself because his hands trembled so, and besides he could not wade through the deep snow to find material. His little daughter fed the sheep, the 2 cows, and the little fjord horse, and he was not so bad but that he could find his way to the stable and feel the animals to see if they were properly cared for. But except for that, all he had to do was to sit on a stool beside the stove and smoke a small iron pipe, keep up the fire, and let the time pass. The wind was always blowing up on the hills, and had gradually taken shape in his mind and become a person to whom he could talk. He had the child to talk to, and she did what she could, but at least one evening a week she went off on skis the 3 or 4 miles down to the nearest neighbour to chatter and enjoy herself with other young folk. No, the wind was far more to be counted upon. It was always about the house. The old man was now sitting alone and talking to the wind about Cornelis. They were both agreed that he was a capital fellow, not afraid of either a dram or a fight, and was good for 2 if necessary, and kind-hearted if you only took him in the right way. They both agreed on this. And now the winter was passing, and soon he would be coming home with his earnings, and then they would be able to pay both the shop and the bank, and as far as the bailiff was concerned, Cornelis would be able to shut him up. As he sat there with his long white hair and beard, and his face looking ruddy in the light from the stove, the wind and he were as soon agreed about another thing, namely, that Cornelis must soon get married, for a grown-up woman was needed in the house, and he, the old man, though not getting younger, was still able to rock a cradle. Rock a cradle? Yes, said the wind. Wee, wee. Rock a cradle? Yes, said the old man as he watched the flames, and then he wiped his red, watery eyes and shook his white head. Hush-a-bye, baby. If it were a boy, of course he would be called Ola after his grandfather. Boy? Yes, said the wind. Ola? Yes, said the wind. Hush-a-bye, baby. The wind that the old man was talking to was the northwest. It came in from the sea, took a leap over Blue Hill, and began to thunder and roar in among the mountains, and covered the fjord and the low-lying districts with spray and driving snow day after day. White snow wraiths were whirled up sky-high and carried headlong through the gloom. Down on the beach, the lights in the cottage windows could scarcely be seen. The cottages seemed to be crouching down and trying to hide in the snow from sheer terror of the storm. On one such evening, the 14-year-old Oluf Myran was coming on skis from the shop, which was also the post office, with a bag upon his back and his cap drawn down over his ears. He had with him a number of letters that had to be distributed about the neighborhood that evening. Lofoten letters. It is quite an event when one drops into a little cottage. Bless my soul, says the wife, it can't surely be true. She has been waiting and longing, and there it is at last. Is it really true? Andreas Ekra's wife, Anna Marta, had been to the bog to get some peat, and on her way back had a hurricane to struggle against upon a road that was nothing but snowdrifts, into which both she and the load sank. She pulled with all her might and waded in snow up to her hips, and if anyone imagined that she was such a follower of fashion as to be wearing cotton unmentionables under her petticoat, he would be very much mistaken. Then the sled pitched on its head and had to be pulled up. Then its hind part sank deep in and seemed to be sitting, looking at her like some animal, and the lashing and whirling of the wind and snow in her face were enough to make anyone take God's name in vain and swear. Deuce take the drifts. She was only a woman, and she was covered with snow from head to foot. And there, if the sled didn't upset again and the peat slide off and lie in the heap on the snow. No, when once the devil is let loose. But home it should go, and she swore once more, and then set to work pushing and pulling and struggling, as if she was raging and clawing and fighting with 700 little devils. The fire was burning on the hearth in the kitchen, and there was a light in the window when she at last came through the drift close to the kitchen door, and at that moment a boy on skis came past the corner of the cowshed. "Hallo!" he cried. "Is that you, Oluf? You're not going around with Lofoten letters, are you?" "Yes, I am." "There isn't one for me, I suppose?" "No, but nearly everyone else in the neighborhood's got one." "Letters with money in too?" "Yes, there are some with sealing wax on that I had to sign my name for." And the boy went on his way through the wind. Ah, that Andreas! It was just like him. He never wrote home from the beginning to the end of the winter, and he never sent her a penny, even when the fishing was so good that he was rolling in money. It would serve him right if she left off taking any trouble about him, and upon her word she would make up his bed in the cowshed when he came home in the spring, and she would sleep in the bed in the living room herself with the 2 children. The horrid fellow! His old mother was sitting beside the stove, smoking chewing tobacco in a clay pipe. She was always scolding, and nothing that her son's wife did was right. But she herself had to be looked after and cared for like a baby. Anna Marta brought in the peat and brushed the snow from her dress, and as soon as she had had her supper and put the children to bed, she sat down to spin yarn for the pastor's wife. Someone had to earn a little money if the man of the house did nothing for his family. And as she sat there in the lamplight, tall and fair, and made the spinning wheel whir, she actually began singing a love ballad, even though the old woman beside the stove growled and held her hands over her ears. Meanwhile, the boy on skis had stopped at the little red house, where he found Berit Hylla wading through the snowdrifts with water that she was bringing in for the evening meal. "A Lofoten letter! My gracious! Then you must come in, Oluf." How was it possible that this beautiful woman could have taken Eleseus Hylla? It was true that she had had a child with another man who had gone away to America, but even after that, Brant at Lindegård himself had said that she looked like a princess, and that her hair was like golden sunshine. And then she went and threw herself away upon Eleseus. Since then she had never seemed to have time to sit down. She was running about, indoors and out, from morning till night, perhaps to keep herself from thinking, for Eleseus had forbidden her to let her child set foot in his house. "I won't have that bastard here," he used to say. It was a little girl, and the poor board had sent her to a farm where she did a maidservant's work, although she was only 12 years old. It was hard for her mother never to see her, never to be allowed to visit her. The beautiful woman was becoming hollow-cheeked and thin, but her hair was the same as before, and when she let it down, the streams of golden sunshine fell almost to her feet. Now a Lofoten letter had come for her, and when she sat down, cold as she was, beneath the lamp and read the few lines it contained, her eyes filled with tears. There was a 10-krone note enclosed, and there were many wives who would be only too glad if they received no more than half of that. Now, wasn't it true, as she always said, that Eleseus was very good? Oluf Myran glided on through the wind and the darkness from house to house with Lofoten letters. At home at Myran there was great excitement, for the letter to Maria was a real true money letter with many seals upon it. When she took it in her hand, she turned it over and over, and held it under the lamp to see if it were Kristofer himself who had written it, and round her pressed several heads, fair and dark, trying to get a view. When she opened the letter, several banknotes fell out, which she hastily replaced in the envelope. Her husband wrote that the fishing was quite extraordinarily good, so that things might go better at Myran after this. The bedroom door opened, and the old woman with spectacles upon her long nose appeared. "A Lofoten letter! Well, I declare!" Maria's mother, Lava Rotåsen, happened to be staying there just now. She was to have gone home several days ago, but how could she, in such weather, and with the roads in such a state? She now appeared beside the other old woman at the bedroom door, and asked if it was a money letter. "Yes," answered Maria. The two old women came nearer with inquisitive faces, but Maria had already hidden both letter and notes in her bodice. "How are they getting on?" asked Kristofer's mother. "Oh, they're getting on all right." There was nothing more to tell the two old people. A little secret between her and Kristofer did not concern others. "And Lars?" asked Lava again. "Yes, he's working as hard as he can, too." "And the fishing's so extra good, people say. Is that true?" It was her mother-in-law who made the inquiry. "Oh, it can vary so," said Maria, clambering up onto her weaving stool and beginning to weave. Old people should not be told too much. When Oluf had eaten his supper, he had to go out into the storm again, for there was still one more Lofoten letter, and they are not things that you allow to lie until the next morning. It was for Siri Skare, who lived away up on the hillside with a lot of children, and had very little of either food or firing. No one in the neighborhood would have her husband Severin on his boat because he was always swarming with vermin, but he went north by steamer and shipped with the line fishermen year after year. It was not much that he brought home, but it was better than nothing. Both winter and summer, the grey little cottage on the hillside presented a poverty-stricken appearance. The buildings were in such a state of disrepair that the cows in the cowshed were almost up to their knees in water, and the children wore caps pulled down over their ears and woolen gloves indoors because the wind blew right through the walls. It was hither that Oluf at last made his way. On opening the door, he ran into a skin coverlet that was hung up to keep out the draught. Within was a room in which stood 3 beds full of shivering children, while a pale woman sat carding wool by the light from the stove. She was wrapped in a large faded woolen shawl, but she too was blue with cold. She was not much more than 30, but her face was pale, worn, and lined, and her eyelids so heavy that she seemed hardly able to raise them to look at the newcomer. "A Lofoten letter." As she opened it, a 5-krone note dropped out. Dear me! This was wealth indeed. "Sit down and I'll get you some flat bread and cream," she said, feeling that she must do something in return for the blessing he had brought them all. Oluf could not wait, however. He was the man of the house at home now, so he had to be off again. There were many other things for such a lad to do in a neighborhood where all the men were away. A little while ago a girl went out of her mind, and he had to go and watch over her for a day and a night, and then go with her and her mother to the asylum. And when old Trøen had inflammation of the lungs, Oluf had to get a horse from Lindegård and go for the doctor. People felt that they must go for help to the menfolk that were left. He forced his way through the northwest wind, his face lashed with snow and sea spray and with sand and seaweed that the wind whirled up from the beach. As he opened the door at Myran, the wind tore it from his hands and swung it back against the wall. The house shook, the sudden gust of wind extinguished the lamp, and the children began to cry. It is unpleasant to be out on such a stormy night. It is bad enough down by the fjord, but what must it be for those who perhaps are out on the sea? Lofoten, Lofoten. Marja had relighted the lamp and put the children to bed, and had returned to her weaving. The house shook with the wind, and it was a relief to her to have her fingers occupied when the gusts of wind threatened to lift the cottage and carry it away through the night. Was she afraid? No, but she felt inclined to sing, to cry out wild, incoherent words, only to drown those shrieks of anguish out in the darkness, where the storm was like a howling of evil spirits. She worked on with busy fingers. It was no ordinary piece of weaving, not homespun or linen. It was a hanging with figures woven into it, and she had learned how to do it from the master forester's wife up in the valley when she was a girl. This lady had lately come to her with a pattern for her to weave from, and had explained the figures to her, though she had learned about them in her school days. It represented the legend of Siegfried, and at present she was doing the part where Siegfried was riding on his horse Crane through a great crackling fire on the mountain of Franconia. As she sat there with the storm about her, she seemed to be looking at her own life as she wove the great legend of long ago into her web. She was condemned to live here by the sea, which she hated. It would almost be a rest to go out of her mind some day, but she would have to take Kristofer with her. She could easily throw herself into the sea in weather like this, but she must have Kristofer with her. On such a night she sometimes felt as wicked as a witch, almost as when Siegfried drank the blood of the dragon. She wanted to do evil, she wanted to kill, but she must certainly have Kristofer with her. It was near midnight, and the storm was increasing, but she sat on, weaving the saga into her web. The 2 old women had gone to bed in the bedroom, and the children were whimpering in their sleep. The cottage shook, and the spray dashed against the window. Suddenly Maria's mother-in-law appeared at the bedroom door in her nightdress without her spectacles. "Good Lord!" she exclaimed. "Don't you hear the storm? What must it be like in Lofoten? Oh, good Lord!" The tall old woman came in and began to walk up and down the room with folded hands. Her black cap was still on the back of her head, with wisps of white hair escaping from it. "There will be dreadful things happening tonight, Maria. There will be many sleeping tonight never to wake again. God help those who are on the sea tonight, and God be merciful to every sinner that has to stand before his judge tonight. We are in danger wherever we go. Tonight, Maria, oh Lord Jesus!" She had experienced many such stormy times in years past, and on a night like this she forgot that she was old and rheumatic, and became young and active from the great things she saw. It was as though the Almighty himself came down and took her with him in all his power, as though she could almost open the door and fly out into the awful storm. Lord Jesus, what a night, Maria, what a night! Maria went on with her weaving, her face pale and hard. The old woman began singing the hymn for those at sea, and it sounded weird in all the noise outside. Maria turned to look at the old woman in her nightdress, walking up and down the room with wide open eyes, singing to what she saw. Her face seemed to be the face of the very storm itself, and her voice the voice of drowning men. They dared not put out the lamp when at last they went to bed. "Oh Lord," sighed Maria too, as she pulled the clothes over her head, but it was not a prayer to him, for God was only the power of evil in storm and disaster. Pray to him? No, she closed her lips tightly and hardened herself in defiance. Pray to him? Never, never! Away up in the valley he was quite different. He made the ground fruitful and ripened the corn. There he represented still moonlit evenings, the call of the blackcock on the hill, the trickling of the brook, light nights and warmth. But here beside the sea he was a different God, whom to know might be to lose one's wits. Oh, if she could only take the children and move up into the valley some day, what a good woman she would be. But Kristaver would have to come too. There was a noise on the porch, and someone tried the door. Or was it the wind? No. Is it possible that anyone can be out in such weather? It was a neighbor, Olina Trøen. "Don't be afraid," she said, "but Peter Susanne's girl's taken ill." "Goodness me!" exclaimed Maria, sitting up. "You must get up and go there with me," said Olina. "She can't be left to lie there and die, and Oluf must go for the midwife." A little later, 2 women and a boy were struggling through the storm and the snowdrifts as they made their way along the road by the light of a lantern. End of chapter 15. 16. It was clear that Lars would have to stand treat. It was a custom as old as the Lofoten fisheries themselves that the lad who was up there for the first time must hold festival for the whole hut and have a glass to offer to all that came in that evening. One morning the fleet of fishing boats lay waiting for the signal to row out, when suddenly a noise of shouts and laughter began to be heard round the seal. Men pointed up at the masthead and cried, "Look there!" And there hung a young gull by its neck, with wings extended. "What in the world does it mean?" asked Lars. "It means that we've got a young gull on board that hasn't stood treat yet," said Cornelis. "Take down that carrion," cried the headman, and Lars had to run the gauntlet of jeers as he climbed up through the rigging and took the bird down. "That's him! That's him!" came from all sides. But it was his father's fault. Could he not understand that he must come of his own accord and offer his son the few pence he would need for treating? For some time no one in the hut said anything more about the matter, but then one morning Lars pulled on his sea boots in the dark without noticing what they looked like, and when they were once more in the crowd of boats waiting to go out, there was a fresh commotion round the seal. Gloved hands pointed from all directions. "Oh, look, he's a feathery one." "It's you," Cornelis said to Lars. And then Lars saw that his boots had been rubbed over with tar and then rolled in feathers, gull's feathers, and he looked like some big strange bird with his feathered legs. Lars felt as if he would choke and threw an angry glance at his father. Was he to be jeered and laughed at all through the winter? That evening, however, when they had come ashore, his father called him outside and gave him 2 or 3 notes, saying as he did so, "I suppose we must get this treating over." Then, turning his face away as if in embarrassment, he added, "But take care, Lars. Remember your mother." In the course of the evening, Cornelis and Lars rowed off in the little boat in bright moonlight. The water in the Sound was so clear that the codheads lying on the bottom could be seen staring up with dead, fixed eyes, and the light twinkled from bones and scales. The dark hulls of the steamers and other vessels lying in the bay were reflected in the water, with their rigging, lanterns, and furled sails. The mountains lifted their snowy peaks toward the clear greenish-blue sky above them, in which hung a few soft white clouds. The phosphorescence in the water was very brilliant. It glowed green in the wake of the boat and among the tufts of seaweed round the rocks, and turned the water that dripped from the oars every time they were lifted into shining silver flames, and when a movement on the surface sent a splash of water up on the bow of a ship, it left a bright patch of tiny living stars. The tones of a concertina floated out from a great 3-master, and from beyond the yellow harbour lights came the monotonous moaning of the waves, which never slept. "We'll try the Parson galleass," said Cornelis. There were many vessels in the bay from which spirits were sold in all secrecy, but the day before a galleass had anchored that was known all over Lofoten because her skipper had been a theological student. He sold spirits to anyone who wanted them, and preferred the payment to be in fish rather than in money. "That's where we must go," Cornelis said. But as they were rowing through this town of vessels, he suddenly stopped to gaze at the sloop. "Ha," he said, "there'll soon be the devil of a row in the camp." "Why, what's up now?" "The Langmo fellows have come, it seems, and Henry is probably out hunting for the Ranen man that knocked his eye out last year." The Langmo fellows were 3 fighters from the same district as Cornelis and Lars. They had their own sloop, and in Lofoten went by the name of the Big Statslanders. 2 of them had already lost an eye, and this did not make their mood gentler when they were in drink. "We shall have some fun now," Cornelis added as they rowed on. "And there's the Parson galleass." They rowed up to a dark vessel on the deck, of which a man in a southwester was walking up and down, whistling. "What do you want?" he said, leaning over the gunwale. "We came to ask whether you have any treacle you could let us have," said Cornelis innocently, as he swung himself up on board. Some bargaining went on in an undertone between the 2 on the deck. "I wonder if that's the parson," thought Lars. The boy was in a strange mood at the prospect of taking part in a carousal. "Remember your mother," his father had said, but there was someone else who now came into his mind, a fair, rosy little girl to whom he had once been married for fun in a barn. How was it that her image should come before him so clearly just this evening? He had never cared very much for her, but now that he was going, as it were, into danger, he felt that he needed something beautiful to cling to. Her name was Ellen Koya. She was always teasing him, but that last evening at home, when she had sat in front of him on his sled lightning, she was really quite a little wife to him. Could she have come that evening on purpose, so that they might be friends again before he set out on the long Lofoten voyage? "How much money have you got, boy?" It was Cornelis, leaning over between 2 shrouds. The boy startled and awoke to reality. 15 kroner, he answered. "That'll be 20 quarts if it's to be the French," said the watchman. At that moment the door of the cabin opened, and an old man in a fur coat and fur cap came out on the deck. His spectacles and grey beard were distinctly visible in the moonlight. "What is it?" he asked in a hoarse voice, apparently without noticing anyone but the watchman. "Oh, very well, but fish in return. Be sure to remember that. We'd rather have fish. Good evening." And he crossed to the other side of the vessel, and, panting, scrambled down into a little boat. That was the parson, thought Lars. It certainly paid to take payment in fish, for most of those who bought brandy were not very good at reckoning. Jacob, for instance, would give a whole boatload for a barrel of the French, and it never struck him that he was paying 5 times its price. But misfortune was at hand. Just as the keg with its 20 litres hung in the air preparatory to being lowered into the boat, one of the iron claws that held it slipped. Bang went the keg upon the bottom of the boat, then a splash, and the bright liquid began to pour out. "Oh, goodness!" cried Lars in dismay. "Damn!" said Cornelis, dropping as quick as lightning into the boat. "Doesn't matter," said the man on the deck. "I'll lend you an empty keg and a funnel." While Lars rowed back to land, Cornelis was on his knees in the bottom of the boat, bailing up the precious liquid and pouring it into the new keg, every now and then taking a sip from the bailer to see whether it tasted of tar or sea-water. "Now you must just hold your tongue," he said. "There's no harm done. It only tastes all the fresher." End of chapter 16. 17. So Lars stood treat. The men were sitting in the hut, each busy with his work in the yellow lamplight. Not a word was spoken. They turned their backs to one another, most of them stooping over nets that they were mending. Eleseus Hylla lay in one of the uppermost bunks, complaining of shooting pains in his back. "Oh, oh," he groaned, and raising the skin coverlet on his toe, he kicked it up to the ceiling. Arnt Åsan was busy putting the finishing touches to a new pair of wooden shoes for his wife and making them so beautiful that he began to be quite fond of them. Henry Rabben was sitting at the table, stroking his beard and reading a book about cottagers' gardens. He murmured, and nodded in agreement with all that the book said, although his face wore a doubtful expression. The fishing was not so good now, so they finished work at a reasonable hour. But what was there to talk about? They knew one another so well that they could tell before asking a question what the answer would be. Suddenly the kitchen door opened, and in came Lars with bottles and glasses, and after him Cornelis with a big steaming coffee kettle. The table was laid, and Lars, the scory, went round filling the glasses. The men woke up. They removed the quids from their mouths, put their heads on one side, and looked almost bashful. "This is altogether too much," they said. They emptied their glasses at a draught and made sufficiently wry faces afterward, but Lars was terribly afraid that they would say something about the taste. But no, it was all right. "That there's a good brand," said one. "It's French," said another, and Lars was greatly relieved in his mind. It was the first time Christopher had taken a dram from his own son, but he let him stand holding out the glass for some time before he took any notice. Arnt Åsan would not have any. He shook his head and went on polishing his wooden shoes, and Lars thought how like a sheep he looked as he sat there, despite his goat's beard and gold earrings. At that moment Cornelis let fall the words that for several days Arnt had been dreading to hear. "You're a scory yourself, Arnt," he said. "You'll jolly well have to stand treat too, man." Arnt looked about him helplessly. "I'm not a scory," he said. "I'm over 30. "Yes, upon my word, you are a scory," said a voice from the top bunk, and Eleseus sat up and looked angrily down into the room. A glass was immediately handed up to him, and he emptied it in one draught, drew a deep breath with his hand upon his chest, and said it was medicine. Ah, he felt better already. The men now began to see one another. The dram gave their comrades new faces to which they were not quite accustomed. Henry Rabben did not care for drams, but he never spoiled sport by refusing. "Fill the others' glasses first," he said. "I really like coffee punch better." "Punch!" cried Eleseus, looking over the edge of the bunk. "Do you mean doctor?" "Well, you can call it doctor, or midwife if you like," said Henry, smiling. "Then make a midwife for us too." Henry was quite equal to that, and was soon at work with the coffee kettle. He had to have sugar, and he poured in brandy, stirred it and tasted it, and then portioned it out all round. He was becoming an apostle of good drinks. "Try that, my friends," he said. "Your health, Sol." The temptation was too great for Arnt Åsan. "Same to you," he said, putting the cup to his lips. "That's right," said Cornelis. "It's just as well you should have a little practice, for it'll soon be your turn." The men now left their occupations and moved up to the table. Into their grey day, their grey toil, their grey life in the hut, had fallen a ray of light, a feeling of holiday, a festive touch. Pipes were lighted. At first they began teasing one another, and Cornelis once more had a hit at Arnt Åsan. "Is it true," he said, "that your wife shaves every Sunday, with a brush and a razor?" Arnt stared. "Shaves? Gurina?" "Yes, for she has bristles on her face on weekdays, but never on Sundays," said Cornelis, vaulting onto the edge of the table and swinging his legs. The other men looked at Arnt and remained serious, but at last he hit back. "What about all your girls?" he said. "Do they shave themselves, or does the bailiff make you do it?" This stopped Cornelis's mouth for a little while, for it touched him on a vulnerable spot. But Henry Rabben toasted them again, and turned the conversation into another channel by beginning to tell what he had been reading in the book about cottagers' gardens. This made them look at him and listen. The very thought of gardens, while they sat here amid frost and snow upon a bare rock in the sea, brought to them visions of spring, green fields and sunshine. Everyone, said Henry, who had a house should have a bit of garden with trees and fruit bushes, for it was not easy to feel contented where things were not pretty. "When we go south in the spring, I'll show you how to do it as far as I can," he said. "Let's drink to it." Kristaver, with half-closed eyes, sat looking at this man, whom he could never quite understand. He could not help feeling that his liking for him was less, since he refused to have a whole share in the fishing, only because it was not the original agreement. Kristaver did not care to have to look up to his own men. The door opened, and an unwanted visitor entered. It was Andreas Ekra, the head man on the Stormbird, a small but sturdy man with a tiny yellow beard under his chin and wearing a red woolen cap. "Good evening and a pleasant party," he said in greeting. He had scarcely sat down before Lars came to him with a dram, and then he had to move up to the table and have punch. This fearless seaman walked about on land with an embarrassed smile, as if everyone was far above him, but they should just wait until he was in his boat. He now brought out a crumpled newspaper and asked Lars to read aloud from it. It was the Dawn, and the way it abused everyone that could be called rich was splendid. Lars stood by the lamp and read, the others all silent, listening. All these swells, priests, magistrates, bailiffs, and captains, to whom they had to take off their caps when they met them on the road, were getting what they deserved. They got it in every single number of the Dawn, and so the men on the stations clubbed together in taking it in, and let it go the round. "But the paper's forgotten one thing," said Henry Rabben at the conclusion of the reading. The others looked at him. Was that not good enough either? Henry smiled, and stroking his beard, continued, "It's forgotten that happiness and poor people, they're good friends. But you'll never get me to believe that you'll be so much better off if you do get hold of the rich man's money." There was one of the company who was absent now, and that was Peter Susansa. At this moment he was coming from a building on the extreme point of the island, in which one window was illuminated. It was the hospital, and the doctor was still attending to fishermen who had got hooks in their hands, or pains in their stomachs, or frostbitten fingers and toes. This was all quite simple, but the elderly man who had just gone out and was called Peter Susansa was not such an easy case. Peter walked on, and the snow creaked under his feet, but all the time the word leper was sounding in his ear. The doctor had been uncertain for a long time about that boil behind his ear that would not heal, but today he had no longer any doubt about it. "You've been in too much cold and hardship on the sea," he said, "and now you must go home and go into the leper hospital, my man." Leave his men, when none of them was capable of being headman on the Seafire? Peter begged so hard that at last the doctor yielded and gave him permission to remain to the end of the fishing season if he would promise to take certain precautions. It should remain a secret between them for the present. But now Peter stood in the moonlight, looking out over the sea, which rose and fell as peacefully as if there was no such thing in the world as trouble. It would be his last winter. He was done for. He would never come to Lofoten again. He knew now what would happen. His body would decay while he was still alive, and people would be frightened at the sight of him. His own children would be afraid of him. That was to be his fate. The old fisherman's head sank upon his breast, and he stood motionless for a while in the moonlight beside the peaceful sea. It had become really lively in the hut, for Jakob had come in, and there was more drinking, tales were told, and the walls shook with the laughter they evoked. Cornelis was still sitting on the table with his legs dangling, and was in the middle of a yarn about the maelstrom. It was more than human, he said. The sea had begun to boil and rage on its own account, without troubling itself about wind and weather. That's what the maelstrom was like. It opens a mouth as wide as a lake and swallows boats and ships at one gulp. It digs pits in the sea, where the water boils and whisks round and round like a roundabout, and when a vessel happens to get into it, she has a dance, round and round and round with her nose down, and then goodbye. It was no longer ago than last year that he passed that way in a fishing sloop that was going out to Røst to fetch a cargo, and what should he see but a steamer, a big bluster of an Englishman, standing on her head in a funnel like that, and waltzing round and round with her propeller sticking straight up behind and whizzing with a noise like a steam whistle. She looked very like a pig digging with its snout in the ground and waving its tail in the air, umph, umph, and then suddenly she was gone. The propeller was the last thing they saw, whirling round in farewell and sending greetings to inquiring friends. And then it disappeared with all hands on board, and it was no more than a mouthful of sausage to the maelstrom, Cornelis said. "And you really saw that?" asked Kristaver. "Saw it? Yes, just as distinctly as I can see you now," answered Cornelis, removing his pipe from one corner of his mouth to the other. Jakob smiled and shook his head at the lamp. "Aye, but you're a good one, Cornelis," he said. "You ought to get a medal for that, damn it all." The door opened, and Peter Susansa came in slowly. His face could not be seen very clearly through the thick tobacco smoke, and the men all shouted at once that it was high time he came, and that there was a coffee midwife to be had. Jakob had now started on an account of something he had seen up in Finnmark. "It's a strange thing, is thunder." They were out fishing for halibut one day, and an enormous whale was walking all round about, just like Brant at Lindegård when he goes out in the morning smoking a cigar, and it almost asked them what they thought about the weather. Weather? Well, it was thundery, and all of a sudden it burst into a roar and struck down, and the whale rolled over on its back and never said another syllable. It was almost as if the fellow had been struck dead for blaspheming. And the men in the boat drew in their lines and rowed away to it, and they jumped right onto it and sat there as if they were on an island, made coffee, and had a dram and a pipe.
And you were one of them, Jacob? Asked Henry Rabben, looking at him thoughtfully. Of course I was. It was just me that was one of them. But it's the lightning that kills people, Lars objected as he opened another bottle. But this remark was greeted with shouts of derision. Didn't he know any better than that? Was he trying to make grown-up men believe that it wasn't the thunder that killed people? Ho, ho! Peter Susansa was standing with a cup in his hand, his head bent. His face was grey, and he had a bandage behind his ear. He who had spun the best yarns of them all, and had called forth many a peal of laughter in that room, had become old. But when he had emptied his first cup, he asked for a second, and when that was empty, he straightened himself and stood erect. You were saying something about thunder, Jacob, he began, and at the first sound of his well-known high-pitched voice, everyone turned toward him and listened. But that time it struck my cow's horns off. What? Said several voices. Did the thunder strike the horns off Peter's cow? Yes, indeed. It was up on the moor when he had gone one day in terrible weather to fetch the animal down. There stood the cow with her back to the wind, and she had big horns with brass buttons on them. But just as he had put out his hand to take the animal by her bell collar, there came a rattling peal and carried both her horns away over the moor, the brass buttons flashing like lightning. And there stood the cow and Peter, looking at each other. And then the cow turned her head as if to ask what the deuce had become of her horns. His hearers shouted with laughter and slapped their thighs. That Peter was the same as ever. It was a musician playing for the last time. When someone else began to speak, he went and sat down in a corner, glad that no one noticed him. Lars continued to go around, filling glasses. No one should say that he was stingy. His father might send him meaning glances, but this evening he would do as he liked. Men kept coming in, and at last the little room was so full that seats could not be found for them, and they stood shoulder to shoulder, accepting drams and drinking them. No one listened to what another said, for 5 or 6 all talked at once. Later on, Cornelis started a song. Oh hi, oh ho, the pretty girls of Denmark. But as no one else knew that particular song, each joined in with one that he did know, and so there was no lack of song. And people began to collect outside and tried to come in, and the loudest singer being Jacob with his "Oh dear Maria, oh ho." All at once Cornelis jumped down, crying, I say, Lars, let's go up to the town and look up some girls. All right, come along, said Lars, sending his father a glance that said, I shall do what I like now, and the two stumbled out by the kitchen door. The hut gradually emptied, and the singing became more and more distant as the singers went their several ways. The last to take his bearings, first for the door and then for the harbour light, was Jacob. Lars had at last stood treat. End of chapter 17. 18. Lars stumbled along beside Cornelis in a very gloomy frame of mind. He swayed his body as he walked in imitation of his companion, put his hands into his pockets, and wore his cap on one side. But at the same time he felt as he had done the first time he jumped off a boat to swim. He was throwing himself into something dangerous, and he seemed to see little Ellen Koya again, and heard her say, Take care, for my sake. Where are we going? He asked. Oh, I know the way, answered Cornelis. Most of the houses and huts lay in darkness, but the windows of one little white house were illuminated, and from within came the sound of singing, hymn singing. Lars stopped involuntarily. Is it a prayer meeting? He asked. Ah, come on, said Cornelis. It's only the Methodists. There are swarms of them here. The fresh air was good for their heated heads. There was no tobacco smoke out here, no fumes of brandy and coffee, but only the frosty night and the sea, the sky and the moon. Now and again they stopped, only to stand still, throw back their shoulders and draw deep breaths. But now Cornelis began to take the lead. There were houses where he knew the kitchen entrance and the stair up to the maid's room. This was something new and exciting, almost dangerous and altogether splendid in the eyes of a boy of 16, if only that little girl had not been standing somewhere in his mind begging, "Do take care, Lars, for my sake." He followed Cornelis and crept along in the shadow of the house wall to the kitchen door at the telegraph manager's. Cornelis was busy with the lock, quiet and careful, for it was not his first attempt and he generally came to terms with locks, and they both started when a window above was opened and a man's voice shouted, "What the deuce do you want at this time of night?" They disappeared around the corner. An hour later they were tramping homeward again. They had been unsuccessful everywhere, even where they effected an entrance, they found the bird had flown. There must be some fun going on somewhere or other, as the girls were out. True enough, it was not long before they heard the sound of a concertina coming from one of the wharves, and on opening the door they found the place quite full, and dancing and noise going on, with 400 or 500 men to 10 or 12 girls. The concertina player was sitting on a beam up under the roof, and the place smelt of fish, tar and fish oil. The faces of the men and girls were red with drink and dancing. Cornelis sprang among them with a whoop. He was like an India rubber ball, ready to bounce into the air. Near the door stood a grey-haired, clean-shaven man in a thick overcoat with a sealskin collar and with gloves and a walking stick. He was the postmaster, an old bachelor who seldom smiled, but who was always to be seen where there were young people and noisy fun. The concertina howled out one dance after another, and it can readily be imagined that the girls had plenty of partners and certainly did not sit out any of the dances. When one arm let go its hold of a girl, another grasped her and carried her on, even if she was ready to drop with fatigue. And all the time there were hundreds of eyes all round, greedily following the pair and awaiting their turn. "If you'd like to be stuck with a knife tonight," said Cornelis to Lars, "you'd better hold on to a petticoat." But at the same moment he caught hold of a petticoat himself, under the very nose of a sailor, and with a grimace at the man to make him the more angry, whirled away with his capture into the tumult. How well Cornelis could dance and manage a woman, to be sure! "There are the Langmo men," someone said. There was a disturbance down by the door, and everyone looked in that direction. 3 big men in high boots, blue blouses and fur caps came tramping in. They were all fair, but 2 of them had reddish beards, while the third had a yellow goat's beard and wore gold rings in his ears. 2 of them were blind in one eye. All were chewing tobacco, looked gay and bold, and seemed only to be waiting for an opportunity to step forward and say, "Here we are, so you may go to the devil." "There are the big Statsmen," said a Nordlander, involuntarily retreating to the wall. Cornelis had left his partner and came up to Lars. "I daren't leave you now, boy," he said, "for there's going to be some fun. Have you seen them?" "Yes," said Lars, "I've seen them at home." "It's only the Ranen man they're after. It's to be hoped there is another door to this place, so that he can get away." The 3 men at the door were standing with their hands in their pockets, chewing and spitting. Were they going to dance, or did they want to start a quarrel at once? A bottle was going round here and there, and the concertina player went on playing. The young women were hot and excited with being passed from partner to partner and being so much in demand. Every man who got hold of one dashed off as if wild beasts were at his heels. At last he had his arm round a soft waist, a woman's breath upon his face, which at other times was lashed by wind and snow, the smell of a woman's hair in his nostrils instead of fish oil. "Just let anyone try to take her from me. I've got a knife," they seemed to say. Upon my word, if they haven't caught sight of the Ranen man, said Cornelis, who was afraid to leave the boy. Lars looked at Henry Langmo, who had had his eye knocked out the year before. It seemed as if the red scar under his eyelid was trying to see, groping round the room in search of something with which it had a little account to settle. There, it had stopped, and the sound eye flashed, although its owner still stood there, smiling. The three brothers buried their hands deeper in their pockets and watched a red-haired man who had squeezed himself close up to the wall at the upper end of the room, where he thought he was well hidden. One of the Langmos lighted his pipe, and Henry took a step forward, chewed his quid rapidly for a moment, and slowly advanced a few paces. The other two remained by the door to see that the Ranen man did not get away. People shrank back and gazed. There was always room for a big Statslander when he wanted to move forward. It appeared, however, that he only wanted to dance. He had seen a girl in the crowd that he fancied, and when she and her partner swung past him, he caught the man by the shoulder. "That's my girl," he said, good-humouredly. "What the devil do you mean?" said the other, angrily, hitting out. To the wonder of all, Henry did not return the blow. It was of no consequence, for he was dancing now. People stared. A big Statslander had received a blow and had not returned it. Henry began to take up more and more space on the floor. He pushed couples aside, his boots being heavy, and he himself both big and heavy, and several men stood still in a rage and swore at him. But he wanted still more room, and cleared a circle in the middle of the room, sweeping people out of the way with his partner, careless of the fact that he knocked men over, and that they swore and shook their fists at him. "Chuck that blackguard out!" became the general cry. The floor was beginning to look empty, and Henry was now holding the almost unconscious girl under the arms and using her as a broom to sweep everyone out of the middle of the room. This was dancing indeed, and Henry began to enjoy himself. At last, however, a Nordlander dashed forward and tripped him up. He fell forward, and the girl with him, and he was instantly surrounded. But he rose, shook himself free, and as he began to swing his great fists with the blue anchors on them, the girl escaped. The women shrieked and fled toward the door. The other brothers had kept quiet as long as possible, but were now unable to contain themselves. They spat upon their hands and wanted to know the meaning of this interference in other people's pleasure, and the next moment they were in the thick of the fray. Cornelis was not one to let a good fight pass unheeded, but on this occasion he had the headman's son to look after. The boy was carried away by the general excitement. He clenched his fists and swore and shouted, and was on the point of dashing into the tumult, but for once Cornelis had to be fatherly, and making Lars mount on to an empty barrel, and climbing up himself, he took hold of him by his coat collar. "Now, just you keep quiet, you idiot," he said. "Oh, but look, that's splendid. That was Gerard Langmo who knocked down a Bodø man. Did you see, Henry? Deuce take me if he didn't break that man's jaw. That's how you must take a man by the throat, like Peter Langmo is doing. Ah, the fellow's nose is bleeding. This is fine. At them, you fellows." And Cornelis jumped up and down in wild excitement. If only he had been alone, he would have been in the middle of it. But now it was no longer the three against all the rest. A Nordlander wanted to know what the hell those Southerners wanted up in Lofoten. Wasn't it time they sent the whole crew home? This was like setting fire to a haystack. More Southerners joined in, and things began to be lively. There was an account of long standing between Southerners and Nordlanders that had long been waiting for settlement, and now the time had come. Lars and Cornelis leaped down simultaneously and disappeared in the confusion of arms and fists and contorted faces, not to see one another again until the following day. Outside there was the same calm moonlight night, but in the houses round about people began to be wakened by the noise on the wharf, Lights appeared, and half-dressed men put their heads out of doors and windows. A woman with her hair down her back came flying along, crying, "Help! Help! The Southerners are being killed!" This was more stack firing. The men who heard it were Southerners. They dressed hurriedly, and dragging on their boots, ran out bareheaded. The next moment a terrified tailor ran past, shouting, "Help! Help! The Nordlanders will be killed!" Nordlanders heard it. Lights appeared in more huts, and there was more hurrying into clothes, and as they ran out bareheaded they came upon a group of Southerners. "What the deuce is the matter? It's those confounded Nordlanders. We're Nordlanders, but we're no more confounded than you." There was a rapid exchange of uncomplimentary remarks, but they could hear the noise on the wharf, and every now and then saw two figures emerge from the room with their hands at each other's throats. The one party ran to help. No, confound it, they should not escape so easily. So the other party followed them, and in another moment the fight was in full swing all over the island, and the number of combatants was increasing. Then boats began rowing across the channels to the other islands, where the windows of the huts were all dark and the inmates asleep, but shouts wakened them, and startled faces appeared at windows. "What is it? Help! The Nordlanders are being killed!" Then another voice, "Help! The Southerners are being killed!" Fuel was being constantly added to the fire. It was an old feud that had lain buried in men's minds, handed down from generation to generation, and now it had broken out on all the islands. Boats were darting across the sounds, full of men that had not had time to finish buttoning their blouses, and they made for the spot where the uproar was greatest. The Namdal men and the Statslanders were friends now, and of the same race, for they were Southerners. The Nordlanders with their high-pitched voices did not begin until Helgeland. Windows were being opened in all houses, and peaceable men came running out as if they had been wakened by an earthquake. In Kristofer Myran's hut, several men were dressed and wanted to go out, but one door was barred by Kristofer and the other by Peter Susansa, for the two headmen did not want their men to get mixed up in any trouble. Only to Henry Rabben Kristofer said, "Will you go out and find Cornelis and Lars? And if they refuse to come, then stun them with a blow and bring them on your back. You're the man for that." Henry was of course the man for that, and for more than that. He went out into the cold moonlight night and drank 7 draughts of fresh air through his nose. Ah, that did his lungs such good. He then walked quietly through the little street and saw men hopping about in the snow and fighting, and oh dear, how he would have liked to go in among them and have a little real fisticuffing. What indeed was there among the things that reprobates have a liking for that he would not have liked too? Drink, girls, thieving, fighting, everything. His big nose seemed to snuff up everything that mankind ever thinks of doing. He was akin to it, of the same breed, only worse, if anything. It was only that nothing ever came of it just when there was an opportunity. He had to step aside to avoid a number of men running at full speed. They were Nordlanders, a whole army of them, in flight, and after them another army led by a lame man, and if it wasn't Jakob, damn it all with that limp. He was whirling an empty bottle in the air and shouting over his shoulder to his men, "At them, boys! Catch them! The devil take those Nordlanders! Catch them! At them, boys!" And on they went past the houses into the square in which the church stood. Here the snow lay deep and white in the moonlight, and into it dashed the flying Nordlanders and sank in up to their middles. Their pursuers followed and also sank in, and the whole became a raging confusion of arms and legs and whirling snow. At last the two clans came together, but the leader of one of them, namely Jakob, was buried in the snow up to his armpits and only able to wave his empty bottle and shout, "Catch them, boys! After them, boys!" Just then a man came running, pursued by another. The pursuer was Lars, and he was quite wild and had his knife in his hand. Henry instantly caught hold of him, and when the boy, in his uncontrollable lust for battle, raised his knife, he received a blow on the side of his head from a hand that was heavier than his father's, harder than any hand he had yet felt. A few minutes later Henry entered the hut with him on his back and dropped him beside his father, merely saying, "Here he is." And the next thing that the boy was aware of was that his father's hands, as he threw him into the bunk, were gentler. Henry went out again to look for Cornelis. It was not impossible that he might get mixed up in the fight himself. In a little while, however, he came back with another burden on his back, Cornelis, gesticulating with his disengaged hand, and raging and swearing. He was sent head first into the room, and Kristover threw him into his bunk. Once more Henry went out, however. The air was so fresh, and he snuffed it up, and all this uproar was like wine to him. A few frightened beings had crept out, well wrapped up, along by the house walls, and stood gazing with terrified faces. They were a temperance teacher, an agent, a Jew watch merchant, and a peddler, all of them the fisherman's birds of prey, but now hovering at a distance. At last the day began to dawn. It had been a lively night. The Ranen man had had one of his eyes knocked out and had been taken to the hospital, but when the police began to search for the Langmo men, they were already far out at sea on their sloop with its large white sail. They had omitted to leave word as to where they were going. They were in Lofoten to sell salt and buy fish, and were perhaps going into a herring fjord to take in a cargo of bait, and then returning to Lofoten to sell it to line fishermen, but it was not certain that they would come back to that particular spot. "Up with the topsail!" shouted the helmsman, Henry, the one with the fair goat beard. It flew up, and the heavy sloop began to rise and fall upon the grey water. The brothers looked at one another and smiled. They were free. They had come on an errand to the fishing station, and that errand was accomplished, and now they were out at sea again and were free men. End of chapter 18. 19. There is nothing to compare with receiving a letter. Every Sunday men flocked to the post office and hung about there as long as possible. They crowded round the counter, expecting news from a home that lay far up beside the Arctic Ocean, or somewhere in Finnmark, or out on an island, or up a fjord, or down south, farther and farther off, an incredible number of miles. In all these places there were homes where a mother, a wife, or a daughter would be writing a letter that was coming to Lofoten. And then, when the little white rectangle had found its way to the right person and lay in his big swollen hand, it looked quite helpless. He had better get away somewhere by himself and try to find out what it said. Lars had gone to the post office every Sunday, and there were always letters for the other men in the hut, but never for him. From whom did he expect one then? From no one, and from everyone. All sorts of things happen all over the world, and does not everything come by post? Perhaps a rich American has died and proves to be an uncle of Lars, and here comes $1 million. A prince down in India is in need of a clerk, and has heard of a man who is made for the post, and here comes the letter to Lars. If good fortune ever comes, it will be by post. "Lars Kristoffersen Myran," called the man at the counter, and Lars was not slow to shout, "Here!" A letter for him! And the writing was so small and helpless. He turned red because people were staring at him so hard. It would be better to get away somewhere by himself, so he took the road across the island, north of the church. There is nothing to compare with receiving a letter. Was it not strange that just today the sun should be shining again after a long period of gloom? A coppery glow illuminated sea and mountain. Lars at last found a nook in which he could be alone, with only the gulls sailing overhead and the sea at his feet. "My dear friend, I will now take my pen in my hand and make it open its black mouth and write to you. I must first of all tell you the good news that I am quite strong and well, which I hope this finds you the same. I have no news to tell you except that grandmother has had a bad gathering on her finger this winter, and that Stub Lars has gone home believing in his Saviour at the age of 80. There is much talk at school about Susanna Rönning, who goes to dances already, though she is not confirmed, and they are always teasing me about some one that I will not mention. But I hope that the slander will soon die down. I am sitting up in the cow stable tonight and writing on the lid of the water barrel, because Kranslin cast her calf yesterday, and the afterbirth has not come yet, so one of us has to sit up with her tonight. There is often good tobogganing up in the glen, but I never go, for Lisbeth Bruvoll has been spreading such tales about that evening you and I were there. I have heard, however, that you have long ago written to others, and that is only what I expected. Dear Lars, you must be very careful, for we hear so much about storms and disasters on the sea, and drinking and fighting on land. I am working on a pair of garters for a Christmas present next year, for by that time I shall be confirmed, and can give them to whoever I like, but I've already decided who is to have them, only I shan't say who he is. For now, goodbye, for I must end this badly written letter. My hand aches, my pen shakes, and this the letters crooked makes. With my best greetings, Ellen Olsdottir Koja. P.S. Burn this letter. Please write me a letter back. Here sat Lars in his southwestern blouse, reading his first letter from a girl, and that is no trifle. When he had finished, he sat looking out over the sea, and forgot to get up for a long time. He, who had gone out with Cornelis to visit girls who were perhaps for sale among 3,000 or 4,000 men, who had been drunk and gone about flourishing his knife, and had bruises and scratches on his face from fighting, that he should get such a letter, it was inconceivable. He could see now, at any rate, that he would have to turn his back upon this sinful life, and become a different being. He painted himself in very black colours, calling himself a drunkard and an evil liver, and later on he found that he was also a false swearer and a murderer. He saw salvation, however, in a young woman whose image in his mind began once more to grow brighter and brighter. He pictured her far more beautiful than she was, for that gave him a feeling of greater sanctity. That night he stole out of his bunk while the others slept, and sewed the letter to the inside of his waistcoat, so that it should always be with him like a good spirit. It became a remarkable time for him. He heard organ tones rolling through him. If a good thought came into his mind, it flew at once to her. If he had a moment's longing for home and his mother and the others, it was like a little light over Ellen Koja too. Tread softly, for there is a church-like solemnity everywhere. One day he happened to see that Peter Susansa had holes in his socks, and he made him take them off so that he could mend them for him. There was nothing he disliked doing more, but he wanted to show himself that he had become a different being, and while he plied his needle he thought to himself that in a way he was doing it for her. One evening he rode over to the fisherman's home, where the priest lent books. Lars would now have to begin to read in earnest. It was all very well for him to be a Lofoten fisherman all his life like his father, but it was not good enough for Ellen Koja. He began to feel a vague yearning toward an indistinct light. There was a world with greater thoughts, more beautiful scenery, and wiser men in it than here where he worked, and that world was to be found in books. The library at the fisherman's home was filled with weather-beaten men, who held out their hands long before their turn came. What did these storm-birds want with books? Did they want to escape from the perpetual thinking about fish and money by throwing themselves into an intoxication brighter than that which brandy causes? "What do you want, my boy?" asked the priest when Lars came forward. "Please, sir, a book," said Lars. "Yes, but there are many books here, as you see. Do you want a story or a devotional book or history or travels?" Will you please give me what you think best, sir? Said Lars. Only don't lend him Shakespeare, sir, for it ought to be my turn to have him now, said a young fellow in Nordland dialect. I think you'd better begin with Björnson's peasant tales, said the priest with a smile, looking at Lars through his spectacles. And when you've read them, we can have a chat. As Lars left the room, he heard the priest say, Do tell your comrades, my friends, that it costs nothing to borrow books. Bring them here. Good reading is better than drink, tell them, and more amusing too. There came 2 or 3 days in which the fleet remained in harbour, and Lars spent them in devouring the stories. A book of this kind looks rather forlorn in a fisherman's hut. It becomes covered with finger marks, but what does that matter? The edges are frayed and the cover is broken, but what does that matter? It is like a rare bird of passage that has strayed into the polar regions, and the fishermen think it almost a pity, but, well, be careful with it. It's not always so clean and tidy here as it should be. Kristofer was sitting with his back against the wall, busily mending nets. The boy might have helped him, but he just sat over his book and could as well have been miles away, so Kristofer said nothing but went on with his work. You must read aloud, lad, said Peter Susansa, looking up from his net mending. Lars did not need to be asked twice. He was glad to let others share in all the wonderful things that are to be found in such a book. He turned again to the beginning of A Happy Boy, but soon regretted having done so, for this story of a poor boy who wants to raise himself in order to reach a young woman seemed very like his own. He felt as if he were shouting out to a crowd all that he was thinking to himself nowadays. He turned crimson, and read as if he would rather not let anyone know what the book said. The room became quiet. The men who were mending nets worked more slowly. Those who were shaping things out of rough material with a hatchet let their hands fall. Those who were patching shoes raised their heads and forgot to look down again. Outside, the wind and the waves were roaring. This was something they understood. It was their own life put into a book. It was almost like getting a letter from home. The only thing was that it had never struck them before that a house and land can be so beautiful despite their being small. They did not know that poor people could have so much sunshine, but it was evident that they could. This book raised them in their own eyes, without their necessarily hating anyone else on that account. They listened breathlessly to every word. Now and again someone said, which meant, Did you ever hear anything like that? They slapped their thighs and laughed. Elesuushylla could not contain himself, but exclaimed, Upon my word! Henry Rabben sat with closed eyes, stroking his beard and nodding now and then. He saw it all distinctly. Arndt Åsan once more made an unfortunate remark, though with a little hesitation in his voice when he said, But isn't that blasphemy? The others stared and turned toward him angrily, and Cornelis exclaimed, If you don't hold your jaw, Arndt, I'll pitch you out into the snow. Hush, let's go on reading, said Peter Susansa. There they sat on these rocky islands far out at sea, with storm and darkness and cold around them, while the book unrolled before their eyes pictures of bright summer days, of meadows and woods, of beautiful women, of farms and of herds with bells. To look at them was rest to these men, who saw nothing now but sea and rock, and it awakened in them a longing for the land. But when they came to the part where Øyvind and Marit are standing at the altar as bridegroom and bride, and the old schoolmaster sings with his cracked voice, Elesuushylla was obliged to wipe his eyes with his sleeve, although the expression of his face was one of anger. Confound a book that can fool grown men into behaving like women. A little later, Andreas Ekra came in with a new number of the Dawn. There was another capital article in it that he wanted Lars to read aloud, but this time he was not even asked to sit down. It looked as if he had surprised them with something they wanted to keep to themselves. Oh, very well, he could go then. And take the paper with you, said Cornelis. Andreas looked highly astonished, and putting the don into his pocket, left the hut. The men looked at one another a little doubtfully, until Henry Rabben said, "Well, it's strange, but that book makes us perhaps better than we are, and that paper makes us worse than we are. But in other ways, too, we often become like those we keep company with." From that day there was frequently reading aloud, and even Jacob, when he came sailing in, sat down in a corner with his head on one side, quite still, and listened. One day Lars was cleaning an enormous cod that was going to be boiled for their dinner, when he felt something strangely hard in its inside. Curious as to what it could be, he opened the fish and could hardly believe his eyes when he found that it was a human finger with a ring upon it. The fishermen were still weather-bound, and he ran into the room where the men were sitting and showed them what he had found. The finger was passed from one to another, but when one of the men began to try to take the ring off to see if there was any name engraved in it, Peter Susansa interposed. "No, no," he said, "let it alone, you idiot. As the ring is still there, I suppose it's meant that it shall be there." An uncanny feeling filled the hut. The men looked at one another, but were silent for some time. It was as if they had had a visitor, whom they did not like to name. Peter Susansa took the finger and went with it to the priest. After a while Cornelis spoke. "That must mean something," he said. "Must it?" said Arnt Åsan. "You'll see there is more where that finger came from," said Cornelis. The next morning there was sea-going weather again, but Kristaver had had an attack of rheumatism in his back during the night, and could scarcely manage to get into his clothes. There could hardly fail to be some evil consequences for standing all day in the wind and cold out at sea, after being in a perspiration from rowing, and then sleeping in a hut with cracks in all the walls. He had pulled on his sea boots, but when he tried to rise from his stooping posture, he gave a howl and put both hands on his back, quite unable to stand erect. He seized the edge of the table as a support, and his face was as contorted as if someone had put a knife into him. "You'll have to go to bed again," said Henry Rabben. "We must manage without you." They set off, but just as they were putting out from the shore, Kristaver emerged from the hut, more bent than ever, and called to them to wait, and then, going down on his hands and knees in the snow, he crawled down the rock. "But, father," cried Lars, "can't you stay in bed today?" "Wait, I'm coming with you." And it is best to obey the headman. He crawled on board, making grimaces all the time, for every movement gave intolerable pain. But when the others put out the oars, he wanted to take one himself, and persisted, although he groaned at every stroke. When they reached the bank and began hauling in the nets, he made Henry Rabben take the headman's place with a gaff, but he himself helped to haul in. The others exchanged glances. Had the rheumatism attacked his brain? They began to haul in. It is hard enough work for a man in full vigor, but almost impossible for one with rheumatism in his back. Every time Kristaver took a fresh grasp and twisted his body as he worked with the heavy chain of nets, the perspiration broke out all over him with the agony. There were not many fish, but their nets had become entangled with others, and so it took a long time to get them all in. They hauled hour after hour, and became silent, for it was hard to see the headman suffering. Toward evening, however, his face began to grow brighter. "That's just what I thought," he said. "The only thing for such pain is to work till you sweat." His back was less stiff and painful, but all he could do was to go on hauling. The grey stream of net ran in over the roller, but the grey cod were few and far between. The weather was clear and cold, and there was the same swarm of boats all over the banks. Lars sat at the oars, looking down into the water and watching the nets coming up from the depths. Some large bubbles rose. This must be a big fish, he thought, a grampus perhaps. Henry Rabben saw it too, and got his gaff ready. The next moment the net took the form of a long mass, which rose out of the water and came in over the roller. The men looked astonished, and Henry forgot to use his gaff. When the mass lay in the bottom of the boat, the men stopped hauling and looked in dismay at one another. The object wrapped up in the net was something with sea boots on. "I believe it's a man," said Christopher, wiping his forehead. "Good heavens!" exclaimed Henry. Cornelis sprang up into the bow to get a better view. A chain of nets cannot be stopped, however, in the middle of the sea. The men would have to wait until all the nets were on board before they could examine the object in sea boots. So the grey stream continued to rise from the depths, now and then with a fish that leaped as it passed over the edge of the boat. The men went on pulling as before, apparently thinking of nothing else, and the pile of nets grew higher and higher over the formless mass in the boat. They lay there together, the fish with their dead eyes and the unknown with sea boots, and they would both have to wait there until there was time to take them out of the net. A suspicion seemed to have crept in among the boats about them that there was something wrong on board the Seal. Her men were toiling at the nets without speaking, and yet something must have happened. The occupants of the nearest boats began to gaze at her, while farther off some sang, others called to a neighbour and laughed, but the circle of boats all gazing at the Seal became larger and larger. A heavy cloud of gulls was also hovering overhead, looking down and screaming. What was it? Now they appeared to have got all the nets on board and to be busy with the fish, but even the men who were at the oars went aft to look. They were working at the formless mass wrapped up in the net. They could not all get near it, but Christopher and Cornelis had it between them. Some fingers became visible, so entangled in the meshes that the net had to be cut to free them, and then a man in yellow oilskins and long sea boots was distinguishable. They all gazed in silence until Christopher murmured, "He's got a black beard." Cornelis added, as if in surprise, "But all his fingers are there." "What's that you've got on board there?" cried a voice from a Nordland boat. It had been a day of sunshine, and now in the twilight a bank of red clouds lay upon the southwestern horizon, while yellow stars began to appear in the brownish blue sky. The sea was perfectly calm, except for a tiny wave here and there that rose with a flash and sank again. The beacons and harbour lights at the foot of the white-crested Lofoten wall were being lighted. And through this twilight a wave of emotion passed from boat to boat. A dead man had been found in one of the nets. A stadsboat had pulled up a dead man. The singing ceased, and the laughter died away, and there was no more shouting from boat to boat. Those who had quarrelled over tangled nets made peace. A church-like silence fell upon the sea and enveloped the men and the boats, and almost the only sounds were from the flock of white seabirds above the boat in which the dead fisherman lay. And as they flew, their white wings now and then caught a bright gleam from the sunset sky. Not a boat came nearer. Someone had called, "Do you know him?" But Christopher did not answer. He was busy with something in the bottom of the boat. It grew dark as the fleet rowed in to land. It was as though all these hundreds of boats were taking part in a funeral procession, and little was said on board of them. The high masts and curving prows moved on over a phosphorescent sea, leaving a fiery trail behind them, but each boat seemed to have a dead man on board. The dead man was laid upon 2 empty barrels down on the wharf, and it was not until the next day that they found out that he was a fisherman from Gimsøy who had capsized the year before and been drowned. End of chapter 19. 20. After this the cod disappeared altogether. They had latterly been getting fewer and fewer, and both the net and the line boats had returned to land empty. The good fishing had been only an interlude, and now the sea was empty again. What were the fishermen to do?
They grew tired of going out to draw in empty nets and spent their time in wandering about the islands with their hands in their pockets, looking at one another. Was it better anywhere else? Should they move? But all the accounts both from east and west were equally bad. The men understood now that their good fortune had so intoxicated them that they had spent their money without a thought of saving. Those peddlers must have old Nick for their head man. Had not that black curly-haired Jew fooled Cornelis Gomon into buying a new anchor escapement watch with gold edges and a broad chain with 7 or 8 silver strands and a gilt slide? That money might have come in useful at home, where they perhaps had nothing to eat even. But whoever would have thought that the good luck would have ended just like the blowing out of a candle? Peter Susansa, too, had bought a piece of green dress material for his eldest daughter. It was too late to regret it, but old men should have more wisdom. Even Arnt Åsson had bought a book of sermons, and he was almost in tears when he took the expensive book out of his chest and unwrapped it. He went to the colporteur who had persuaded him to buy it and begged to be allowed to give it back, but unfortunately he had already written Gurina's name in it, and so the good man smiled and shook his head. Arnt suggested that the Almighty would remove the name by a miracle if a man like the colporteur asked him to do so, but it was of no use. Arnt became sleepless. Ever since he had set foot on a Lofoten boat, things had gone wrong with him. Everything he did at sea was wrong, everything he did and said in the hut was wrong, and jeers and laughter rained upon him from morning till night. He went about like a man who had lost himself. His pale sheep's face was always trying to look important, and that only caused more laughter. Was he nothing at all then? He, the capable timberman from the valley. There was only one thing to cling to, and that was the thought of Gurina and the little farm that he meant to work up so that they could feed 3 cows on it, as sure as ever he got home from Lofoten with money. Money indeed, when he went and frittered it away. God help him. His punishment was coming. But after all, this was nothing compared with Eleseus Hylla's state of mind. He had nets of his own and should have a whole share. He had had a glimpse of wealth that had made him shout for joy, but now it was as though his southwester had blown off. What had become of it? Wealth! He began to send angry glances at Kristaver, the headman. It might have paid better, perhaps, to have been only a half-share man after all, and let others take the risk for the nets. But that fellow had become his guarantor, and what did he mean by it? Did he, out of pure ill nature, want to bring him into debt and responsibility? Eleseus became more and more excited and more angry, and walked up and down the room, scolding and swearing, all without mentioning any particular person. The one the cap fitted was welcome to wear it. Ha! And he set his feet firmly and turned out his toes, and his legs were thin and his shoulders were broad, his cheekbones were high and his teeth were gleaming white, but his eyes were brown and roved about angrily. This will be a bad year, you'll see. We shall be paupers, every one of us, but the first will be me. No one knows how wretchedly poor I am. No one would believe what our poverty is. And then people fool me into new responsibilities and fresh debt. Ugh! One ought to... Well, I'll say no more. I won't say anything more. And he shot angry glances in the direction of the headman, who sat on the bench with half-closed eyes of amusement. Henry Rabben was working at the handle of an axe, and as he looked across at Kristaver, he remarked, "It is curious how difficult it is for some people to bear any responsibility." "Eh?" said Eleseus, stopping in his walk and glaring at Henry as if he could have swallowed him in one gulp. "Have you got something to say too? Haven't you got enough to do combing your beard, you flower pot, you? Huh? So he had something to say too, confound him." At this moment the door opened, and a Namdal man who had lost all his nets came in to ask Kristaver and Peter Sonsa and Henry Rabben if they would guarantee for him at the shop, so that he could obtain new nets on credit. Eleseus stood still, gazing open-mouthed at him. The 3 men addressed looked at one another. It was not exactly a time for undertaking fresh responsibilities, but the Namdaler was an old acquaintance. "It'll be bad, whatever we do," Peter said at last. "The fishing is not likely to be any better if we say no," argued Henry, going on with his work. And then Kristaver agreed too. But the Namdal man might lose his nets once more, and then... Well, then his 3 guarantors would never be allowed to leave the place until they had paid his debt to the station king. That was certain. There was a great despondency all over the islands. It was perhaps worst for the bachelors, who had bought expensive brooches and scarves and rings, which they were going to scatter around when they returned from this wonderful fishing. But man proposes and God disposes. The shop was full of men. They bought nothing and they said nothing, but they came from habit acquired in former days, when the owner of the station devoured them whole and was under a kind of obligation to keep them alive during bad times. Now, when he occasionally came out of his office, he pretended not to see them. They had become free men and could sell their fish to whom they liked, so what did they want with him now? Men sat there writing Lofoten letters, but none of them would tell the truth, namely, that there was no fish. Send you money? No, you must manage with what you've got for the present. Best love. A bait steamer from Tromsø steamed into the harbour. Fresh capelin, prime fare for cod. Bait? What's the good of bait when there isn't a fish to be found in the sea? The steamer put out to sea again, taking a westward course. Good luck to you, but you won't find a station where there are any buyers. Boats came in from West Lofoten, where there had been no fish all the winter. They had rowed their hardest so as to arrive in time to find lodgings, but were met at the mouth of the harbour with the tidings that they had rowed in vain. Put on your southwester and take a few breaths, and then go back. There are no fish here, at any rate. This was a grand time for Jacob, however. He limped about and bought up nets and boats. Money? He would pay that later. They would have to keep their boats and nets as pledges. He then bought the men out and took them on as half-share men to work for him for the rest of the winter. There were several headmen who had a firm belief in Jacob's luck, and they agreed to the transaction and entered into his service, for nothing could be worse than things were at present. 2 men were walking together over the island, the one stalwart, with a short reddish beard and moustache and blue twinkling eyes, the other with a red beardless face, a particularly small nose, and a smile like that of a pretty girl. They were Kristaver and his friend Edwin Hansen from Varanger, and were on their way to a coffee house to get a drink and perhaps have a little fun with the waitress if no one was looking. As they went, they laughed and told stories. Edwin Hansen had a wife and a number of children in a cottage up in the north, and a brother's widow and her children were packed into the same cottage, and for all of these, and for the widow and children of another brother as well, he and his little Nordland boat had to make a living. But would it make things any better if he were to sit looking glum and tearful? No. He and Kristaver took walks, enjoyed jokes, and both became like lads of 20 again. Unfortunately, there was a new waitress in the coffee house, and she was both old and ugly. They exchanged glances, which meant, "She is too mouldy," and ordered their coffee. And it ended, as it usually did, in their sitting and telling one another the latest items of news from their respective homes. "I suppose some of the children still have to sleep under the kitchen dresser, but except for that it's all plain sailing, huh?" said Kristaver. "Oh dear, yes. And I suppose you've got some little pigs by now, haven't you?" Sunday came, and many of the men now remembered that there was a church on the station and that there was service today, and it was really remarkable how full the church became. The bells rang out over island and sea, and along the narrow paths in the snow came the fishermen, one after another, not in blouse and southwester, but in homespun coat and broad-brimmed hat. A few of them wore sea boots, however, because they had nothing else to go in except wooden shoes. They entered the church with snow upon their tarry boots, and as they were accustomed to the worst seats in their churches at home, they began here too to crowd together upon the rear benches, and it was only when it became impossible for any more to squeeze themselves in there that the pews farther forward began to fill, one by one. When Peter Susansa came in, he almost fainted when he found that he would have to go forward to the second pew from the front, where the postmaster and the telegraph manager were sitting. It was fortunate for him that Kristoffer Myran and his son were in the pew just behind, for that was like having a helping hand near him. And Jakob, too, was close by. He was the only man who was not wearing special church clothes. He had on the usual blouse and the same Iceland jersey, but he had shaved his upper lip, which was now quite blue. Today there was no ill feeling between Southerners and Nordlanders, nor between net and line fishermen. Nordlandmen and Statsmen sat together. The hymn began. A tarry hand was put forward and grasped the edge of Kristoffer's hymn book, while its owner followed the words with his eyes. It was Jakob's hand, and what a thumb! It had suffered in its time, for the nail was gone and it was just a lump gathered together at the end. But Jakob had a voice, and gradually he groped his way up to the right note, raised his brown eyes under his eyebrows, and joined in. The singing was hearty. There were young men who sang in the choir at home, and they took different parts as they sat. Tenor voices soared upward, basses rolled after more heavily. The intermediate parts were filled in, and old quavering hymn voices followed haltingly. It was a good long time since they had last sung a hymn, and they all sang, and the singing made one think of the sea and the waves, of wind and weather. The priest knelt at the altar. He knew this way of singing, and he felt himself utterly superfluous, for all that he had to offer these men of the sea they had already received in the hymn. They were singing themselves up to the faith and opening their hearts. The hymn was their prayer. They scarcely noticed the words they sang. It was their own thought that the hymn carried up to heaven. Through the roaring of this sea, one could dimly perceive souls with folded hands. The man who ordinarily drank and swore and fought, who thought of nothing but the fishing and money, now threw aside this husk and became a hymn himself, soaring upward, higher and higher, priest and sermon superfluous. One tenor voice sounded above all the others. It was Cornelis Gomon, and he sang with so clear and beautiful a voice that many turned to see who it was. Perhaps he was thinking of his sister and his old half-blind father. He had written only one letter home, and he had thrown all his money away on finery and foolishness. He felt it was better for him to sing and sing, for he was not as good as he ought to be. At last the priest had to go into the pulpit, and he stood there waiting until the last verse came to an end. He was a fair man of about 40 and wore spectacles. He knew that as soon as he began to speak they would close their ears and sink into apathy, and his words would be nothing but meaningless sound to them. They would wake up again only at the singing of the next hymn, for in the hymn they could sing just what they needed, and give exactly what it was in their power to give. What was he standing there for? End of chapter 20. 21. The seabirds were flying eastward. Kristoffer was out on the banks again, and he watched them as they flew. He felt drawn in the same direction. When he closed his eyes, he seemed to have an indistinct feeling with the shoals of fish that had to go somewhere or other. He had a longing to go eastward too. He said nothing to anyone, but something he felt he must do. It was snowing, but there was no wind, and the white snow was piled high on the roofs of the houses, and the ships in the harbor were unrecognizable. It snowed day and night. One evening Kristaver called Peter Susansa outside, and they talked for a little while in low voices. Then Kristaver brought his men together down by their boat, and later in the evening there were a few things to be carried on board from the hut. The crew of the Seal was going to bed early tonight. The snow continued to fall. The waves fell heavily, and in the absence of wind, the islands and mountains seemed to be lying, listening. The lights went out and the station slept, and the snow fell more heavily, but softly and silently. It filled the roads and piled itself upon roofs and up against walls, and transformed flights of steps into hill slopes. Boats and ships lay so still that the snow rose high upon the tops of masts, on sternpost, bowsprit, and rowlocks. The harbour lights shone upon ropes and tackle embroidered over with white. The heavy galleasses and Nordland sloops had their rigging trimmed with white lace and grew young and dainty looking. Everything was white and maidenly, and slender forms stood erect in the light of the lanterns, as if clothed in bridal garments. These sea ploughs, which smelled of oil and tar and fish, were decorating themselves and becoming more and more fairy-like. Mastheads became like church spires, and only waited for some silver bell to sound and consecrate the whole. Now and then there was a splash in the water beside the quay. It was snow falling from a sloping roof. There the white snow and the grey salt North Sea met. The snow lay floating for a moment still white, and then became greyer and greyer as it sank and was consumed. A little after midnight something moved up on the island. Men were coming through the darkness, one after another. It was Kristaver and his men. They walked noiselessly, carrying a sack containing bedding under each arm. Not a word was uttered. Their provision chests were already in the boat, and now it was for them to get on board. They rowed the little boat out by forcing their hands through the water, for an oar may creak. The Seal looked like a ferry boat. They clambered cautiously abroad. The thing was to get away unseen and unheard. It was one thing to move themselves, but quite another thing to have a few hundred boats in their wake. Peter Susansa was the only man who knew about their flight. As they raised the anchor, the boat began to shake off her finery, showering it down upon the 6 southwesters. The boat itself was half full of snow, but that could be shoveled out later. The oars were carefully shipped, but first of all broad woolen gloves were laid in the rowlocks in order that the rowing should be noiseless. The boat began to move past ships with yellow lanterns on their masts, which showed that the Seal still had some finery in her rigging. As they moved farther out, the oars worked harder, but at last the men ceased rowing. Then the snow was shoveled out with buckets and bailers, and finally they had time to consider the wind and weather. They were going east. Wind there was none, and the sea and current were contrary. Well, they meant to go somewhere eastward, so they would have to row. And they rowed. 3 pairs of oars dipped into the water. 6 men, 2 and 2 sitting side by side, bent forward and backward, their heads in their southwesters moving in curves, 2 and 2. They grew warm, and the southwesters had to come off. The boat was heavy, and so were the oars, and the current was against them. Pull away. The headman himself had to row. Now and again he turned his head to look in the direction in which they were rowing, to take his bearings by some light or other. The hours passed, but it was still dark. The time of blistered hands was over for Lars, and they were now as hard as horn. but as the hours passed, there was a rushing sound in his ears, and his temples throbbed. His wet feet were not exactly comfortable in his boots. When would they be able to take breath? No one knew. The headman wanted to go east, and it might be that they would still be sitting here rowing this time tomorrow. It would be as the headman decided. No one spoke a word. No one thought a thought any longer. It was only arms that toiled, legs that were stiffly strained, and backs that ached. They were all transformed into rowing machines. They rowed on. The boat was forced on against the current, past headlands, bays, and rocks against which the waves broke and foamed. It was not snowing now, but the sky was dark with heavy clouds, between which were gleams of green and yellow, and the same darkness and light were faintly reflected in the sea. Then came a stir in the sky. The clouds began to move, and became men, animals, fishermen in boats, old women hastening along with shawls over their heads, children riding upon fish, all of them toward a yellow and green fire, and over the sea there was the same commotion. The sky soon became a world of evil, a realm of live goblins, and on the sea below there was nothing but a boat with some fishermen in it, at which all these yellow and grey faces were glaring. The same faces appeared in the sea and surrounded the boat, and both the sky and the sea became dark with monsters. Where were the men going? That even Kristaver did not know. He was only listening to a mysterious voice, eastward. He felt the compass needle pointing eastward. He had followed such indications before and had not regretted it, but he saw the sinister look of the sky and sea and felt that he was fleeing. From what? A terror with many faces followed in his wake. It was poverty. It was not the first time that it pursued a fishing boat, and that the men rowed for their lives to escape from it. In front of them there was hope, safety, somewhere or other, and what they had to do was to exert themselves and row. They rowed on. The lights below the high snowfields of the Lofoten wall grew pale, the sea grew lighter, and the fantastic forms in the sky dispersed or sank into the sea again. In a bay they recognized Kabelvåg with its many lights. They saw great Molla with its church spire rising out of the sea and pointing heavenward. It grew lighter and became day. In front and to the east they saw ranges of mountains, with deep fjords and sounds, and for the rest of the west fjord, yellow and grey beneath the yellow and grey sky, and beyond these miles of sea a line of mountains, the mainland. What then? Where were they going? Here Kristaver sprang upon the thwart and looked about him, and then held up his hand. All the oars stopped just as they were about to dip into the water, and nothing was heard but the lapping of the ripples against the bow. Kristaver saw first a crowd of boats coming out from Kabelvåg and Svolvær. It looked as if some piece of news had made them turn out, and they were hurrying. They reminded one of firemen hastening to put out a fire. After them came steamers, and they went in the same direction and passed the boats. Where were they going? "What is it?" asked Henry Rabben, standing up on the same thwart. Kristaver was now looking at something else. A motley cloud of birds came into view far out at sea. It must have been beyond the bank, but the spouting of a whale could be both heard and seen. In these regions, where there are whales there are herring, and where there are herring there are cod. They were going eastward, but shoals must have gone before, since a fisherman had turned out already. The shoals driven by the whale could not turn, and had to go into a fjord. All the men on the seal were standing on thwarts to gaze. "What is it? Oh, look there! What is it?" Kristaver did not utter a word. "Row," he said at last, jumping down to his oar. They began rowing again, and the boat shot through the water. The men had rowed their hardest all through the night, and might have wanted a rest and a little food, But this was better, and they must take part in it, and so they rowed with a will. Later in the day they saw behind them on the sea a number of masts following them. Had their flight been discovered? Had anyone noticed them stealing away, or had they seen when Peter Susansa started? Perhaps a boat had followed, thinking something must be going on, and others saw it and wondered what it was, and then several set out, and there were rumours of fish, then a commotion, and the whole avalanche of boats was let loose. There they came. There was smoke rising, steamers were coming too, and they had all the newest appliances, and drew in netfuls of riches of the sea. They had not had much opportunity for using them yet, but now they would have a chance. They must have had a telegram, and they had telescopes. Who would get there first? First? They were passing all those boats behind and were coming on. They would soon pass the seal too. This is a rich man on horseback. The boat fisherman is a slave who must pull his own cart. He must row and toil until his mouth fills with blood, but even then he arrives too late. The rich man can sit on a sofa in his cabin and eat a good meal, and still gets there first. The steamers had passed, leaving trails of smoke behind them in the air. A feeling of impotence oppressed the men rowing, but they kept on, and at midday they were still rowing. There was now a swarm of boats on all sides. They were stragglers that had come out from the nearest stations, but they rowed on. The men on the seal were determined not to be left behind, although they had rowed so long. It became a race. No one's hands were blistered, but Arnt Åsan was spitting blood. He began to complain, but nobody listened to him. They were gradually passing into the shadow of some high mountains at the mouth of a fjord. Here there was a forest of masts, and a clamour of voices made itself heard. What was it? The thought darted through Kristaver's mind that if the shoal, followed by the whale, had gone in there, it could not come out again that way, for the fjord ended about 30 or 40 miles in a mountain ravine. The clamour of voices grew louder, and Kristaver turned and looked ahead. What? What could be the meaning of this? A number of steamers had placed themselves like a chain across the mouth of the fjord and blocked the entrance. It was impossible for the boats to go any farther. They were dammed up. As the seal approached, the clamour became a wild confusion of shouts and howls and abusive epithets from thousands of fishermen, and the shouting spread to boats that were still at a distance, rowing their hardest to get there in time. "What's going on?" Kristaver shouted to a boat that lay in front of him. "The boats in front say that the water in the fjord is thick with cod, but the steamers are keeping the fishermen out. They want to have it all themselves. They've thrown out nets, and they won't let us in." In a moment Kristaver was standing on the thwart with his head thrown back and his hand upon the tiller. He had taken off his southwester some time during the previous night, and as Lars looked at his father standing there with his fair curly hair, he once more thought of Olaf Tryggvason. This was the battle of Svolder. "Row on," said Kristaver. They were already in the throng of boats, but were several stone throws from the steamers, where the uproar was greatest. The mouth of the fjord was not more than half a mile across, and the mountains on both sides were precipitous. There was a cloud of seabirds hovering within, rising and falling with wild cries. This enraged the fishermen. There was wealth in there, and they were shut out. The rich men were to have it all. The blowing of the whale could now be heard inside the fjord. The animal had turned and wanted to escape into the open, but saw the obstructing wall of steamers. This was a fresh terror, and it turned once more and went up the fjord again, blowing as it went. This made the fishermen still more excited. There are riches in the path of the whale. A roar came from thousands of voices. Fists were shaken, and contorted faces looked up from hundreds of boats. "If you don't let us into the fjord, we'll kill you." Not a soul was to be seen on the steamers. The heavy iron hull simply lay there and blocked the way. Then, on the one that lay right in front of the seal, a gentleman in a fur coat appeared on the bridge, with a fur cap and a red face, unconcernedly smoking a long pipe. The captain in oilskins came up beside him, and he shouted, "You must be patient, good people, until we've emptied our nets. First come, first served. Go back to your banks. This is ours." There was a roar of derisive laughter. "Yours? Is the fjord yours? And is the fish in the sea yours? Ha, ha, ha!" At this moment a well-known voice was heard far back in the crowd of boats. "At them, boys! The devil take them! At them, boys!" It was Jakob, who had already arrived and lay at the very back, beside Peter Susansa. His battle cry was repeated in wild chorus. "At them, boys! Pitch them into the sea! At them, boys!" "At them!" cried Kristaver, springing forward with an oar in his hand and leaping onto the boat in front. Where a father goes, the son should follow, and Lars was at his side in a moment, carrying a boat hook, and after them came Cornelis, Elesius Hylla, and Henry Rabben, flourishing oars, bailers, and gaffs in the air. Arnt Åsand thought someone ought to mind the boat, and the next minute he was standing in the headman's place, holding the tiller, exactly as if all power and authority on the seal had been placed in his hands. There was a sound of the heavy tramping of sea boots moving forward from boat to boat. The weapons were not sharp, but they formed a forest that surged toward the steamers. "Seize them! Seize them! Pitch them into the sea!" A steamer began to sound its steam whistle, as if calling for help. The greater part of their crews were probably at the nets. The fishermen began to climb on board, and they had no mercy for those they captured. The attack had been foreseen, however, and an engineer on a neighboring steamer turned a hose with boiling water upon the assailants. Scalded, blinded, with howls and cries and oaths, they dropped backward into the boats, and the deck of the steamer was cleared. The attack was repulsed, and the fishing, the busy ladling up of wealth from the sea, could be continued inside the fjord. Boats continued to come up, all with weary men who had rowed their hardest to get there in time. The rage spread. The fighting, the shouts and cries of scalded men increased their anger, and the newcomers leaped from boat to boat, shouting, "Seize them! Pitch them into the sea!" This time all the steamers were attacked at once, and those that were last pressed forward in their excitement in front of the others. Here and there an axe gleamed, but the big men had prepared their defense and had hoses and quantities of boiling water in readiness, which they again turned upon their assailants. Once more the men fell back, several dropping into the sea and having to be pulled out, and there were renewed roars, howls, and cries. Cornelis Gumon was a compulsory service officer, and he now assumed the command. "Attention!" he shouted. "Fix bayonets!" And drawing his knife from its sheath, he lashed it with his sheath strap to the end of an oar. Others did the same, and Cornelis shouted, "Charge! Stick the pigs! Forward!" Those who had been scalded were the most uncontrollable, and those of them who could still see dashed forward with their knives, wild, mad with pain and rage. They were met by the hoses, however, and the mountains echoed their yells. The flocks of gulls began to gather above the boats, screaming as if in expectation of booty. The gentleman in the fur coat still stood upon the bridge of his steamer, so sure of victory that he continued to smoke his long pipe with an expression of contentment. The captain by his side was directing the engineer with the hose. "There," he pointed, "give them a shower. That's it." The engineer was a thin man and had his sleeves rolled up, leaving his tattooed arms bare. He was just turning the hose toward the point at which Jakob was advancing when a man suddenly appeared behind him. It was Cornelis, who had swum under the steamer and come up on the other side. "Look out!" shouted the captain, but before the engineer had time to turn he was felled to the deck by a fist holding a brass tobacco box. Cornelis kicked him down into the hold, seized the hose and turned it full upon the 2 men on the bridge. The man in the fur coat covered his face with his hands, gave a yell and fell backward. The captain swore and roared, crouched down and rolled over. The fishermen began storming the vessel, while Cornelis turned the hose on the engineer on the next steamer. Hooray! He was leading the assault of a fortress. He was a general. The man received the jet full in his face, and he dropped the hose with a yell. The next moment his boat too was stormed by the men, and in less than no time all the steamers were in the hands of the fishermen. A few of the boats that were busy with the nets came hurriedly rowing up to their assistance, but it was too late. The gentleman in the fur coat had risen to his feet, and keeping one hand before his face, made signs with the other, and endeavoured to speak. "Listen, men," he cried. "We'll let you in, but you must promise that you won't disturb our nets." He might as well have spoken to the wind. He was seized by 2 angry men and thrown overboard, followed by the swearing, struggling skipper, and it was fortunate for them that their boats were near enough to pick them up. The same thing happened on all the steamers. The scalded, half-blinded men were mad with rage, and they threw captains, ship owners, and engineers overboard, and then swarmed down into the cabins, where they smashed mirrors, lamps, bottles, everything they could lay their hands on. Revenge! Revenge! But it did not last long. There was fishing in the fjord, and there was wealth. To the fishing! To the fishing! In a few minutes an opening was made in the chain of steamers, and the fishing fleet streamed in and dispersed over the fjord, farther and farther in. As they went, however, they caught sight of the steamer's nets surrounded by busy boats. They must get hold of those. That was how those big men grew rich. They emptied the sea in 2 or 3 casts of the net, so that nothing was left for the poor people. "Seize them! Seize them!" There was such a multitude of fish in the nets that the surface of the water looked as if it was being lashed by heavy hail. But all over the fjord it was the same, dorsal fins everywhere. The fjord was boiling. They were rowing in the fish. It was like a dream. Their eyes were bloodshot. Up went the oars. The enemy's boats were taken, and their men knocked down, and the fishermen took possession of the nets and cut and tore them into shreds. Only let the fish out. There was another net. The boats made for it, and the battle was continued. Now the whale returned once more down the fjord, blowing and spouting, and making the mountains tremble with its groans of terror. It had found no exit at the end of the fjord, and felt itself a captive. It drove the shoals of herring before it, without taking any notice of them, only dashing wildly along to escape from the trap and reach the sea. It raised billows as great as those of an ocean steamer. It was followed by another, and a silence fell upon the boats, and they began to make for the shore in order to be out of the way. Then came a third, but it was followed by its mortal enemy, the grampus. These slim, pale blue hunters leaped out of the water, and descending with a splash, seized a mouthful of the huge puffing mountain of flesh, and leaped into the air again, delighted with their sport. Was it strange that the whale lost its wits? It darted through that part of the fishing fleet that had not got out of its way, making the boats rock and their crews cry out in alarm. A grampus leaped into the air and almost fell into a line-boat, and the dark puffing mountain passed so close that the men could have jumped onto its back. Now the whale was clear of the boats, but in front were the steamers. Was the fjord blocked at this end too? The whale tried to turn, but the grampus was over it. It was as though its heart was in the grasp of death itself, and it took a senseless leap into the air. The huge body left the water and hovered for a moment in the air, but it was heavy and descended again, where its persecutor awaited it with teeth like knives. For a moment the whale whirled round on the surface of the water, beside itself with terror. The water was churned into foam and spray, and its enemy tore piece after piece from its body, and the blood spurted out and reddened the grey water of the fjord. Then the whale dived down to the bottom, its tail giving a last swing in the air. The water seethed, and steamers at the mouth of the fjord were roughly shaken as the whale brushed beneath their keels on its way out to the sea. End of chapter 21. 22. Never had such cod fishing been heard of as that which now began in the fjord. The boats spread in all directions, wherever they saw the herring and cod stirring up the surface of the water. They threw out nets and lines wherever it was easiest, and there was little space between the boats, so that they gradually moved farther and farther into the fjord. There was an abundance of fish everywhere, and the air was filled with the cries of men on the water and birds above. As soon as the nets were put out, they could be drawn in again full, and the boats were ready to sink with their loads of fish. But what was to be done with them? 2 or 3 purchasing vessels had arrived, and they were surrounded. There was a fight among the boats to get near them, to be relieved of their cargo, and to be off again and throw out their nets once more. Some of the steamers gave up fishing and began to buy. It was easy to beat down the prices now, for no fisherman had time to bargain. They took what they were offered. All they wanted was to get the boat emptied. The fishing was carried on without inspection and with neither law nor justice to guide it. The only thing to do was to fight one's way and keep one's neighbor off, tear and cut other men's nets if they came in the way, and fill the boat with riches. Twilight fell, but no one thought of going ashore. It grew dark, but fish can be caught in the dark, and the nets were put out and drawn in again full. The boats that lay near a trading vessel were fortunate, for their boats were soon emptied. Others darted in and threw their fish on the beach. A purchaser would be sure to come. At midnight the commotion was greatest. The fjord that had lain desolate, with snow-topped mountains on both sides, and dead frozen shores, now resounded with the noise. New fishermen arrived who had rowed their hardest. Nets and lines were put out. If there were others in the same place, it would be worst for them, and they might go on scolding and shouting as much as they liked. Lines were put out above nets. The nets suffered most, but the line fishermen had to live too. Even in the dark one could see the fjord bubbling with fish. Riches! Riches! There was no moon, but a clear, starlit sky. A light was visible here and there, where line fishermen were baiting their lines again. They had not enough bait, but they would not give up the place when once they had it. A small boat had to go and look for a bait boat, and in the meantime they could put out their lines with empty hooks and fish up nets with cod in them. This was easy enough, now that no one could see more than a few yards, and there was nothing dishonourable in cutting and thieving when others did the same. But there were eyes in some of the boats. "Are you cutting my nets, you dog? Hold your jaw. What do you want interfering with my lines? Thief! Idiot! Scoundrel! Be off with you, or I'll kill you." That night will be remembered by many. Things became more and more lively, and when day dawned there was great activity. The birds had been quiet during the night, but now they rose again and flocked together in clouds, screaming. More boats kept coming in from the most distant stations and put out their nets and lines. "Hold your jaw. You've no right. Where's the inspector's office?" "There is no inspector here. This isn't a fishing station." No one had imagined that the fish would gather here. Steamers, sailing vessels, and boats came all along the Lofoten wall, out of fjords, past headlands, across bays. They were all going the same way, into the fjord between the precipitous mountains, where riches were being scooped up out of the sea. There was soon a crowd of trading vessels, and at last a bait steamer appeared and was not long in being surrounded. The cod were full of herring, which they disgorged when they were in the boats, but the net fishermen threw this good bait overboard rather than give it to the linemen. Ships arrived with shop goods, with fishing implements, with clothes, with food, with spirits, but who had the time to buy? The fjord became more and more crowded with boats, and an ever-increasing number of chains or half-chains of nets were lost, giving way beneath the weight of fishing tackle placed above them, or cut away by a neighbor. Some lost all their nets the very first night. The boats could scarcely turn in the throng. Lines were lost, new nets were continually going to the bottom, and their owners were left with nothing to fish with. There were trading vessels which sold lines and nets, but they demanded fabulous prices for them, and even when they were bought, they might be lost again the same day. A storm was brewing. "Those cursed linemen!" shouted those who had nets. "Those devils of net boats!" cried those who had lines. This could not continue. Most of the line fishermen, however, were Nordlanders, and they had the right on their side, for they were in their own waters. The others were Southerners, and no one had asked them to come. Evening came again, and it grew dark. No one ate anything, no one rested, no one went ashore, but the ill feeling increased. It is one thing to be worn out, without sleep and hungry, but quite another to be attacked and robbed by one's neighbor. Should they put up with that? The current was also answerable for many mishaps. As the tide went down, it raced out of the fjord like a river, carrying everything with it and mixing up lines and nets. When the tide turned, it flowed in again with bubbles and eddies and capricious turns, driving the boats one against another and mixing up their oars. The blame was laid, however, upon a neighbor, a lineman or a net fisherman. Should they put up with this? Were the others to have everything? The first disturbers of the peace were some Asfjord boats that had lost all the nets they owned. They fell upon the line fishermen nearest to them. Both sides raised battle cries and called upon comrades to help. The strain of weariness and hunger, and of the want of elbow room to scoop up these riches from the sea, was too much for them, and the storm broke. The sound of feet leaping from boat to boat, of shouts, of blows with oars, gaffs, boat hooks, and bailers, grew louder and louder, and was echoed and re-echoed from the mountains as the battle spread up the long, narrow fjord. At last no one knew whose boat he was in. He only wanted revenge. Those cursed line fishermen, and similarly those devils of net fishermen, should get what they deserved for coming here to prevent honest folk from fishing in their own sea. The sun came out and shone down upon the white snow on the mountains and the shore, and upon the long grey fjord that was one pandemonium of fighting, yelling fishermen. Suddenly the report of a small cannon echoed from mountain to mountain. What was that? A gun? It still echoed. What did it mean? It was just as if the weapons had been struck out of the hands of the combatants, and they stood still, staring at one another. Who had fired the gun? At that moment a small steamer appeared, threading its way among the boats. Ah, was that it? They knew that well enough. It was the chief inspector's boat, flying the government flag, and the commander in person stood on the bridge beside the captain. In an instant the commotion subsided. Noise may be contagious. Silence may also be contagious. And now there was silence throughout the length of the fjord. Many of the combatants tried to get back to their own boats and look innocent. Some were bleeding from knife wounds. Others were half stunned with blows they had received, but none of them wanted the interference of the commander. The steamer rang a bell and whistled, but it was quite unnecessary, as there was perfect quiet all over the fjord. For in the eyes of the fishermen, the commander stood for the Almighty himself descending to Lofoten with the government flag in his hand. A command or a regulation issuing from him was law. He stood beside the captain on the bridge, and his red, beardless face beneath his cap was calm and determined. Those that were near enough to see him felt that in another moment he would utter a few words, and at that instant law and justice would be established throughout the fjord. He raised the speaking trumpet to his lips, and his voice thundered over the heads of the fishermen, as if it came from heaven itself. It is determined by the inspection that the lower half of the fjord shall be for the net fishermen, the upper half for the linemen. It will be punishable to invade one another's waters. The inspection will put out boundary marks, and thereafter you are to keep the peace. With a few turns of the propeller, the steamer went on a little farther through the throng of boats, and then stopped again. The bell rang once more, and the speaking trumpet repeated the injunction. In this way, the commander slowly went up the fjord, establishing order. The evening was approaching, and no sooner had the law taken possession of the fjord than the thousands of fishermen were changed, as it were, from animals into men again. The fever and madness that had raged day and night in their minds quickly subsided, and they discovered that they had not slept or eaten proper food for several days, and they now left their lines and nets in the water and made for the shore on each side. The shore! Now only did they discover that the shores were desolate. There were a few farms about 8 or 10 miles inland, but even with the help of the barns and outhouses, they could not house as many as 200 or 300 men, and here were many thousands who wanted shelter. There was not a fisherman's hut, not an outhouse, not even a boathouse, but ashore they must go. None of the boats had a cabin now during the fishing season. A few men were taken on board the larger vessels, where they could cook food and sleep, but most of them had only the bare shore. The full and half-filled boats moved slowly landward in the darkness, rowed by weary arms. They did not even go to the trading vessels to dispose of their fish. The first thing for the men to do was to have something hot, and then to sleep. End of chapter 22. 23. The seal found a little creek in front of a talus on the east side of the fjord. The grapnel was dropped, and the boat moored at both ends on account of the current, and at last the small boat's keel grated upon the beach, and the men tramped up with heavy, stiff feet, their iron heels striking sparks from the stones. "Oh," groaned Arnt Åsan, sinking onto a rock, "I really believe I'm tired." "If only there was as much as a dog kennel here," sighed Cornelis Gomund, swinging his arms across his chest to warm himself. "You must try and find some water, Lars," said Kristofer, handing the kettle to the boy, and then saying to the others, "We'd better bring the sail ashore and hang it up as a tent for the night. You must row out for it, Cornelis." "But there isn't a scrap of wood here to make a fire with," said Henry Rabben, looking around the stony slope. It was true. These worn-out men were in need of something hot to drink, and there was not so much as a twig. Lars returned with a kettle, wading in snow, above his knees. He had filled it at a brook, but what was to be done about a fire? "We shall have to take something from the boat," said the headman, and he shouted to Cornelis on the boat and told him to pull up a footboard in the forepart of the boat and bring it ashore. The board was split up, and while the little fire burned under the kettle a few yards from the waves that broke upon the sand, the men stamped down a square of snow to a hard surface, set up 4 oars, and hung the sail over them, thus making a kind of tent that would keep up for the night, if only the weather remained calm. Under it they spread out a tarpaulin on the snow, and when the skin rugs had been brought in, the 5 men lay down, leaning on their elbows. They drew long, deep breaths while waiting for the coffee that Lars was making, but sank back and slept for a little. They would have died only to get rest, to rest without moving again. but the coffee was ready. A provision chest was brought in and a lantern lighted, but the sight of one another's faces with staring eyes like those of madmen almost made them afraid. Cups? Who would trouble to look in the chest for them? There was a tin to pour the coffee into, and it could be passed round. Coffee once more, something hot once more. It put life into them, and warmth into their joints and limbs. Their swollen hands could not eat the bread in slices or spread the butter. They took bites off the loaf and swallowed them almost unchewed. It was good. It was really food. The cold was intense, and their breath rose in white clouds, and very soon their wet sea boots and leather clothes began to stiffen. Pulling their southwesters well down over their ears and their big woolen gloves well up over their wrists, they lay back, 2 under each skin coverlet, and slept. Outside a few embers still glowed in the ashes of the coffee fire on the beach. Little red stars gleamed on both sides of the grey fjord where other boats' crews had made their fires. Some had made snow huts, but the greater number made tents with their sails. The great thing was to lie down and sleep. One by one the lights on board the sailing vessels went out, and the men lay there crowded together in the cabins and down in the hold, and slept. And while they slept, the night drew white streamers of aurora up over the sky, and the waves splashed against ships and rocks and broke upon the grey sand. Frost had come again after the snow, but a host of warm dream visions passed through the cold polar night. The sleepers were at home. They met their wives and children, parents and brothers and sisters. They had come home with riches. They painted the houses and cultivated the land. They took wives and children to the town and bought whatever they desired. Banks and tradesmen, "Here's your money. Kindly give us a receipt." Good fortune had come at last. At last! The fisherman sails so far to seek it, and generally comes home disappointed, but this time he has it. At last! Now we will settle down on the land, buy a big farm and drive to church in a pony carriage with a well-groomed horse. Most certainly. The toil on the sea is over. Toward morning, when the tide turned and began to come in, the wind rose. It did not need much wind to lift the sail roof off the oars and carry it over the rocks, and soon the 6 men from the Seal lay sleeping under the open sky. The wind blew farther up the fjord and began to play with all these sails that were meant for houses, and soon hundreds and thousands of wet fishermen lay sleeping under the open sky of a frosty Nordland night. They turned uneasily in their sleep. Perhaps they dreamed of ice. In their dreams they put on more and more clothes, but, strange to say, they never became warm, even if they wrapped themselves up in all the wool in the world. Many of them dreamed that they had money in their pockets and had been to town and bought great fur coats, like those the priest and the doctor wore at home. But they could not have been really good ones, for they only grew colder and colder after they put them on. There were some that night who slept themselves into paradise, so that it was impossible to wake them the next morning. Kristoffer Myran, however, woke with a cold, and starting up, found that his hair and beard were white with frost, and his sea boots, which he had drawn up over his thighs in the evening, were frozen so stiff that he could not bend his knees. His thighs and calves were as unbending as if his boots had been of iron, and he actually had to break the boots across the knees. He stood up, replaced the sail upon the oars, and lighted the end of candle in the lantern. The men all lay with their eyes closed, but Elesius Hylla's face was strangely red, and he was talking in his sleep. Kristoffer tucked the sheepskin coverlet closer about Lars, and then stood looking at the boy as he lay, his hands buried deep in his big woolen gloves. His face was such a child's face, and he made little plaintive sounds in his sleep, just as if he were lying with his head in his mother's lap. Kristoffer began walking along the beach to get warmth into his limbs. If only he had had wood to make a fire! He supposed he would have to go on board and sacrifice another footboard and make coffee for the men again, for they must not lie here and die of cold. Farther along the beach, Peter Susansa's crew had landed. Their sail too had been blown off the oars, but it had dropped upon the men, and they lay there sleeping, as it were, under one great winding sheet. And was not that the head man himself sitting on a stone over there on the beach, looking out over the water? "Is that you, Peter?" It was some time before the old man answered. He was sitting as motionless as a rock. At last he turned his head and said, "I'm almost glad tonight, Kristofer, that I'm about done for." "Yes, it is cold." Kristofer was not in the mood for talking, and he turned and tramped back through the snow and stones along the beach, beating his arms across his chest and rubbing his ears and nose with his woolen glove. But when he returned once more, the old man was still sitting in the same place. Did he want to freeze to death? "I say, you must move about, man." Peter turned his head again, and Kristofer saw that his beard and hair and clothes were white with frost and ice. "Oh, never mind. It doesn't matter what happens to me," he said. "What nonsense! Come, get up. You'll freeze sitting there." "Oh, I haven't much longer to live anyhow." "Wait while I fetch another board, and then we'll make some coffee." And Kristofer rowed off in the little boat to the seal. Peter Susansa continued sitting where he was. The doctor had said that the reason he had leprosy was because he had had such a hard life on the sea. Well, he had been on the sea for almost 50 years, and he had not exactly become a rich man, but this was his last year, and that was the end of it. And whether it ended tonight or in a year's time. An hour later the men had to be up and out again. Fish! Fish! The time would surely come when they could both eat and sleep properly. Ships came in that day with planks to sell for the building of huts and wood for firing. Now at last Arnt Åsan was to obtain full redress. Fishermen are generally very clumsy in handling axe and saw, but Arnt had grown up, so to speak, beside a carpenter's bench, and now he was in his element and took the lead at once. He tramped about in the snow and was a carpenter. It was true that the saw and axe from the boat were of the poorest, but there is a great deal in knack. He sawed and he chopped and he hammered, and he chewed a quid and looked wise, and he asked even the headman to hand him this and to hold up that. The eyes that were so often hidden came into view and looked people straight in the face. He regained his self-confidence and could even afford to be amusing. "This'll be something like a house," he said. "We must have a parlour and a dining room and a bathroom and a ballroom, just as the rich men have. Just you wait, and you'll see." He did all this by the light of a lantern when they came ashore after a day of toil. Tired? Now, when at last he had got hold of something that he understood? The saw whined and the axe had to do duty as a hammer. The framework was raised and the planks were fitted together to make walls and roof. Just you wait. This'll be something like a house. It was larger than the cabin of their boat. They could almost stand up in it, and soon there were benches along 2 walls, and planks were laid upon the snow and fastened together by cross pieces to make a kind of floor. Table? What about some planks with new cross pieces laid over them and 2 barrels to stand upon? "This'll be more like a sanatorium than anything else," said Arnt, and he hammered and sawed and went on making it better and better. The best of it was that he felt that he had become a different man in the eyes of his comrades. He was their equal now, and after this Lars and Cornelis would not begin to laugh whenever he opened his lips. All that day Elesius Hylla had had a strangely red face while they were on the water, and talked as if he did not know what he was saying. In the evening, when they were lying in the hut, he asked for a strong dram, for he shivered and was so cold inside, and had such a pain in his side. There was a medicine that every headman had with him, and that was a bottle of brandy to which camphor and pepper were added. Kristover unearthed it from his provision chest and poured about half a cupful down the throat of the sick man, who put his hand to his throat, coughed, and then, pulling the skin coverlet up over his head with southwester on, turned away. The lantern was extinguished, and the men all went to sleep. The plank floor was harder to lie upon than snow, and the night was cold again, but at any rate the hut did not blow down. They slept, and no one sat up to look after the man who was ill. End of chapter 23. 24. It was a long night for Elesaus Hylla. He had difficulty in breathing, and it was of no use for him to toss about and turn over and throw his arms about. He could neither draw his breath in nor breathe it out, and he became so afraid of being suffocated that he broke into a perspiration, though his beard was white with frost. He grew thirsty, but there was nothing to drink. The coffee kettle was empty. He spoke to his comrades, but no one heard him. They were asleep and had no thought for anyone else. They snored and talked in their sleep and tossed about, because the cold under their backs made them continually start up from the wooden floor, but they fell back again every time, without waking. Oh, if he had only one drop of water! He felt as if these comrades of his had left him in the lurch. They seemed like strangers. They threw him over because he was ill. They became his enemies. He saw now that they had always been like that, only he had not known them until now. He would have to lie here quite alone with the cold night and this illness. A fear began to grow in his mind that his last hour was coming, the dreaded hour when he would be led into the presence of God. Fancied scenes began to pass through his brain. He saw fish, abundance of fish. He saw boats that ran over the water like water spiders. Then he was going home. No, he was at home. Of course he was at home. And the room was tidy and clean, and the bed he lay in soft and warm. That was how Berit kept her house. "Poor dear, are you cold?" she said, and gave him hot milk and camphor brandy. "You haven't a pain in your chest, have you?" she said, and put the turpentine poultice on it. "Hush," she said to the children. "Don't you see that father is ill?" That is what it is like when you have people near you who care for you. Ah, no, he was not at home after all. Here he lay, hundreds of miles away, and he would die here like an animal, far from both doctor and priest. He would never see Berit and the children again. If he could only breathe, oh, for a mouthful of water! Light appeared at the door. Someone had come in. His head throbbed, and everything danced before his eyes, but he was sure that someone had come in. There he is. There was a rustling of frozen clothing, and now he recognized the man. It was Jo Jonstad, who was drowned off Stamsund last year. It was a dead man come to visit him. He begins to speak. "Oh, dear, it's cold, Elesaus. You get hoarse when you've lain a long time in the water, but now it's your turn. You'll have to come with me." Elesaus tossed and turned, and threw about his hands in their woolen gloves. The man still stood there looking at him, and began to speak again. "I say, Elesaus, you'll soon have to stand before the Almighty's face, and now the thing is whether you've behaved to your wife as you ought to have done." "No, God, forgive me. I haven't." This was more than Elesaus could stand. He tried to call to his companions, but they were asleep and had no thought for him. They were strangers who would readily throw him overboard. "What do you think will happen to you, Elesaus, when you have to stand in the presence of the Almighty?" Is there no pardon?" "The Sunday before you left home, you were going to take the sacrament, but instead of that you beat Berit." Yes, that is true.
And now you'll never see her again.
Oh,
Have you never given false witness in the court?
no, no.
Not that time 10 years ago?
Oh, but that's so old now.
Have you never cheated your neighbor, nor envied him when things went well with him? Have you never made mischief between your comrades?
Tell me, are you deaf? Have you come to fetch me now?
The figure shook its head. Call in the priest, Eleseus, it said. Try to get the sacrament before you start on your journey.
It's a long way to the priest.
It's farther to pardon.
Eleseus looked about him despairingly for help, but the men were all asleep. In the morning, when they were going out, Kristofer bent down over the sick man and asked him how he was. Eleseus breathed heavily, but did not answer. Kristofer laid his hand upon the man's forehead, and it was burning hot. He asked him if he would like some coffee, but the other turned away his head and closed his eyes, so Kristofer spread his own skin coverlet over him and went after the others. All that day Kristofer said little. They were many miles from a doctor, and it would take 2 or 3 days to fetch him, supposing he would come at all, and then he would have to be taken back. He might fit up the aft compartment of the boat and take Eleseus into the hospital at Kabelvåg, but it was no small matter to lose several days fishing, with such fishing as it was. As he worked, a voice within him seemed to say, "What will it profit a man if he gain the whole world?" Yes, that was true enough. And he promised himself that if Eleseus was not better in the morning, he would go with him to Kabelvåg. The boats worked more quietly today. The commander's steamer still lay in the fjord, and several inspection boats had anchored at various points. Law and justice once more prevailed on the sea, and this gave a feeling of peace. That day the commander was going to try to take up from the bottom some of the nets and lines that the fishermen had lost. He himself stood upon the bridge when the anchor was dropped into the sea. The chain cable that clanked after it was long, but at last it reached the bottom. The engines turned the screw a few times in order to drag the anchor along the bottom, and thus take up lines and nets upon its flukes. A crowd of boats had gathered round, and thousands of fishermen were anxiously watching to see what the result would be. If the great commander were able to save some of the nets and lines they had lost, he was still more of a man than they had taken him for. The windlass was set, going to wind the chain in again. It appeared to be heavy, for the axle screeched. More steam had to be turned on to prevent it from stopping. The steamer began to heel over. The windlass was on the forward deck, and now the steamer began to point her nose down. There must be a great strain upon it. The cable whined and screeched, the roller groaned, and the steam puffed and blew. The windlass turned more and more slowly, and the ship's bow sank lower and lower. There was certainly something heavy. The anchor was now raised a good way, but there was a new weight upon it, for the winding ceased and the steamer lay heeled over with her bow very low.
More steam.
The commander stood there calm and with a determined face. The crew ran backward and forward, shouting now and then to one another. The winding began again, and it was evident to all who were looking on that something heavy was coming up. The very fjord seemed to be stirred up all around them. Bubbles rose to the surface. It looked as if a whale might make its appearance at any moment. The windlass threatened to come to a standstill once more. It hauled and hauled, but the next moment stopped. More steam! At last it turned again, but slowly, overburdened, as if at any moment it might give in or break. There were more bubbles, and the water round the nearest boats was disturbed. What was coming? It must be something living. There was the anchor ring,
and down in the water they could see the flukes, and hanging to them the top of a little mountain, a living mass of all kinds of fishing appliances, with fish in and on them. It rose higher and higher, a gigantic tangle of lines and nets, with long streamers descending from it, and enclosing a multitude of fish, living and dead, hundreds and hundreds of cod, and in the thickest tangle the bright gleam of herring. What was that light grey creature that was so lively? It was a springer that had become entangled in the nets. It made wild leaps in order to free itself. The windlass was still turning, but only slowly. All eyes were gazing in wonder. It was as though the very ocean were yielding up some of its mysteries. Suddenly the chain gave way. The steamer rose as if with a sigh of relief, and the mountain, with all the nets and all the fish, sank back with a great splash into the sea and disappeared into the depths, leaving only innumerable rings and bubbles on the surface. The commander was calm, but his face was more determined than ever. He took the speaking trumpet and his voice rang out over the boats. "Don't be disheartened. Next time we'll take a stronger cable and a larger steamer." The fishermen still sat staring, as if they could not quite believe what they had seen. It was only to have been expected, however, for, after all, a commander is nothing more than a man. End of chapter 24. 25. That evening, when Kristofer had put his fish on board the trading vessel, he asked the skipper if, for a good sum of money, he would take a sick man to the hospital at Kabelvåg. The skipper, however, was going south to Ålesund when he had his cargo on board, and did Kristofer imagine that these were times for carrying about sick people? No, perhaps not. He went to several trading vessels, but was only laughed at. A sick man! They would soon all be ill, the way they toiled and worked night and day, but all the same, everyone had enough to do in looking after himself in times like these. "You'll have to look after your sick man yourself, old man." The evening was calm and frosty when the men sat in the plank hut eating their supper. On the rock outside they had boiled fresh fish, for they had firewood now, and numerous fires burned along both shores, where boats' crews were at last having a hot supper. A candle end in the neck of a bottle lighted up the hut, and at last the men's hunger was appeased, but they hardly dared to utter a word. They knew that Eleseus had inflammation of the lungs, and he was now so ill that they were dreading the night. He was their neighbor at home in their poverty, and here he was their comrade. Lars noiselessly cleared away the cups after their meal, and the men remained sitting on the benches and chests. Kristofer had hinted that if Eleseus was no better in the morning, they would have to make up a bed in the boat and take him in to Kabelvåg. The others said nothing. They had had a good supper and could hardly keep their eyes open. They would have liked to lie down and go to sleep if their comrade had not lain there close to them, wrapped in skin rugs and talking confusedly. Something seemed to be always rousing them so that their eyes opened wide. Eleseus was scolding his wife, or he laughed and joked with her. At one moment he was ill-natured, and the next good to her. His sea boots projected from beneath the coverlet. They were probably frozen stiff, and perhaps his feet were wet, but it would be no end of a business to get those big boots off the feet of a fever-stricken man. The little door was lifted to one side, letting in the frosty mist, and Peter Susansa entered in all his sea clothes, southwester and big fingerless wooden gloves. Round his throat he still wore the bandage that the doctor had put on, and over it a red woolen scarf wound several times around his neck. He came from the cold winter night outside, with its stars and streamers of northern lights, but in this tiny room he was met by a stillness as of a sacred place, and he stood still without speaking. At last he whispered, "How is he?" Kristofer looked up and shook his head. The 5 men sat there with southwesters and woolen gloves on for the cold, but they said nothing. There was nothing to say. Peter advanced to the sick man and bent over him. He saw that they had tied his gloves on with string round his wrists, and the strings of his southwester were tied beneath his chin. He looked as if he was ready to get up at any moment and go out with them on the sea. His mouth was open, and the white teeth gleamed in the bearded face. The old headman began to whisper to him, as one would speak to a child that is to go to sleep. "Do you feel bad tonight, Eleseus?" The sick man frowned in an attempt to understand, and then opened his eyes and said in a voice that was almost inaudible, "I must go to the sacrament." The other men moved a little. Peter Schusansa said, and a little while after he said gently that it was a long way to the priest. It's farther to pardon," said Eleseus. Peter bent lower, and taking off his glove, laid his hand on the sick man's forehead. "Are you so very bad then, Eleseus?" he asked. I shall die tonight." Peter knelt down. His eyes were on the other man's face, and, as he looked, his own face gradually changed and became a reflection of what was passing through the mind of the sick man. Lars looked at the old headman. Could this be Peter Schusansa, that merry spinner of yarns? He was behaving like a father to Eleseus, and his red-lidded eyes were full of concern for him, while the expression of his weather-beaten face was one of peace, a peace that might have come from the singing of a hymn. No one spoke. All eyes were upon Peter Schusansa. At last Kristofer said it would be no use, perhaps, to sail in for the doctor. Peter looked up at the others, but no one had anything to say. There was silence again until the sick man said, I must get pardon. I must take the sacrament." Again there was a movement among the men, but they no longer dared look at one another. Peter Schusansa raised his head and looked at Kristofer. It was as if the 2 headmen had been overtaken by a trouble from which they saw no escape. It was impossible to get hold of a priest within a reasonable time, and they looked at one another. It was unnecessary to shake their heads. They sat listening to the sick man's breathing, and the tallow candle burned lower and lower. "If only something could be done," said Kristofer at last. The eyes of all the men seemed to be searching for this something, and in a little while Arnt Åsan said hesitatingly, "If we had been Baptists now." They were silent again. Kristofer passed his gloved hand across his forehead, and at last ventured to say, "As far as I can remember from my school learning, anyone can—" "Yes," said Lars, who was the most recently confirmed of them all. "It says in the Catechism that in cases of need, any Christian—" He dared not say more, for it seemed pretty well impossible that an ordinary man would be bold enough to give the sacrament. The sick man began muttering again. He opened his eyes and looked about wildly, saying he must get up and go to church with his wife. "Come along, Berit." Peter made him lie down again and covered him up. "You must lie still, Eleseus," he said gently, as if he were speaking to a little child. But Eleseus began again. "I must go to church. I must take the sacrament, or else I shall be lost." They sat for a little while listening to his quick, laboured breathing. Then he began to sob. "There he is," he said. "It's too late now. There's no pardon for me. If only I could have the sacrament. But it's too late now. Is it too late?" Again they sat silent for a little while, not knowing what to do. They could see that Eleseus had not long to live. At last Arnt Åsan spoke. "We can't let it end like this, can we?" he said. Suddenly Peter raised his head again and looked at Henry Rabben, and immediately all faces were turned in his direction. No one ventured to speak, but he felt they had indicated him. Their eyes said, "If any one of us is worthy to do this, it is you." Henry lowered his eyes, not daring to look at anyone. Would they lay such a burden, such a responsibility upon his shoulders? But he felt their eyes still rested upon him, as much as to say, "We choose you. If any one of us is worthy to do this, it is you." He? Was not he just like the others? He had no more learning and was not pious. He was a poor farm labourer and a fisherman, just as they were. He managed to comb his hair and beard and to wash when the others thought it was unnecessary, and he had a garden at home. He did not fight or drink until he was quite drunk, but that was mere chance, for he would have liked to. If there was any one to whom people behaved unreasonably, he did perhaps take his part, but not so often as he ought. Why should they now choose him? He wanted to rise and say that he was not the right man, that it should be their headman or Peter Susansa who was the oldest, but the silence was so profound that he felt he could not break it. All the eyes resting upon him, every face said, "It must be you." When the sick man moaned and spoke a few muttered words, it seemed like a warning. Perhaps there was no time to waste. He must make up his mind. He rose, and as he did so, he met the eyes of the others, but was unable to speak. He moved toward the door. "Are you going?" asked Kristofer. "I'm coming back," Henry replied. He went out and stood on the beach. The night was frosty, and the waves broke at his feet. On the fjord, lights gleamed from the ships, and in the sky, stars glittered above the white mountain tops. In the west, the roar of the ocean could be heard. Henry wanted to move, to walk up and down in order to collect his thoughts and find out what he ought to do, but there was no room. The hut belonging to the sea fire was close by, and beyond that the mountain rose perpendicularly out of the sea. Suddenly he heard a strange sound from the other side of the fjord, where there were lights shining from many huts. It was singing, the singing of a hymn. He knew now what it was. It was the Methodists holding a prayer meeting before they went to bed. He stood listening. At last he looked up into the clear frosty sky, over which played bright bands of auroral light, and as he stroked his beard he whispered, "Forgive me, Lord, if I am doing wrong." He turned to go in again, but at the door he stopped, and going round to the other side of the hut, he knelt down in the snow and folded his hands as well as he could with his gloves on. When he entered the hut a little later, the men sitting there saw a strange expression of peace in his face, and he held himself erect and looked from one to the other of them. "If you choose me for this," he said, "I'll do it in God's name. We must remember that the disciples, they were only simple fishermen like us." The headmen glanced at one another and nodded. No one spoke, but Henry felt that all were of the same mind. Lars had a difficulty in keeping back his tears. Something great was taking place. It reminded him of the time when the doctor took out his instruments to operate on grandmother. But no, it was something much greater than that. Henry Rabben still stood there. He passed his hand across his forehead and looked from one to another of his comrades. "But there is one more thing," he said. "If a simple man undertakes to perform a sacred act, he must have a clear conscience. So I'll ask you, comrades, have I done you any wrong? For if I have, I stand here now and ask your forgiveness for it." This was more than Lars could stand, and he covered his face with his hands and turned away, that no one should see that he was crying. He heard his father say, "You can be quite certain of that, Henry. You've never done us anything but what was good." "Well, in God's name, then," said Henry. It was only now that he began to wonder what he was to use. There was no wine, no proper bread. But there was no time for long consideration. The candle in the bottle burned on, and all sat silent while Henry opened his chest and took out a small bottle of Riga balsam. He poured a little of this into a coffee cup, mixed a little water with it, and tasted it. He then cut a piece of his own bread that his wife had baked, but after doing so it occurred to him that Eleseus had a loaf like it in his chest that his wife Berit had made. It would be better to take that, for then Berit would be with them. With a piece of bread on a pewter plate and a cup in his hand, he then went up to the sick man and knelt down, placing the cup and plate on the floor. "Eleseus," he said, touching him, "do you know me?" "Yes," said the sick man. "We've no way to get hold of the priest, but would you like me to give you the sacrament?" "Yes." "Would you like us to sing a hymn first?" "Yes." Peter Sonsa had moved into the background. Henry looked at the men. "Perhaps we might take a safe stronghold our God is still." They had no hymn book, but they knew this by heart, and they sang it. Lars's treble sounded above the others. Peter Sonsa folded his hands in his woolen gloves and sang, and Cornelis Gomund joined in and thought of his old father. The yellow light of the candle shone over the little room and over the men sitting there in their oilskins. As they sang, it seemed to Lars that they were changed. They became disciples, like those fishermen of old. And the hymn was so well suited to their life in these desolate regions, to the dying fisherman, and to those in the cottage in the far south who would soon be left without a breadwinner. When the hymn ended, Henry took off his glove and laid his hand upon the sick man's forehead. "Is there anything you want to tell us, Eleseus?" "Yes." "Have you done anyone any wrong that we can try and put right?" "Yes. Give my love to Berit." "Is there nothing else?" "No. Try and help Berit." "We promise you that, Eleseus. Berit shall have food and drink as long as there is any in my house." That's good." There was a pause, and then Henry asked, "Do you believe in God, then, Eleseus?" "Yes." "And are you sorry for the wrong things you have done?" "Yes, oh, yes." After a few moments Henry went on, his hand still resting on the other man's forehead. "Then I declare to you, in God Almighty's stead, the forgiveness of all your sins, in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Ghost." And he gave him the little piece of bread and a sip from the cup, after which they sang another verse of the hymn. They sat silent for some time, but at last Arndosan spoke. "Things won't be very easy for Berit," he said. "We must give her a helping hand whenever we can," said Kristofer. Said the others in agreement. When Peter Sonsa rose to go, he leaned over the sick man and said, "Goodbye then, Eleseus." "Goodbye." You can say I am coming soon. I shan't be long after you." Turning to the others, he said, "Good night," and went out with a bowed head. When the others had sat a little longer, Kristofer said that they could go to bed. It would be enough if he sat up through the night. Lars crept under the rug with the others and fell asleep at once, waking only when his father shook him in the morning. The others were having their breakfast. There was no sound from where the sick man lay. He was completely covered with a tarpaulin. you must make a coffin, Arnt, said Kristover. And you, Lars, must go into Kabelvåg with it and send it south by steamer. End of chapter 25. 26. All this time there were little flocks of whales out in the West Fjord, wandering restlessly hither and thither, blowing and spouting. The great quantity of herring in the fjord had excited them, but they dared not go in. The ships, the boats, and all the commotion in there kept them out in the open sea, but at the same time made them remain in the neighborhood. They only took little turns of 100 miles or so up and down to keep watch, so to speak. They went southward of Helgeland, then westward of Værøy and Røst, for the great Atlantic was refreshing in a storm. But they had to return, and darted back right over the maelstrom, the water foaming about their jaws, and along the Lofoten wall again, for the fjord in there was alive with all manner of delights. The sea is a good conductor of sound, however, and they heard the noise in there for a distance of many miles. They must have patience a little longer, but how long should they wait? One morning a vessel on her way from Svolvær to the fjord saw the shoals of herring going out to sea again. There was a broad river of small herring across the West Fjord, and over it flocks of screaming white and grey birds. The whales were there now, accompanying the shoals like sheepdogs that run beside the flock. They were having an easy time now, for it did not need take many turns of their tail to keep up with the herring, and all they had to do was to open their mouths and take what they wanted, move slowly along and take another mouthful. Several miles out to sea, other whales were seen spouting on their way in, and millions of herring were going west again over the endless plains of ocean. One day the shoal will sink, however. The whale dives and can still reach it, but the shoal goes still lower, and then the whale cannot follow. It can only feel which way it goes, and move slowly along above it. And then in the morning, when the shoal generally goes to the surface for a little, the whale can have a good breakfast. At last, however, the herring descends to depths from which it does not rise again that year, and the whale has a period for rest and digestion. It lies on the surface of the water like a ship without rigging, and perhaps takes a nap, for it is rather tiring to go on feasting for several days. Then one morning it is roused by a peculiar movement in the water, and opening its small eyes, it is instantly wide awake and listening. The sea gives warning of an all too well-known enemy, the grampus. It is still some miles off, but it is already on the track of its prey. With a powerful stroke of its tail, the whale takes to flight, but the grampus is a good rider, and in a few hours there is a wild chase through the boundless ocean. The day after the departure of the herring, the other fish had also left the fjord. From boat to boat the shout was repeated, "Have you got anything?" And the answer was always the same, "No, have you?" "No, there isn't any here." "Nor here either." "He's gone." "Yes, the fishing is over." "Yes, it's over." The dense fleet of ships and boats dispersed, but as it was too early to go home, most of them went out to their usual fishing station, where there might be a chance of a little extra fishing during the next few weeks. Once more the fjord lay empty and desolate. The tide rushed in at the flow and out at the ebb, but it no longer wore away anchor cables, and here and there along the deserted shore might be seen a plank hut that the men had not troubled to take away with them. On the day when the seal sailed out along the Lofoten wall again, Kristover was a well-to-do man. He had lost nets and rope, one of his comrades was dead, and he had gone through much hardship, but in his breast pocket lay a bulky pocket-book, full of 100-krone notes. He had never in his life carried so much money in his pockets. It amounted to thousands. When all his men had received their share, there would still be a large sum for himself, and even when the bank and the tradesmen were paid, a very fair amount would be left. A fisherman who owns boat and fishing gear for 5 men and has a savings bank book lying at the bottom of his chest. What do you say to that, Maria? Do you still want us to give up the sea? And there might still be a little more money to come in before the fishing ended. The weather had become milder, and the sun shone in the middle of the day, and here they came, sailing along in a fresh breeze with wealth on board. Cornelis Godmoen sang. They no longer talked about Eleseus Hylla. If a man dies or is drowned or a boat disappears in a storm, it is sad, but it is an everyday occurrence among fishermen, and in a few days there is no more mention of it. They would miss Eleseus when they had to row hard, for the 6th oar could not be used, and when they got home, when they had to walk up the beach and be welcomed, they would be 1 man less than when they set sail. The surface of the wide open West Fjord was covered with sails. They looked tiny out there, just like a swarm of insects that had settled on the water with their wings raised. As Kristaver stood at the helm, he felt a peculiar affection for the seal. He felt secure in his ownership. She was really his, and henceforth they would be companions, they two. He knew her too, almost so that he could do what he liked with her, no matter where the wind was. Perhaps she still had some hidden caprice in her that might play him a trick some day, but they had had no sailing for life or death yet. The number of boats gradually grew less as some of them turned off to their old fishing stations, while others went on. Some had come all the way from Værøy and Røst. Beacons and harbour lights were being lighted in the red evening glow when the Seaflower and the Seal entered the Sound together. "You're a millionaire now, I suppose," Kristaver shouted across to Jakob. Damn it all with a limp looked all black hair and beard, but there was a little patch of face beaming out from beneath his southwester.
"Ho, ho," he cried. "That's saying a good deal, but I will say that things have looked worse than they do now." And the 2 headmen laughed. Was it strange that Jakob had done well? Now people could see once more that if they were threatened with a black year in Lofoten, all they had to do was to go and sell their boat and nets to Jakob, and then it would be all right. A little while ago there was no fish in the sea, but the 4 boat gangs that sold themselves to Jakob knew what they were doing. Money? No, he had no money, but they agreed about the price and kept their boats and nets as pledges, for in any case they were going to work as half-share men under him. Well, Jakob bought, and what happened? There was splendid fishing before you could turn round. In the fjord he worked with 5 boats. He was no longer a fisherman, he was an admiral. He had paid for the boats and nets in no time, and the men who had formerly owned them did not know whether to be glad or sorry. It was true they made a good deal as half-share men, but if they had not sold, they would have made double as much. Jakob must have made an enormous amount by this transaction. He was padded all over with paper money and seemed to grow fatter every day. And some thought it was a good thing, and others that it was a pity that he never could keep his money. After the men's recent experiences, the old hut seemed almost too fine. It had walls of timber, windows, a table and chairs, and there were bunks with soft straw to lie upon, just as a king would have it. They would live like gentlemen now. The first thing that the crew of the Seal did was to set about a thorough cleaning of their own persons. "No one is going to bed until he has washed himself and changed," said Henry Rabben, and of course no one disputed for a moment that in a matter of this kind he was the head man over them all. They lighted the stove and made the hut so hot that people who opened the door with the intention of coming in gasped for breath and fled. That was their lookout. "Just keep it up," said Cornelis, pushing still more wood into the stove.
Why, they had suffered enough from the cold lately, and now there was plenty of peat and wood. "Keep it up," cried Henry Rabben from the kitchen, where he was getting hot water ready. The first proceeding was a difficult one. The sea boots had to come off. The men's feet were swollen, and the boots themselves had a discouraging appearance after having waded about for weeks in sea water, fish slime, and snow, without being greased or dried. The leather was a greyish-white colour, cracked and wrinkled, and resembled the face of a sick person. They had to come off, however. The man sat upon a stool, while another stood behind him grasping his arms at the shoulder and pulling backward, and a third seized the boot by the heel and toe and pulled with all his might in the opposite direction. "Pull away, oh ho!" Both exerted their utmost strength, and it looked as if they would tear their comrade in half, but in the end the boot yielded with a creaking sound. Then the hair sock came into view. It had once been white. Now it was black and smelled of sea water, leather, and perspiration. It was pulled off from the top downward and revealed the stocking. What the colour of that had been when it was young it was impossible to say, but now it was a brownish grey. If it had to be peeled off it would hurt. It seemed to have stuck to the foot with a mixture of sea water and blood. It must come off, however, and it was turned carefully down over the leg, which was red all over. It stuck and brought the skin off, but it had to come off. At last a human foot appeared, swollen and sore, with marks of wool and sea water, the heel blue, the toes purple, and numb with the cold. The heat made them begin to tingle and prick, and their joints were stiff. The tub was brought in, full of hot water. "Keep up the fire," said Cornelis. The hot water made the feet hurt in earnest, and the men howled. It was like knives all over the body, and yet scrubbing their feet clean seemed to do them good internally, as if their very heart were the cleaner for it. They showed one another their frostbites and gained a little sympathy. "My, that looks bad," said one. "Wait a bit, and you will see something worse." It was a good thing they had gall brandy in their chests, for there was nothing like it for frost in the limbs. More hot water and clothes off. "Keep up the fire," said Cornelis, for it was no joke to have to strip to the skin. First the blouse and the homespun waistcoat, then the big knitted woolen jersey, and after it the woven woolen shirt, and at last the white linen shirt. Was there a good fire? For Henry Rabben insisted on their taking off the innermost woolen shirt. Very well. So at last they had got down to their bare body, which they stroked with their swollen hands, because it was so white and sensitive to cold after always being shut in behind so much wool, and not having felt fresh air for ever so long. Now the washing began, and the soap lathered on chest and arms. The men scrubbed one another's backs. "Oh, rub harder." It did them good. "Keep up the fire," said Cornelis. When Peter Sansa and his men came, they had to go through the same process, but Peter wanted to be alone out in the kitchen when he washed himself. The gall brandy kept going the round. Many a frost-bitten foot throughout the length of the Lofoten wall had some that evening. It was strange to look one another in the face. They were all so clean and looked so nice. They might all have been bridegrooms, old as well as young. Many a headman slept that night with a well-filled pocket-book on his breast, fastened to a cord round his neck. It was not customary to settle with the others in the boat until the fishing ended. Arnt Åsan slept alone in the uppermost bunk, and he dreamed that Eleseus Hylla came and wanted his old place beside him. He began to undress down on the floor, pulled off his boots, then his trousers, and lighted his pipe. "Make room," he said to Arnt, and then he came up, though Arnt knew perfectly well that he was dead and sent south in a coffin.
Arndt cried out in his sleep and started up. Thank goodness. It was only a dream, and he could sink back again and go to sleep. End of chapter 26. 27. To Ellen Olsdatter Koya. I must now take up my pen and send you some lines to let you know that we are well and strong, as I hope this finds you, for it is a great blessing. With regard to the fishing I cannot complain, but it was a cold life in the fjord, and who would have thought things would have gone as they did with the Lesø's hylla? A fisherman's life is indeed a hard life, and no one need envy those who have to carry it on as long as they live. And if it were not for my father's sake, I would never set foot again upon the sea, as there are other things I would rather do, especially to get on in the world. But I cannot very well leave my father alone on the seal, as long as my brothers are not big enough. 2 fine town ladies have come here, and they go about in broad daylight trying to attract the men, and many a silly seaman has fallen into temptation, but I walk straight past them, and I think Cornelis Gummon might do the same, for he is an honest fellow. I was down on the wharf the other day and saw a lady who swallowed swords that were at least a yard long, and you may believe it or not, but she had not a thread of clothing on, and was even illuminated inside with Bengal lights. She calls herself a princess because she is the daughter of a king in India, and many think her very beautiful, but I do not, for I know someone who is more beautiful. I have bought a little gold brooch and a red silk scarf to wear around the neck, and they would suit a young girl best. Only I do not suppose anyone would accept them, for they are always so proud. I wonder who you are making the garters for, but I suppose I am not the right person to be told, for you must have so many friends, and will be having more when you're confirmed. Do you remember the day when we were married in the barn? Games like that are over now, and you are going your way and I mine, and before we know it we shall have seen one another for the last time. But when I look forward at all that I have to get through before I can be anything of a man, I can say no more today. It will not be long now before we hoist the sail and go southward again, and then perhaps when I meet you, you will be grown up and wearing an engagement ring. So farewell until we meet, with many greetings from me, Lars Kristoffersen Myran. End of chapter 27. 28. The days grew longer and longer, but there was a little life on the banks again. Now and then a boat would come in with 400 or 500 fish, quite extra wealth. So it was going to be a record year after all, despite its having been so uneven on the whole. There were now good times for the peddlers too, and even Jacob had bought himself a blue duffel coat and a gold ring for his own finger. Lars was sitting reading in the hut in the evening. It was history this time, and a book of that sort is a wonderful thing. You open it and begin to read, and all at once the hut is gone and you are among emperors and kings, indeed among people who died many 100 years ago. You are with an army on an expedition into Asia. You see the French king's head cut off and fall into the street, where Tom, Dick and Harry play ball with it. Strange times. And the fisher boy was taking part in it all, while the other inmates of the hut sat mending their nets. Once or twice he raised his head and looked at them as if from a great distance. His father was sitting up by the wall with a number of nets that had to be mended. A little help would not come amiss, but Lars was far away in other kingdoms and lands in fine company, and thinking of becoming a fine gentleman himself. Every book he read took him farther and farther away. What Kristoffer thought about it he did not say, for it did not concern anyone else. "Shall I help you, father?" "Oh, no. There is no more than I can manage myself." The boy knew it was pride that made his father say this, and he was on the point of rising to go and help him, but the book held him.
He would read only a few more pages, and the hut vanished, and once more he was far away in other lands and other times. Later in the evening he raised his head once more and came down to earth with eyes that could see his comrades in the hut. Was he going to become like them? He thought. It was not that he thought himself too good, for his father and grandfather and all the others were good enough. That was not the reason. But an ambitious lad who became a fisherman had no paradise before him toward which he was travelling. Even if he should one day become a headman, what was that, after all? The headman toiled through a life in poverty like the other men in his boat. He was the slave whom tradesmen and banks, middlemen and merchants, here and abroad, sent out to bring the fish ashore to them. The banks and the tradesmen became rich, the middlemen and the merchants became rich, the station king was rich, but there was one who was poor all his life, and that was the fisherman. Would Lars go in for that? He tried to read again, but now it was a different history. It was not about kings and wars and revolutions. No, it was the story of his own class through hundreds and thousands of years. An army of millions of weather-beaten men passed before him. They had drawn riches from the sea to make others wealthy. They capsized and were never heard of again. They became lepers and suffered a living death in some hut. They dragged through an old age, crippled with rheumatism, after the long years of hardship on the sea. A good year like the present one was a streak of silver in their grey life. The fisherman bought himself a ring and lived for some days in a bower of roses, but then came the 7 lean years and the same distress in the grey cottages along the grey coast. This was what the boy saw. These bearded men now sitting in the hut had once been young like himself, but it would be impossible now for them to sit as he was doing, dreaming of swinging himself up into a better position. It was too late for them, but there was still time for himself. The book was his salvation. It would be goodbye to Cornelis, Lars thought to himself. They would not long be comrades after all. Once more he lost himself in other times and other countries, while the netting shuttles danced about him. During these days Jacob limped about, so rich and important that he did not know what to do. If his wealth had amounted to only half what it was, he would have bought a few barrels of the most expensive brandy and treated the whole station, but this was too much. He lost sight of land, his head was confused enough already, and to drink now, impossible. He went out on the sea every day like the others. It was not that. He stood cleaning fish with his men as long as there was a fish left to open, and so he was not proud. But when a man is padded all round with banknotes, he has not much peace, either day or night. So this was what it was to be a rich man. Yes, but the aggravating part of it was that he felt just the same as before. His short leg had not become any longer. He looked just the same when he saw his reflection in the water. He could not eat more than his fill, and if anyone were to come and offer him expensive flowers with his bread instead of cheese, he was quite able to pay for them, but would they taste nice? As soon as they came in from the sea and had finished with the fish, he began to adorn himself. He washed himself and shaved his upper lip, and treated himself to new underclothing from the shop, and last of all put on his blue duffel coat and his ring, and there he was. Then he stood still and tried to feel whether this was what it was like to be a rich man. He now began to limp about and display himself with a beaming face and twinkling brown eyes, and was in a glorious state of confusion. Brandy! Oh yes, it can brighten the world right enough, but the thought of all one could buy if one only had money enough also makes one see suns and moons and sing. Oh dear, Maria! Oh ho! There was that big newly painted galleass now. Oh no, he might just as well take a 3-master. Perhaps he would be able to buy one like that, and then people would be obliged to call him captain. He would just like to see them looking down on Jacob. Or should it be a large fish wharf like the station king's? People would have to call him a trader then, or indeed a merchant. But what about leaving the Sea-Flower? No. But there was something else he might do. He could gild her stem and stern, and buy a silk sail. He hummed to himself as he limped about, and continually saw new visions. Oh, dear Maria! Oh, ho! One night he decided that he would build a fine house down in the south, and it should not be painted in the ordinary way, but tattooed like a seaman's hand. And then he would hire 2 or 3 people to stand on the beach and welcome him when he stepped ashore from his Lofoten voyages. One morning a thought struck him. Now that he had become a rich man, he ought surely to associate with his equals. He accordingly dressed himself in his duffel coat, put his ring on his finger, and set out. This time he entered the office of the station king himself. The gentleman with the red beardless face and yellow eyes was writing at his desk, and looked up. No fishermen were allowed in the office. Everything was settled out in the shop. What did the fellow want? Jacob began to fidget with his southwester, to screw up his eyes and make himself irresistible as he had done to the commander. Oh, he only wanted to look in, he said, and hear how the other was. The gentleman behind the desk opened his mouth, stared, and put his pen behind his ear. And then he wanted to know, Jacob went on, fidgeting still more with his southwester, whether the station owner would do him a service. It was a strange thing that when one was prosperous, one liked to show oneself in a different light. Well, the fact was he was sufficiently well off to think of giving a party, or a ball, as they called it. He had hired the whole of the hotel and all the food and drink that it contained, and now he wanted to know if the station owner would condescend to be one of the party, and perhaps his lady too. He had intended to ask the doctor and the priest and the commander, and he thought that in the future there should be more friendliness and intercourse between those who owned a little more than the spoon with which they ate. Not a muscle of the station king's face moved. At last he said, "Isn't your name Jacob?" "Yes, it was, Jacob Åsson." "Very well. You were the guarantor for nets and clothes sold to a Hitterøy man last year." Yes, Jacob remembered that. "The man was drowned," said the station king, beginning to turn over the leaves of the register. "Yes, God have mercy on him. He was drowned last spring." "And he left next to nothing, and his debt is not paid. Your share of it as guarantor is 119 kroner and 50 øre. Will you pay it at once?" "Yes, certainly." And Jacob took out his pocketbook and began counting it out. "Sørensen," called the station owner, and a man came in from the shop. "Just attend to this man, will you? He wants something or other in the shop. Good morning, Mr. Jacob Åsson." Later in the evening the old man was standing in the darkness outside the station owner's white house, looking at the long row of illuminated windows. He shook his head. How strange it was that no matter how much money a little man had, it was of no earthly use. The big man would only let him in just far enough to get hold of his money, and then he would chuck him out again. Jacob revenged himself that evening, however. He went to the priest's house, and taking off his southwester, he knocked at the door, opened it and entered, turning round on his long leg as he did so. "Why, it's Jacob!" exclaimed the priest, who was sitting in a rocking chair reading a newspaper. On this occasion Jacob was humble. He only wanted a little information. How much had the station owner given to the mission? The priest pushed his spectacles up onto his forehead and looked at Jacob. "What did you say? What in the world do you want to know that for?" "Well, because I thought of giving twice as much." The priest gazed at him in blank astonishment. "If it's the seaman's mission you mean, of course all contributions are thankfully received. How much can you spare, Jacob?" "Twice as much as the station owner." "I can't help laughing, but what if he hasn't given a farthing?" "Then I'd better give for him as well," said Jacob, producing 2 large notes. The priest did not take them at once, and Jacob stood holding them out. At last he said, "Now, my good friend, I can take that money, but in that case I shall put it into the savings bank for you certainly can't afford to give all that. I know you fishermen. You can't bear to have any money in your pockets because you're not used to it. But tell me now, how much have you made during the last few weeks?" Jacob shook his head. He did not keep accounts. He had not counted up his gains, but he owned a few things, several fully equipped boats, and he was not short of cash either. "Well, thank you," said the priest, taking the money, and Jacob said "good night" and went out of the room. He put his head in again, however, and added, "Perhaps you'd be good enough to give my respects to the station owner and say that I've paid something into the mission for him. Good night, Jacob." When Jacob was gone, the priest placed the notes in an envelope on which he wrote, "The property of Jacob Aason," and put it in a drawer in his writing table. The day might come when they would be useful to have back. Jacob made his way among the huts in the darkness, humming to himself as he went. Every day is wonderful to a rich man. Today he had put the station owner himself to shame. That was something to have done. Oh, dear Maria, oh ho. He met Cornelis Godmoen, and together they went into a bar. Cornelis called for coffee, and Jacob did the same. There was no question of brandy in times such as these. Jacob liked talking to this lad. They called for cigars, and talked and laughed until the room rang with their laughter. Jacob had once been young like this young fellow, and he was also from a small mountain farm. He remembered distinctly what it was like to herd sheep and goats. It was a long time ago. Once he had been on the point of marrying into a big farm. He was not lame then. Oh, no. But at the last moment she took someone else. Yes, yes. She was still living, but it was years since he had seen her last. How the time passes! But it was jolly to sail south every time to the place where she lived. But then one day, well, there was an end to it all. He might as well own, however, that she was not exactly rich. It was as much as she could do to make ends meet, what with rates and debt and a duffer of a husband. Jacob had thought not once but 100 times of sending her a banknote or 2 or 3. He had been in a few record fishing years and could have paid all her debts, but he never got farther than to the steps of the post office. He never managed to send the money off. Suppose she refused to accept it and sent it back again? She was a proud woman. But beautiful 50 years ago. Ah me, you should have seen her. And Jacob's brown eyes grew soft as velvet with the recollection of summer and youthful days. Brandy warms the body, but prosperity makes the heart blossom. That evening Jacob felt he must have someone to confide in, and still more, someone to do good to. "And what about you, Cornelis? Aren't you going to get married soon?" Cornelis pushed his cap back from his forehead and laughed. "I've been thinking of it," he said. He too had a few things to talk to a comrade about. He would first of all have to cultivate their land before he could bring a woman to the farm. And the buildings would have to be done up. He would paint the house yellow and the cowshed red. But it was the money. He had made a little this year, but then there was all he owed. To tell the truth, it was not easy. Jacob asked him if he might lend him $100. Cornelis shook his head. He owed enough already. "Will you take the money as a little present?" Cornelis shook his head again. He was not going to beg if he could help it. His eyes flashed almost angrily beneath his knitted brows. At this Jacob brought down his fist upon the table, making the cups and saucers dance. "Confound the fellow! Do you think I'm not rich enough to pay for the whole of your rubbishing farm and give you $100 into the bargain? Huh? Do you think I'm a church mouse? Do you think I'm a beggar? Huh? Have you got 5 boats with all their nets and other things? How much money have you got about you? You miserable fellow, you. Upon my word, it seems impossible to get rid of a single penny tonight." For a little while they sat and sulked, each smoking in silence and looking straight before him. But then Jakob's face brightened, and he turned to his companion. It was impossible for him to be anything but good-natured this evening. He had now taken it into his head that he would be like a father to Cornelis and help him on, so that he could marry and paint his house and bring the farm into a good state of cultivation. He approached him more cautiously, in order to avoid the risk of having a fist planted between his eyes. In a carefully worded sentence, he asked Cornelis whether he would be able to take him in as a lodger when the time came that he was no longer able to go to sea. A little attic or something like that, as big as a Lofoten boat cabin. That would be more than good enough. "Oh, yes," said Cornelis. He could promise him that. He could manage that. "Yes, but what'll the rent be?" "There won't be any rent, so you needn't talk about it. We'll talk about it when the time comes." Jakob meant to have the matter settled on the spot, and he would pay the rent now, while he remembered it. How could he tell whether he would have any money when the time came? What was paid was paid. It was money saved, and he would know that he had a roof over his head. "Here's 500 kroner, and if you don't take them, then damn it all, you're a fool and an idiot, and I swear it too." Cornelis looked at the notes and thought of the farm and of his old white-haired father. There would be new times at Godmoen. He accepted the money and pushed it into his breast pocket, saying as he did so, "Oh, Jakob, Jakob." Cornelis had meant to go out on a spree tonight, but he could not go now. There would be changed times now for him too. While they still sat, some fishermen came in. They were the head men on the 4 boats that Jakob had bought before the good fishing began in the fjord. "There's the king," exclaimed one of them. "It's you we're looking for, Jakob. You'll have a drink, won't you?" Jakob shook his head and smiled. He did not want a drink, but he quite understood what the men wanted, and when they sat down at the same table and began to talk about all kinds of things, he smiled again. Did they imagine that he did not see through them? They first wanted to make him drunk, and then buy their boats back for a mere nothing. Well, perhaps Jakob was as great a fool as you take him for. Try, and then you'll see. In another moment they approached the subject. They wanted to know whether he did not think it would be reasonable if they bought their boats and nets back again. That transaction had really been almost what might be called a joke. Could they not talk it over? Oh dear, yes, by all means talk it over. And the price? That, they supposed, would be the same that he had paid. Just so. Jakob thought so too, so they were agreed as to the price. But then about the money. They would have to ask to be allowed to let the debt stand over in the meantime, for what little they had earned while working for him they had already sent home. Jakob smiled once more. The men had talked it over, he could see, among themselves. But he was not a hard bargainer. Stand over? Of course they could let it stand over. He knew perfectly well that he would never see a penny of these men's money, but he waved his hand grandly. Was he a rich man or was he not? The station king would never have done such a thing, but this was Jakob, not the station king. When he went home that evening he was quite sober. There was a new moon again, and he could see the rows and rows of fish hanging on the lines to dry. Was Jakob drunk? No, but he was excited. His wealth had begun to dwindle, but what of that? He had 4 boats less than before, but what of that? Had he not still the sea flower and banknotes all over his body? 4 boats given away, a room hired and paid for up at Godmoen, and a small fortune given to the mission. This was what it was to be a rich man. Oh dear Maria, oh ho. End of chapter 28. 29.
There was the usual swarm of boats lying over the banks, hauling in lines and nets. The air was raw and foggy, and there was a light swell. "There is good fishing today," Peter Susansa shouted across to the seal, and Kristaver agreed with him. The nets were full of cod, and there would be thousands in the boat if they went on as they had begun. "The air is awfully still," cried a Nordlander, looking all round. There is a certain kind of stillness that makes the fisherman listen, and when one headman assumes a listening attitude, it is taken up in boat after boat, until all are trying, as it were, to find the scent. In fog, every sound is suspicious, and now the cold sea mist began to move and drift in a southeasterly direction, and that meant wind. Listen! Already there was a strange roar. "We shall be having a visitor," shouted a Nordland man as he hauled and hauled at his nets to get them in time. They must make for land at once. "Hurry up, men!" shouted Peter Susansa. In all the boats the men were working their hardest, hauling for their very lives. They knew this roar that was growing louder and louder, and their energy and their anxiety spread from boat to boat over miles and miles of sea. "Make haste! A storm is coming!" This time it came so quickly that there was hardly time to do anything before the boats were in the midst of it, tossing up and down upon huge foaming billows. It was impossible to draw in the nets. The boats would only have been swamped. Knives were pulled from their sheaths and the nets cut off, the long chains of nets with all their burden of fish disappearing in the foaming water. The next moment a little sail was hoisted. Would it be possible to tack in toward land? The boat was driven along over waves like rolling mountains. The sail disappeared into a deep valley, and a new wave appeared to be breaking over the very top of the mast, but the next moment the little boat again mounted into view. The men on board were drenched to the skin and bailed for their lives. They all knew that in such a storm it was impossible to tack toward land. The only hope of safety was in sailing away before the wind and wave, at haphazard over the sea, as far as God willed. They ran before the wind, but the boats lay deep in the water with the weight of several hundred fish, so that the waves broke over the stern and made it useless to bail. The headman shouted an order that was repeated in shouts forward, and 3 men fell upon the fish and threw the precious cargo overboard, as if they were sacrificing to the sea to save their lives. Even now, when everyone had enough to do in looking after himself, comrade boats tried to keep in touch with one another. Peter Susansa, on the sea fire, saw in front of him the seal's brown sail, now high on the crest of a wave, then descending into a deep valley. Would it appear again? Yes, there it was. It grew dark, and the sky was all black scudding clouds. The wind whirled the spray into the air, where it tore about like wild white wraiths, and the little sails were scattered and driven like storm-lashed birds in an ever wilder and wilder flight. Where were they going? No one knew. When would they be able to turn? No one knew. Sometime tonight or sometime tomorrow they would perhaps be shattered upon a rocky cliff on the mainland. Perhaps the wind would drive them seaward for days. Perhaps in another moment their boat would capsize, and then there would be nothing more. It was the first time Kristaver had sailed the Seal close-reefed. The sail was now as small as it could be, and did not reach halfway up the mast, and yet it was too large. It would be wrong to say that Kristaver was enjoying himself, but at last he was out with his boat in downright earnest. And how would it end? He had a huge pocketbook in his breast pocket, and was responsible for 4 other lives on board. Incautious steering, the miscalculation of a wave, half a second in which his eyes were not everywhere, and the next moment they might be clinging to the keel of a capsized boat. It was not this, however, which occupied him most. It was the boat.
She had capsized 3 winters in succession, but it was impossible to discover wherein the fault lay. There was some hidden cause which he would perhaps be able to extract from her now. As he stood in the drenching spray and the darkness, with his whole being intent upon the management of the boat, he felt that something was wanting in his mastery of her, and that at any moment she might play him a trick. The trough of that wave, for instance. If the stern were to be lifted so high that the rudder for 1 second hovered in the air, the boat would broach to, and then where would they be? Take care, take care. There it was again, something wanting, insecurity in the rigging and boat. Confound it! He clenched his teeth. It was as though he and the boat were wrestling for the mastery. Lars stood by the mast, minding the prior. This was important now that they were scudding before the gale. His southwester was pulled down over his ears and tied under his chin to prevent it flying away, and his eyes were fixed on his father. Every word that the headman shouted might mean life or death. "Slack the prior!" his father shouted. "Slack the prior!" all the men repeated, and Lars hung on to the rope and carried out the order, and then once more fixed his eyes on his father, standing with the tiller in his hand, his face intent, his eyes everywhere. When a wave tossed the stern into the air, the headman seemed to be flying heavenward. Then they rode with the crest of the wave under the middle of the boat, and the water all round them was lashed into greenish-white foam, making it seem quite light on board. Then the stern sank again, and his father with it into the depths, and Lars was on the point of shouting, "Are you coming up again, father?" But there he stood, just as calmly, at the tiller, ready to meet a new mountain of water. And now he rose again, and Lars felt as if he had got his father back once more. The boy began to repeat hymns, for all good spirits must help his father tonight, and if things went wrong, he was with his father at any rate, and if they ever got to land, he would never leave him, never do anything to displease him. They sailed on, they knew not whither. Whether it was to be right across the West Fjord or out into the ocean or straight upon a rock, God alone knew. Even if they had had a compass on board, it would have been impossible to see it, and to strike a match in this weather. Now and then they heard cries that were not from birds but from human beings clinging to the keel of an upturned boat. It could not be helped. Tonight everyone had to do the best he could for himself, and those who still sailed knew that numbers of capsized boats were floating on the sea for miles round, and that those who clung to their keels must go on crying for help, for no one could heed them. They sailed on and on. Darker it could not be, but it could get rougher. They could no longer distinguish between clouds and sea. The very heavens seemed to be falling upon them in white foam. No, it was a gigantic wave, and the wind broke the crest of it and sent the spoondrift flying about like white wraiths. Would the boat clear it? She did, but was almost swamped, and the men bailed and bailed until the next wave came. They sailed on, but it seemed to Lars that they were no longer on the sea, but flying through a weird, dark region in which foaming billows pursued them like green and white hobgoblins. They howled and tried to reach them, twisting and turning in a wild death dance, flinging themselves upon the boat, from behind, from above, from the side, coming suddenly out of the depths to dance round her with foam-flecked faces all round, everywhere. And his father stood on the thwart and was still keeping them off. How long would he be able to manage it? This was a long night. The waves kept dashing over Kristofer, sometimes nearly knocking him down, but he nevertheless began to feel pleasure in his boat. She yielded so plainly to the waves and cleared the most incredible billows, and every time he would have liked to pat her, as one would a good horse, and cry, "Well done, Seal!" Was it possible for the wind to be worse? Great chasms seemed to be rent in the raging sky, and out of them darted fire, and the long yellow stormy gleams threw weird reflections over the seething waters. When the boat rose on the crest of a billow and was borne along at its dizzy pace, it was almost as if she rose out of the water and flew through the air, as if even the keel lost touch with the water, with that on which the boat must keep a firm hold, and it was at such a moment that the seal first dived down into the trough of a wave, then broached to and capsized. The waves dashed over her, but now she was floating bottom upward. There were cries from 5 men as she turned over. They were drowned in the roar of the wind and the waves, and that seemed to be the end. But no, 2 men were already hanging to the shrouds. The sea tossed the boat along, and 2 more who had been under her came up and held on to the shroud on the other side. Where was the 5th? Mechanically and half stunned, the 4 men dragged themselves upon the boat, sitting astride over the keel to which they clung, so as not to be washed away. They had swallowed sea water and had been battered by the waves and the boat, and they had lost their gloves and southwesters. Kristofer had a feeling that Lars had come up, but he could not help crying out, "Are you there, Lars?"
"Yes, father," came the answer.
"Hold tight."
"Yes, father."
1 man was missing, however, but Kristofer caught sight of a boot that was flung against the side of the boat and managed to get hold of it, though he almost fell off into the water in doing so. It was Cornelis that he pulled up, and the man must have received a blow against the boat, for he was unconscious and made no attempt to hold on. No thought of letting go of him crossed Kristofer's mind. He would just have to cling with 1 hand to the keel, although it was as much as the others could do to hold on with both hands. A capsized boat on the Lofoten Sea is an ordinary thing, and they knew it. They were swept along, now high on the crest of a wave, now deep in the trough. It was an ordinary thing to be drowned on a night such as this, and they knew it, but they nevertheless held on tight because every second was a second more to live, and they cried wild, agonizing cries for help, and the cry was the same from them all, "Lord God, help! Help!" Every new wave that came foaming toward them was perhaps death itself, and involuntarily they crouched down before it to diminish the force of the blow. They cried again, though they knew there was no possibility of rescue. They cried in an agony of fear that stifled reason. They cried like animals that feel the piercing knife. Their cries rose above the roaring sound of the wind, but no one answered. The waves broke over them incessantly as they sat, flinging them hither and thither in the darkness. After a time, Kristofer recollected that the boat would lie more quietly if he could cut the shrouds on one side, so that the mast could float up. "Lay hold here!" he shouted to Henry Rabben as he pushed Cornelis over to him. Henry gripped his unconscious comrade and held him fast. "Catch hold of my boot!" Kristofer shouted to Arnt Åsan, who instantly let go his hold of the keel with 1 hand and grasped the headman's foot. Kristofer then drew his knife from its sheath and let himself slip down over the side of the boat, and as a wave washed over his head, he heard Lars cry, "Oh, father, take care!" He soon came up again, however, with his knife between his teeth. The shrouds were severed, and in another moment the mast shot up from beneath the boat. But he had made a serious mistake. He had cut the shrouds on the lee side, and the mast came up on the weather side and was immediately carried toward them on the top of a wave. If it hit any of them, it would be certain death. It might sweep all 5 of them off at one stroke. No, it struck the boat with a resounding blow, and then retired to gather strength upon a new wave. "Catch hold of my leg again!" cried Kristofer, and once more hung head downward in the waves and cut through the shrouds on the other side too. The mast was now free. It was driven once more against the boat, but without hitting anyone. then retired again, carried away upon the waves, with one end sticking up into the air, and finally disappeared from sight in the spray. The boat tossed less now, and the 4 men sat holding the 5th between them. Until now they had not known that they were drenched to the skin, and so perished with cold that their teeth chattered. They had not felt that the flying spray so blinded them that they could hardly see one another. End of chapter 29. 30. How long they had been tossing about thus they did not know, when they thought they heard a shout in the darkness. They shouted back and shrieked for help, and in the stormy yellow light that shone upon the foaming wave crests, they saw something, not a capsized boat, but a tiny sail, a boat coming toward them. They were saved! They cried again like men begging for their lives. The stormy light shone more strongly upon them, and in its yellow glow the boat flew past. It was Peter Susansa. He had meant to save them, and they could see him standing at the helm, only a few yards off. He shouted, but in such a sea his boat would be dashed to pieces against theirs, and the old man knew it, and could only leave them there and go on. But as he left his comrades to their fate, he turned his head and looked at them, and a cry escaped from his lips, a cry that was taken up by all his men, as if they were begging for forgiveness because they could only save their own lives. Those on the upturned boat understood, and gave an answering cry of pain and anguish, and in another moment Peter Susansa and his boat had disappeared into the night. Kristaver and his men still clung to their boat, as if hope were not entirely gone. Cornelis was still unconscious, and Kristaver held him as before, but would he be able to do so much longer? The others had 2 hands to hold on with when the waves dashed over them, but Kristaver had only one, and Cornelis was heavy. Leave go of him? No! But what if he let himself be washed away? Cornelis, he called into the unconscious man's ear, try to wake up. Try to hold on. I can't keep up any longer. But Cornelis, who was such a strong lad and as elastic as an India rubber ball, was now unconscious and unable to move a finger, and Kristaver felt that it would soon be all over with himself too. Here came a gigantic wave, and he would not be able to hold on himself and hold Cornelis up too. God forgive him if he had to leave go of the lad. The wave dashed over them, and Kristaver bent before it, and when it had passed, he still sat holding Cornelis. He saw in fancy his father, the half-blind old man living in the little farm up on the mountain, and he still kept hold of the boy. They would have to be washed away together. The water beat noisily under the boat, which lay high because it was full of air. Kristaver would have taken his knife and bored a hole in it to let the air out, but he had no hand to spare, and was not equal to anything more. The same black masses of cloud were racing across the sky. The same gleams of stormy light broke from them over the sea, showing how high the spoondrift flew. But was that not another shout? Yes! There was a sail again! It was coming toward them, making straight for them. They shouted aloud, and in the yellow light they recognized the sea flower. She passed close by them. Jakob was at the helm, and he saw what Peter Susansa had seen, that it was impossible to heave to and help them, and as he flew on he was followed by a cry, a despairing cry. Was he too going to leave them? But that was not Jakob's thought. It would not be like damn it all with a limp to leave a comrade in the lurch. He and the sea flower had been out before on a winter's night, and they knew one another. They could venture what others would never dare to do. He roared an order that was repeated forward along the boat. They got the tack down, and she heeled over in the wind. The headman put her bow so as half to meet the waves, and started off as if about to tack. It was madness in such weather, but then it was Jakob who did it,
He was not quite sure what he really intended himself. He only meant to take a turn and keep on a level with the other boat, for he would not sail away from a comrade. The boat was filled by the waves breaking over the waterboard, but the men kept on bailing. Then they went about again, and Jacob knew that in the meantime the capsized boat must have drifted a good deal to leeward. He set his course at haphazard, and then, in the streak of yellow light, caught sight of a dark line upon the crest of a wave. There they were! The Sea-Flower bore down toward them, and Jacob could hear their cries. They must have seen him and taken heart again, and as he once more steered close by them, he shouted, "Hold tight, boys, and wait a little." Such words of encouragement in the storm from one who was still sailing his own boat made them feel half saved and gave them strength to hold on. Jacob sailed away again into the blinding spray and darkness, but he had told them to sit and hold tight. Once more the Sea-Flower was forced up into the wind to gather impetus for a fresh effort to reach the other boat. She threatened to fill again, and the men bailed their hardest, and Jacob steered farther and farther to windward. No one but he would have done such a thing in a storm like this, and once more he went about and began to make straight for the capsized boat, which had again been driven farther to leeward. "Keep a lookout for them!" he shouted, and the men along the boat repeated, "Keep a lookout for them!" The Sea-Flower shipped more seas over her waterboard, and her rigging and sail moaned under the pressure of the wind. But was not that the boat on the top of a wave down there? No, it was gone again. A man standing by the tack shouted, "There!" and pointed with his hand. "There!" shouted the others, pointing in the same direction. Jacob stamped upon the thwart and said, "Damn it all!" for he thought it was time to put an end to all this. He knew not what he meant to do, and he bore straight down upon the black line that stood out upon a wave far away to leeward. "2 men on each side and haul them in," he shouted. "2 men on each side and haul them in," the men repeated as they placed themselves in readiness. It was a mad order, but at sea orders have to be obeyed. The 5th man remained by the tack to give the headman the direction. At this moment, Jacob had no thought for the risk he was taking. He knew perfectly well that there were 99 chances out of 100 that he would lose his steerage, and then they would all be lost, but he had no time to consider this. The upturned boat rose into view again, and he was dashing down toward it on a gigantic billow. "Stand by!" he shouted. "Stand by!" the men repeated. And the next moment the Sea-Flower rode in the foam and the spray right over the keel of the Seal. "Get hold of them!" The Sea-Flower trembled as she scraped over the keel of the other boat, but the men on both sides each hauled in his man. It was like getting big fish into the boat. It was done in half a second, and they were once more scudding through waves and blinding spray in the darkness. The first thing Jacob was aware of was that his helm was not gone. The Sea-Flower was as obedient as ever. The next thing he saw was that 4 men had been saved from the shipwrecked boat, and he heard them cry, "Oh God! Oh God!" and then again, "Oh God!" But this was not the time to go forward and pity them and say, "Poor fellows!" The steering, the wind, and the waves gave him enough to do. He only shouted to his men, "Are they all alive?" And as usual at sea, the men repeated the headman's words, "Are they all alive?" "Yes," said a voice from the middle of the boat. "Yes," they all repeated. They ran before the wind again, flying on through the darkness, over mountains and into valleys, in a whirling tumult of white, shrieking spectres, sailing they knew not whither. Toward morning they saw right before them a beacon light. It was on the mainland, but how far north or how far south, Jacob could not tell. They were flying in toward a rocky coast that they did not know. At any moment they might run upon a rock that stood up out of the water or lay hidden below the surface of the sea, but nevertheless they had to go on sailing. The wind shifted round to the north, and they sailed down along the coast. They could hear the roar of breakers upon the shore side, and every now and then a gleam of stormy light showed them mountains covered with snow, and the white surf of waves breaking over rocks. Now, however, the wind had so far fallen that Jacob took it into his head to sail in the direction he himself wished. He had no thought of making for land. The tack was put forward, and he set out at haphazard through the darkness across the west fjord again. This time it would be a long way to Lofoten. The 4 shipwrecked men lay in a half unconscious state in the middle of the boat. But surely there should have been 5? Jacob would have to ask about that when the time came. It was perhaps a little cold for them lying there with the water dashing over them, but they would be able to get warm some other time. End of chapter 30. 31. Such things happen every year in the north of Norway, and for a day or 2 afterward the men talked about it, and then they go out on the same sea and begin fishing again. The shop was full of men, all talking at once. Some of them had been on their way landward when the storm broke, and had got in safely. Others had been brought in by the lifeboat, but some had only just come in after having been out in the storm all night. One small fair man in a yellow southwester was talking louder than all the others, and people were looking at him in surprise. Quite by chance he had been on shore the day before, and the boat he belonged to had gone down with all hands on board. It was evident that it had been so ordained, and that he was not meant to be with them that day. God's ways were wonderful. It was calm today, but cold. Men were standing out on the islands watching for the boats that had not yet come in. The chief inspector had sent steamers out to look for any that had capsized. A great number of boats from fishing stations many miles away had come in during the night, and they were now setting sail for their own stations in good weather. Later in the day, a steamer had come across a strange boat in the middle of the West Fjord. It was a Nordland boat, and her sail was close reefed, although there was little wind. The steamer hove to, and found that the head man at the helm was half dead, and that the other 3 men who were sitting and holding on to the thwart were frozen to death. Spray had turned to ice in their hair and beards and upon their clothes, and they were staring straight before them with wide open glassy eyes. Peter Susansa that night had come safely into Hamarøy, and it was with a heavy heart that he now sailed back across the West Fjord. He did not know how many men he knew might have been drowned, and he could not bear to think of Kristofer Myran and his men. It was evening when he reached the station with its harbour lights, and he could see the hut, their Lofoten home, and thought how there would be plenty of room there now. As he tramped up the slippery wharf steps, he saw people near, but did not dare to ask any questions. The coming in of every boat that day was an event, and Peter, too, was soon surrounded by an inquisitive crowd, but he spoke to no one, and went straight to the hut. When he opened the door, he paused. Was he dreaming? There were men lying asleep in the bunks. He stared in astonishment, and then turned to the men following him. "Great God!" was all he said. Dripping clothes were hanging round the stove, and sea boots lay upon the floor in pools of water. The men came in and stood gazing at the sleepers. They had themselves been within an ace of going down, and they were drenched to the skin and thoroughly worn out, but all that was nothing compared with the fact that the crew of the Seal were lying in their bunks asleep. They did not count them, and in a little while Peter told one of his men to make haste and change, and then make some hot food ready. It was hardly likely that they had had anything to eat,
those men in the bunks. While they were busy taking off their clothes and emptying the water out of their sea boots, Kristaver woke, and raising himself on his elbow, rubbed his eyes. Perhaps he was confused with some dream, but then he caught sight of Peter, who the night before had sailed past and left him clinging to his wrecked boat, and for a brief moment the two headmen looked at one another. Then Kristaver yawned and passed his hand across his forehead. "Have you got back?" he asked, in a matter-of-fact tone of voice. It was a little while before Peter answered. "Yes," he said, "and you've got back too, I see." "We came in a little while ago," said Kristaver, rubbing his eyes. Peter busied himself with changing into dry clothes. He dared not ask how the others had been saved. Suddenly Kristaver swung his feet over the edge of the bunk, and when he had found his wooden shoes, clamped over to the stove, and taking down a homespun coat from a peg, pulled a big pocketbook out of an inside pocket. "Bet you anything my money is all gone to pap," he said. "Money?" "Yes, I expect it is." The hands of all involuntarily sought their breast pockets. It is wonderful how dry a leather pocketbook can keep inside when it is tied up with a strong cord, but it was another matter with the men of the Seal, who had had the waves washing right over them last night. Kristaver went to the table and lighted the lamp. It was customary for the headman to keep the earnings of the whole boat until the fishing ended. There were thousands of kroner this time, and now perhaps all the notes were ruined. Beads of perspiration stood on his forehead, and his fingers trembled as he unfastened the wet book. The others sat looking on, and felt it was best not to speak to him. Inside, too, the book was black with the wet, and there were the notes. They had been red and blue, now they were all stuck together in a sodden mass. "Oh," murmured the others. A headman does not generally exhibit his pocketbook, and even when two crews occupy the same hut, the one does not know exactly what the other has made, and Kristaver now frowned because the others sat looking on. "Try and dry them first," said Peter Sonsa. But Kristaver did not hear him and began separating the notes. It was almost like saving lives. Some of them tore, and it hurt him as much as if his own flesh was being torn. This money was what he and his men had to live on, and with which to keep their homes together. It is one thing to lose nets and boat and to know that banks and tradesmen demand payment all the same, but if the banknotes are ruined, his home will be sold by auction, and he and his will no longer have a roof over their heads. The table began to be covered with little piles of sodden paper. "We must dry them," said Peter Sonsa, wading barefooted to the stove, which he replenished, and removing the clothes. "The clothes can dry another time," he said, "but the money is the first thing to be thought of now." And he began to fasten up lines of string round the stove to hang the notes upon. Kristaver sat staring at these scraps of paper. His hand lay upon the table, and he felt inclined to sweep them all together and throw them away. "Come on," said Peter, and the others began to help. The notes were carefully hung upon the lines, either singly or sticking together, and looked like tiny dolls' clothes hung out to dry. Kristaver stood looking on, and suddenly broke into a strange laugh, and began to talk about there being many kinds of drying. There was hay drying and clothes drying and sheep drying, but now there was money drying. He hung over them, watching them carefully, putting more wood into the stove, and turning the wetter side of the notes toward the heat, his face screwed up all the time from sheer anxiety, as if he were tending little children. The notes became dry. He had saved them. They crackled when he folded them, but that did not make them any less serviceable for the payment of debts. When supper was ready, the sleepers were roused, but when all were seated around the table, it struck Peter Sonsa that one of their company was missing. He looked at the others, but could not bring himself to ask. The crew of the Seal looked as if they had a common misfortune, and Christopher scarcely lifted his eyes from his plate. They all ate plentifully of the fresh fish, their one thought being to go to bed and sleep. It was only when they had almost finished that one of Peter's men exclaimed, "But what's become of Cornelis Godmoen?" Every one looked up, but no one spoke. At last Christopher answered. "Cornelis? Yes," he said. He didn't come back with us. No." There was silence in the hut. The men looked at one another, but not a word was spoken. No one asked anything more, and no one cared to rise. The meal was over, and all heads were bowed, and hands were folded under the table. In a general way, few ever thought of saying grace, but now they sat for some time thus, looking down. Cornelis Godmoen, that merry fellow! Could he be lying in the West Fjord now? When at last they raised their heads, they still sat looking straight before them. At last Henry Rabben spoke. "It won't be easy for his father," he said. And there was a low murmur of sympathy from the others. The very next day, the fishing fleet sailed out to the banks again, but here and there a man was left standing on the shore, looking at the others as they sailed away, but with no longer a boat of his own. Christopher was one of these, and he and his men wandered about the islands in their Sunday clothes, with nothing in the world to do. They might as well make up their minds to take the steamer south and go home. There was no use in putting it off, for there was nothing more for them to do here this year. There were still some boats that had not returned after the storm, and men were standing about, gazing out to sea, on the lookout for them. In the afternoon, Christopher decided to row over to his friend, Edvin Hansen from Varanger. When anything troubled him, it always did him good to have a walk and a chat with the merry Nordlander. On his way, however, he heard news that affected him deeply. Edvin Hansen, with boat and crew, had gone down in the storm. His boat had been seen to fill and sink. For the rest of the day Christopher walked about by himself, and in the hut in the evening he did not utter a word. He seemed to see Edvin's red, beardless face and beautiful smile, and to hear him talking of the 3 families he had to keep. "It's strange about a brother," he had said. "It's easier for the one that's alive to look after the widow than for the one that's dead. And some of the children have to lie under the kitchen dresser, but except for that, it's all plain sailing." It was the greatest sorrow Christopher had ever had. He began to wander about the islands as if in search of his friend. He rowed across to other islands and talked to people and tried to joke, but it was all nonsense. He went out to jutting points of land in order to be alone, and would sit chewing a quid and gazing at the sea and the gulls. And now he began to feel Cornelis haunting him and saying, "You let go of me, Christopher. You were the head man, but at the last moment you saved yourself and let go of me." Edvin Hansen would have said, "Yes, but Christopher only let go of you when Jakob sailed right over the keel, and there was nothing else to be done. Christopher did all that could be done." "If it had been his son Lars," says Cornelis, with a laugh. Christopher got up, shook himself and set off walking. Where should he go? If he could have gone to Edvin now, that man would have managed to get rid of Cornelis and put him, Christopher, in his right mind again. It did not matter now where he went. Cornelis went with him. They were having supper in the hut when Jakob came limping in. He first said, "May your food be blessed," and the others asked him to sit down and share it with them. Then he talked about the prize to be got for fish and about all kinds of things, and at last he remarked that it was wonderful how lucky some people were. Like Kristaver there, for instance, he added. Like me, yes, said Kristaver, with a sullen glance at him. Like you, yes. Do you know that your boat's been found by a steamer? There was a general movement of surprise, and they all turned toward the speaker. Kristaver forgot the food in his mouth and sat staring at Jakob. I suppose that's a joke, he said at last. No, damn it all, if your boat isn't lying in the channel here, I've seen her myself. It was a salt steamer from Kristiansund that fished her up, and as her number was still hanging on, it was easy enough to know where she was from. Oh yes, you're a lucky one, you are. You must have a dram for that piece of news, said Peter Susansa. It eased his mind too, for he had felt as if he could not look Kristaver in the face. He had not yet brought himself to the point of asking who his rescuer had been, but he knew from other sources that it was Jakob. Damn it all with a limp was not the man, however, to go about boasting of what he had done. It was an easy matter for Kristaver to prove that the boat that had been found was his, and before long he was standing looking at the seal as she lay there, bare of all her rigging and white with frost and frozen spray. It was like meeting again with an old friend. A few days later he went to the shop and bought a mast and a sail, ropes and nets. His pocketbook became thinner. The notes crackled when he unfolded them and paid with them, but the man behind the counter found them quite satisfactory. When Kristaver raised the new mast in the seal, he placed it 4 inches farther aft than it had been before, and put a block of wood between it and the knee-piece. For at the moment the boat capsized, the conviction had shot like lightning through his mind that it was there the fault lay. The want of unity between the rigging and the boat arose from the fact that the mast was too far forward. This was why the seal was capricious. This was why she had capsized 3 times before. But now he would show that, as he had up to the present been able to make her go, so he would be able to make her stand up. End of chapter 31. 32. The spring had come. There was still frost at night and the snow was deep and high, but in the middle of the day the sun shone warm, so that bluebottles began buzzing about and crawling in and out of the eye sockets in the fish heads that were scattered about all over the islands. There was a stronger smell of sea, fish refuse and seaweed. The gardens of the station had a spring fragrance of their own. It was a great day for Kristaver when he was once more ready to set out for the banks in the seal. It is useless to try to sail a staatsboat with only 4 men, and so he had been over to an island on which there was a fish guano factory and engaged a man who was a neighbor of his at home. His name was Elias Flata, and he was a bow-legged man of about 70, who was too old to fish, but still came up every winter to work in the factory, his work being to thread cod heads on strings. He sometimes returned home after a winter spent thus in Lofoten, with 70 or 80 kroner in his pocket. What I want is a capable man, said Kristaver, to encourage the old man, and I know of no one better than you. Elias Flata's face brightened. In his day he had been such a fine fellow and had done the work of 7, but old age. He scratched his ear doubtfully and said, No, he was surely too old for that. Oh, no, said Kristaver, still persisting. No, if I can get you as you are, we 5 will be as good as 6 or 7, for that matter. It does old people good to hear younger men boasting. The old man gave in. He had no sea-going clothes, but there were Eleseus Hylla sea boots and oilskins that he could have. The seal stood out to sea again, and the old man was once more on board a Lofoten boat. Ah, but he was a man who knew how things should be done in the forepart of the boat where he was stationed. The very first day he was cuffing Arnt Åsan because he was such a clumsy fellow. They sailed out with a fair breeze and the North Sea rocking under them, and once more saw the countless boats at their peaceful occupation and the clouds of birds in the air. The old man looked about him and could not help laughing. Ha ha! He had been out like this before now. On the way back they had to row against the wind, and he and Lars chanced to sit together on the same thwart, each with his oar. The seaman of 70 wanted to compete with the boy of 16, and they both pulled hard, neither of them wishing to be thought the weaker. How the old man rowed! "You must buck up, boy," he said, "and see who's the strongest. Pull away. Rowing's real medicine. There's scarcely an illness but what you can row yourself well of again." The very first evening he got Lars to put together a letter to his old woman down south. All he wanted to say was that he had gone to sea again. That would give the women folk something to talk about. About the middle of April the fishing began to draw to an end, and one day when they were out on the banks, with the sun shining and a light breeze ruffling the surface of the water, several heads were raised to watch a flock of black birds flying westward. "The cormorant's moving," the men said to one another, with a laugh. It was a sign, for when the birds departed from Varøy and Røst, the fishing was ending here and beginning out west. Another bright sunny day, when a wind was blowing that would be splendid for anyone going south. A boat that had come out later than the others brought the news that several southerners at the station were making ready to start. They had put the cabin in, and some had the high rigging up in readiness for the voyage home. While the nets were being drawn, someone shouted, "Why, there are some brown cormorants on the move!" There was a pause in the work while all eyes gazed across the water at 5 or 6 Nordland boats that were sailing over the West Fjord before a fresh breeze. They must be men from Helgeland, and now they were going. The first birds of passage had risen and flown south. A peculiar restlessness spread from boat to boat on the banks. The men pulled and tugged at their nets, their one desire being to go ashore and follow their example. The fishing was over for this year, and they wanted to go home. Suddenly a Statsboat with a topsail was seen coming on alone after the others over the West Fjord. "Who can that be?" asked one and another, wonderingly. "Damn it all, if it isn't Andreas Ekra," cried Jakob. "Upon my word, he has stolen a march upon us this year too." The southerners gazed for a few moments at this comrade boat that was again playing them this trick. Oh, that Andreas! That Andreas! After this, no time was lost. The nets were dragged in, the oars shipped, and a race began between hundreds of boats, all wanting to reach land and be the first to start for home. Old Elias Flata was one who pulled hard, and if he had any illnesses, he would certainly have rowed himself into health again now. It was a busy night, for there was much to settle and do, but by the morning most of the boats were ready, the cabin in the stern and the high rigging up. Goodbye, goodbye. Nordlanders and Southerners waved their southwesters to one another and hastened out to sea. Silence had descended upon the islands. There were no boats in the harbour, and no sounds arose from the wharves. The gulls had made their entry, however, and soared above the islands on white, sun-flecked wings, to swoop down upon the shining water and dive for refuse. The huts about which the fishermen had lately thronged were now deserted, and their windows, grey with salt spray, looked out from empty rooms whose occupants had forgotten in their haste to wash the floor, and where a sooty coffee kettle and a black stew pan had been left standing unemptied, and would have to wait there for 9 months before men came to the hut again. A girl was standing on a point of rock with her hands on her hips, gazing after one particular boat. The wind ruffled her hair, her breathing was quick and heavy. She saw steamers bustling out, sloops and trading vessels hoisting sail, lister boats heeling over to leeward and darting off. Sails, sails everywhere, and all hastening away to far, far distant shores. End of chapter 32.
33. How blue the West Fjord can be, and its waves frolic in sunshine and wind like children playing leapfrog and shouting with delight. How warm the air on the cheek, although it is only April, and the snow is lying 6 feet deep in fjords and valleys. The fleet of sails dispersed in all directions, some sailing out through the sounds toward the Vesterålen Islands, and others toward the northeast, where they tacked in within the belt of islands past Harstad and Ibbestad, and farther north up the endlessly long coast of Finnmark. Those who were going east toward the mainland or farther south sailed away before a fair wind, such as one would like when racing. The stadsboats differed from the others in having a topsail above the high square sail, and at the top of the mast a red pennon that fluttered in the wind. All along the Lofoten wall, stretching westward in the golden sunshine, white sails were moving, looking smaller and smaller the more distant the station from which they sailed out. Those from Balstad, Sørvågen, and Gloppen looked like mere dots beneath the sunny sky. Across the blue West Fjord they sailed, all filled with a longing for home, a suddenly awakened longing for spring and sunshine, for green grass and budding woods, for some little cottages on headlands and up fjords in the south, farther and farther south for hundreds and hundreds of miles. Those that were friends tried still to keep together. Andreas Ekra indeed had stolen a march on them, but the Seaflower cleft the waves just to leeward of the Seal, and Peter Susansa was a few boat lengths to windward. The three headmen often looked westward over the sea as they thought of a comrade's boat with striped sail that had rowed out from Stamsund that winter. They did not now take the shortest way across the West Fjord so as to gain the shelter on the mainland, for the days were long and bright. They steered in an oblique line for a snowy peak that glowed in the sunshine, only just visible on the southeastern horizon. It was Lannegod, and they meant to sail the 150 miles of sea to it before night. There were boats in front, behind, and on all sides, rising and falling on the gentle swell of this wide blue plain. The brown boats, with their bellying sails, rode upon the waves and let themselves be carried along through the light and foam, but at last the wave could not spare any more time and rolled on, leaving the boat to follow with the next wave. The Nordland boat, with its fine lines and broad tanned sail, flew lightly along, while the headman sat with the tiller to windward and was on good terms with the wind and the weather. A heavy sloop with square stern was in the throng, panting along with its cheeks puffed out like a heavily laden market woman. Pfft! Wait a little, good people! For 100 years these same sloops carried a black patch on their sail in memory of the poet of the north, and they still seem to stagger along with mourning on board. Farther off a pointed lister boat cut through the water, vexed at not being in front of the others, and a little to leeward a black galleass plunged along with a confusion of grey three-cornered sails in her rigging. The north wind freshened, and it became easy to see which boats were in their element on the sea. Wind and open sea do for some, but not for all. It takes a good deal to make the headman of a stadsboat lower his topsail when he is on his way south. The boat is heavy and steady from having lain so long in the water, and there are a good many barrels of liver in the cargo. The boat can do with plenty of sail. The headman stood with the warm light reflected from the sea upon his face, swinging the tiller backward and forward above his head. He was in a good temper today, for he was on a voyage again, on his way towards something pleasant that was awaiting him far beyond those rosy clouds that he could see on the horizon, and he had a good wind. The boat, too, was something more than a boat. She had come sailing out from long distant ages. She had once been a Viking ship, and even now the headman standing there was not a fisherman but a chieftain. The water foamed about her bow and rushed in white streams along her sides. This was what a wind should be. There are many ways of sailing, and now the men felt that pleasant thrill all through their bodies, and they looked at one another and laughed. Kristaver's face was beaming. The Seal was like a new boat. She had her cargo and her mast as she liked them. She had to come out with it at last, and now she could bear all the sail Kristaver considered he could put upon her. There was now harmony between rigging, hull, and sails, as if they had sung themselves together in wind and wave, and he now stood listening to the song of the boat and her rigging in the fresh wind. Some gulls from the islands had been following them all this time, but now they turned. "Au! Au! A pleasant voyage and a speedy return!" And they flew back over the green-blue water in the direction of a far-off row of white rocks standing up in the middle of the sea. It was the Lofoten wall, already left far behind, with its snowy peaks glowing in the golden sunshine. The men took a farewell look. They had all gone through experiences of one kind or another during these winter months. Peter Susansa turned his head several times. For 50 years he had come up every winter for the fishing, and this would be the last time. He would never come again. There was a considerable difference in the contents of the various headmen's pocketbooks. They had all made a good deal by the fishing at one time or another, but not a few had been unfortunate and lost their nets once or even oftener, so that in the end their gains did little more than cover their losses. And if they had a few banknotes, large or small, when they reached home, there were holes enough there for them to stop up. But what did it matter? They were on their way home. Each man stood in his place on board, with his legs apart, careless of the spray that dashed into his face. They looked at the green, seething water, with its white horses riding out into the red sunset sky in the west, on which rose a belt of gold-edged clouds, making a wonderful paradise into which to gaze. The wind blew stronger, and a seething wall of green water and foam rose on each side of the boat. Ha! Ha! They looked at one another again. This was something like sailing. Far down in the southeast, land appeared on the horizon, a coast with a long, irregular line of white-topped mountains that had a rosy tinge under the clear, cloudless sky. The Sea-Flower drew in toward the Seal, and Jacob shouted that they would really be in much too early, for the 150 miles were nothing with such a wind. What would the others say to changing their course and setting it a few miles farther south, perhaps to Kunna? It was a pleasure sailing in such weather. Kristaver's answer was a good-humoured smile, and so the Sea-Flower set the new course, and the others followed. If this weather continued, they would do the 700 miles in 4 days. Damn it all with the limp was most eager to get home this year, not because there would be anyone standing on the beach to welcome him, but because his great wealth had shrunk so much during the last week or two up at the station. Cornelis had taken a good lump with him to the bottom of the West Fjord, and the station king had taken many large notes from him because he had guaranteed for several of those who were lost in the storm. What of that? It was not exactly amusing to be a king one day and a beggar the next, but it was at least a consolation to be on the way home. Home? Why, certainly he was going home. And so he stood at the helm, his weather-beaten face wreathed in smiles, and every now and then hummed to himself, "Oh dear, Maria, oh ho!" Late that evening they passed the beacon light outside Kunna, and the next day they continued their voyage with the same fair wind. There was a fleet of square-sailed boats thronging through the sounds, between small islands and rocks that hid them from one another, so that only a topsail and a pennon could be seen flying along on the other side. Then they came into open water again. The number of Nordland boats became smaller and smaller as they kept turning in along the Helgeland shore to their homes, and here their southern boundary was reached. The days grew brighter and the sun's rays hotter, and soon there were only stadsboats sailing southward along the grey coast. The waves rolled in toward the long wall of mountains that towered into the sky, and the heat of the sun caused masses of snow to loosen from their sides and fall with a noise like thunder into the sea. But this time everything was bright and clear. The islands were washed by the waves until they shone. The seabirds floated on the water and uttered glad cries. It was the mating season, and soon the females would walk up the rock to lay their eggs behind some convenient stone. The snowy mountain tops were no longer hidden in sea mist. They were bathed in light and turned crimson in the sunset glow. It was as though land and sea were already adorning themselves for the summer with its hot, endless days and its crimson flaming night skies. The boats sailed past a patch of cultivated ground in a mountain cleft where the sheep were out already, and the scent of the damp earth made the fishermen's nostrils quiver and awakened hopes of real spring when they reached home, with the cuckoo calling in the woods and the starling whistling on the roof. Now the men in the off-fjord boats were waving their southwesters. "Goodbye!" They turned into their fjord, the first Statsmen to reach home. Weather-beaten men in heavy sea boots went into cottages along the beach in there, carrying with them an odor of salt sea and of tar. Welcome home! And no sooner did a man sit down than he felt two little arms thrown around his neck. The boats that were going still farther south met a flying triangle high up in the sky, going north. "Gak, gak," it said. Tastes differ. The grey goose had grown homesick for some desolate shore on the Arctic Ocean, far, far north. End of chapter 33. 34. The snow had thawed early in the fjord that year. In the lowlands the fields were already being harrowed, and women might often be seen upon the beach, shading their eyes with their hands and looking down the fjord for the glimpse of a sail. No one could see past Blue Hill, however, and so the children were sent up the rocks, for there they could see a long way right out to the blue sea. No one had received any tidings, no one knew anything definite, but it was the time when the Lofoten men might be expected. One wife rubbed her nose and said that Ola would be home soon because her nose itched. Another said she had had such a lifelike dream that they were coming, and a third felt it in her bones. To make sure of being ready in time, they began scrubbing and cleaning the little cottages, chopping up juniper twigs with which to strew the floor, and putting clean sheets on the beds. And it would not be amiss either to give a little cleaning to oneself, for perhaps it had not been done quite lately. Even Andreas Ekra's wife, Anna Marta, clambered down from her loom and said, "Damn!" and began a thorough cleaning. She had, it was true, sworn that she would make up a bed for Andreas in the cowshed when he came back, because he never sent her a line from Lofoten all the winter. But the sun was shining so brightly, and the magpie and the starling were chattering around the house and building their nests, and all that sort of thing is infectious. Anna Marta bustled about and swore that those who had common sense should use it. It was quite likely that Andreas had not been very warm and dry this winter either. And when the cottage was ready and the bed made up, she went along the beach, like the others, to look down the fjord and wait. Up in a little red-painted cottage, pretty Berit Hylla was sweeping and scrubbing, and had never been busier in her life. Her husband's coffin had come home during the winter, and he was laid in the churchyard. One thing was certain, and that was that he would never beat her again. But now, when the other wives were cleaning and tidying and expecting their husbands, she involuntarily began to do the same. When the house was clean and tidy both outside and in, she washed the children and dressed them in their Sunday clothes, and sat down for a few minutes to talk to them about their father. She could not, of course, be expecting in the same way that the others were, but nevertheless, when she saw the neighbors' children come flying down the hill, all trying to be first, she knew that they must have seen sails far down the fjord, and the next moment she had begun to make herself tidy. She scrubbed herself thoroughly, and then, standing in the sunshine, let down her thick, red gold hair, plaited it, and twisted it into a knot low down at the back of her head. When this was done, she put on a clean chemise and a red petticoat, and over all a dress of blue home-woven material, and then seated herself at the window with her youngest child on her lap to watch, she too, for sails. Old Ola Gomon, at the little farm up among the hills, had become very infirm of late. Things did not always go well when one could no longer see well enough to be able to work, and he would sit all day by the stove, constantly replenishing it and gazing into the flames. He had now quite made up his mind that when Cornelis came back from Lofoten he would speak seriously to him and tell him he must get married. If he would go to the fisheries, he must, at any rate, see that there was a grown-up woman in the house. And besides, it would be a good thing if the children came while he, the old man, was able to rock the cradle. Rock the cradle, yes. Many an evening this winter he had sat gazing into the stove, humming to himself and saying, "Hush, hush." The snow still lay deep up on the hills, but one day a starling stood whistling upon the roof. This roused the old man. "A starling," he said. "Then the Lofoten men must be on their way home." He groped his way to the door. The sun was shining and the yews were dripping. He made his way to the big birch tree that stood at the corner of the house and felt that there was sap in its bark. "Lina," he called to the girl as she came from the cowshed. "Go and see if there are any Lofoten sails on the fjord." "Very well, father, but—" "Now, just go at once." The pale young girl took what she was carrying into the house and then went up the hill. Her father knew well that Cornelis would not be coming, for the priest had been up some time ago and told them so as gently as he could, but the old man's mind was failing, and he had forgotten it already. Occasionally an uneasy feeling would take possession of him, and he would gaze at her in fear, and ask if it were true or only a bad dream, for he had dreamed something dreadful about Cornelis in the night. And then he would dismiss it from his thoughts and feel for his pipe. No, he was quite determined that Cornelis should marry, and marry soon, too. A day or two later he insisted on going up on the hill, where he had stood many a time when he still had his eyesight and gazed out toward the sea. His daughter only made him angry by refusing to take him, and so she led him past the worst snowdrifts and found a good place on a rocky knoll for him to stand. The wind blew through his long white hair and beard as he stood. He wore a faded red-pointed woolen cap on his head, and upon his back his braces were crossed over a thick knitted woolen vest. The weather was so warm that he did not even need a waistcoat. The young girl standing beside him, bareheaded, was thin and pale from her lonely life with too much work, and from sorrow for the brother whom she would never see again. She looked at the fjord far below, between lowlands and mountains, broad and blue in the north wind and the sunshine. Far out toward the sea rose bare mountains, with the snow upon their long undulating ridges looking yellow and red in the sunshine. When she turned, she saw the same fjord in another direction, and here it was gradually merged in a yellowish mist. Far within it lay the town that she longed to see some day. "Do you see any boats?" asked the old man as he shaded his eyes with his hand from long habit and looked in the right direction. "Yes. No, it's a steamer, and then there is a ship, but I don't see any Lofoten boats." "Ah!" The old man grew irritable. "They can't be far off now. You must look more carefully." "Yes, but you'd better come home with me now, father. We can come up here another time." "No, we'll wait a little longer. But you'll have the house to tidy up, and I suppose you've got a clean shirt for Cornelis?" "Oh, yes, but—" The girl turned and moved away a little. "What are you crying for, girl? Are you ill?" "Oh, no, father." She dried her eyes well enough for her to see the fjord again, and suddenly began to gaze intently. Far out a sail had come into sight, a tall, square sail, and there was another. One was white, and the other was tanned. And there came yet another. They were coming up the fjord with the in-fjord wind. Still more appeared, a number altogether, and now there was no doubt as to their being Lofoten boats. She made an exclamation. "What is it? Can you see anything?" "Yes, now! They're coming now!" "No, really? Are they really coming? Can you see them plainly?" "Yes, they're coming now." "Ha, ha! Yes, of course. There they come." And the old man shaded his eyes with his hand and gazed, too, but it was only recollections of former days that he saw. He had stood here many a time when his sight had been different from what it was now, and he could see the blue fjord and all the bright sails, and Cornelis was on one of those boats. It was all a memory, but to him it was as clear as daylight. "They won't take long now to come up the fjord," he said, "with such a wind. Hurry up and get the house made straight, girl. And you must make yourself tidy, and I expect I need a good wash too. Come along. We must hurry." The young girl did not dare to oppose him, and she felt she could not remind him of what he knew as well as she did. He was getting old. So she tidied the house and then attended to her father, who declared he would put on his Sunday clothes. If only he had not taken it into his head that he would go down to the shore to meet Cornelis. He made her harness the little dun fjord horse that had been in the stable all the winter, because there had been no one to use it. They had meant to sell it in the autumn, but Cornelis had been fond of it. She gave in to her father at last, for there would be no harm in meeting the other men and hearing what they had to tell about her brother, and besides they would have brought his chest with them and perhaps some clothes. The ragged little horse was almost blinded by the light when it emerged from the dark stable. She harnessed it to the sledge, however, and then, dressed in a cloak that had been her mother's and with 2 thin yellow plaits hanging down her back, drove down the hills, her father sitting with his back to the horse, holding on. When they reached the lowlands, they had to leave the sledge and borrow a cart. People looked after them as they drove along. They guessed where the old man was going. The same bright, mild weather continued, and people were watching from more than 20 cottages along the shore when the first boat came round the headland. Strange to say, Andreas Egra had not arrived yet, but God's ways are wonderful. At Folla, a wave had beaten in his waterboard, and he had to go ashore and patch it up. So everyone understood that it had been so ordained by Providence in order that he should not arrive before the others. Several sails appeared, making straight up the fjord for the districts higher up, but one turned in. It was the Seafire, Peter Susansa's boat, and as the first Lofoten boat came over the bay, it seemed to the people standing on the beach that she had come on a visit to them all. The next was Andreas Ekra on the Stormbird. People recognized the boat and said that was Andreas. He drew in the sheet and rounded the headland so close-hauled that the water foamed around him. Then came another, the Seal, and as she had to go in farthest she made a wider turn with well-filled sails and the spray dashing from her bows. And last of all came one with tanned sails, making so sharp a turn that the water seethed around her. This was the Sea-Flower. Every one was walking or running down from the cottages, the children flying past the old folk, hobbling along with sticks. The beach round the grey boathouses was black with people when the boats turned, the sails were lowered, the grapnel splashed into the sea, and the first small boat came rowing in to land. To a man who had been away for a long time and was now rowing in toward it, the beach was like an old friend. The sand was washed by the sea and dried by the sun and the wind, and at the top of the slope, nearest the grass, lay a line of brown seaweed. As Kristover stepped out upon the sand, he was met by his old mother. It was not the first time she had welcomed her son home, but every time it was as if he came as a gift from God and from the sea. The weather-beaten man would have shaken hands with her, but the child was already hanging on to each of his hands, and he walked up the beach with them. He had seen Maria with the youngest child on her arm up by the boathouse, and supposed she did not want to push herself forward, but she was the principal person for him today. She was looking at him with frightened eyes. He had come back to her once more, but what was the good of that if he was going away again next winter? This was only like a visit. Kristover's face was all smiles. So much had happened since they had parted, and he would have liked to put his arms around her and tell her that it was splendid of her to manage everything so well while he was away, but there were so many people about. "Good day," was all he said, adding, "You've come down with all the family." "Yes, good day," she replied with a smile. "Welcome home." "Thank you," he said, and tried to take the baby's tiny hand in his. How big and rough his hand looked beside the little white baby hand. "I believe you're afraid of your own father," Kristover said. "Have you forgotten me?" "Yes, he really has." And he laughed as the child screamed and clung to his mother's neck. Lars had to go back with the boat to fetch the others. He had imagined that he would be the center of this homecoming, and after all he was nothing. It was father, nothing but father all the time. And as to Oluf, why, he had come and pretended that they two were equals. But the boy would have to understand that in the future he must give way in everything to his elder brother, who was a Lofoten man. Henry Rabben's tall, pretty wife wore a black dress with a bright-colored kerchief on her head, and when Henry came toward her, he was overcome with shyness at the sight of her beauty. Gurina Åsson had brought a can of coffee for Arndt, and she at once took him behind the boathouse so he could have something hot to drink. There was no embrace, no shaking of hands. The two simply stood looking at one another from a little distance, and then smiled and tried to say something commonplace. "You're out in this fine weather, are you?" he said, and she replied by saying, "Yes, and you're sailing?" Perhaps their breath came a little more quickly than usual, and there was a peculiar brightness in their faces. A whole winter had passed, and they had gone through experiences of one kind and another, both she who had been left at home and he who had been away. There was an old toothless woman waiting too, the wife of Elias Flata, whom Kristover had taken on for the last of their time up north. The bow-legged old man of 70 wanted to show off to his old woman, and trudged about the beach in Eleseus Hylla's sea boots, and found all manner of things to see to. Surely the old woman did not suppose that he had time to stand shaking hands and saying good day and welcome home. He was a Lofoten man again, and had to look after everything. While the people were still standing about, 2 children came running down a path, followed by a woman who called to them to come back and go home. The children, however, were determined to go down to the beach, like all the others, and now people saw that they were Lesu's Hylla's children, a boy and a little girl of 5 or 6. They were down before their mother could catch them, and Berit herself, almost without knowing how she came there, found herself in the midst of the throng. "Anna, Peter, come with me now," she called in despair. A silence fell upon those standing near her, and they all looked at the children. Berit raised her head, and her glance passed from one to another until it rested upon the headman, as if there were something she wanted to ask him about. People forgot what they were doing to look at this pretty young woman with the golden hair, and when the little girl asked, "Where is father?" a thrill passed through them. At last the old woman from Myran went up to her and said, "Poor little thing, your father'll be coming soon." And their mother, holding a child by the hand on each side of her, began to retrace her steps. On seeing this, Kristaver followed her, and when she turned he held out his hand. A solemn silence fell on all around, and they heard him say, "Well, well, Berit, things'll all come right, you'll see." The tears came into her eyes, but she only asked if they had the Lesus's provision chest with them, and Lars, who then came up, promised to wheel it out to her sometime that evening. As she went slowly up the path with the 2 children, many a gaze followed her, but she did not look back. Busy youngsters were occupied in carrying things up from the boat. It was no easy matter to drag along father's leather trousers or oilskin coat. Just as they were about to separate and go home, a cart drawn by a small horse came down the road. A young girl was sitting in front, driving, and behind sat an old man with white hair and beard, holding on tightly. The girl's face wore a faint smile, as if in apology for coming. They stopped, and the girl got down and held the horse's head, while the old man clambered down from the cart. Considering what her father was like, the girl could see now what a mistake it was for them to have come. "Is that you, Ola?" said Kristaver, going up to the old man, but his features were drawn as if with pain, and he was as pale as it was possible for a weather-beaten fisherman to be. He stood before the father of the man of whom he had let go that night they were shipwrecked on the West Fjord. The old half-blind man was now wearing his broad-brimmed black church hat. His coat of homespun was quite short, and had silver buttons both in front and behind. He came straight up to Kristaver, with his stick in his hand. "Good day," he said, cheerfully. "So here you are, then. It is you, I suppose, Kristaver? Ah, well, it's not the first winter you've sailed, is it?" He stopped and leaned upon his stick. "Well, well, but where's Cornelis?" No one replied, and from where the horse was standing a girl's voice was heard calling, "Father, father, come here." The old man looked round. "Come here," he said, imitating her. "Aren't you able to hold that little horse, a strong girl like you?" And he turned to Kristaver again. "Yes, what's become of Cornelis? Hasn't he come ashore yet?" He waited for a little while and then went on again. "He surely hasn't got hold of a woman already, has he? But they're always running after that boy. But what's he like at sea? He's a good seaman, isn't he?" 1 or 2 women sighed and slipped away, and gradually the sight of this old man with the red-rimmed, half-blind eyes standing and asking after his son made them all silent and anxious to slink away. "Cornelis, yes," said Kristaver at length, looking down at the sand, but he bit his lip and got no further. "Aren't you here then, boy?" The old man became impatient and began looking round him and calling, "Cornelis!" Then, Turning in the direction in which he supposed the boat lay, he called more loudly, "Cornelis, are you still on board?" There was no answer, but then Kristofer's mother went up to the old man. "Poor Ola," she said, "have you forgotten what the priest came and told you?" The old man passed his hand over his eyes. "The priest," he said. Yes. I seem to have dreamed something about... Is it true that Cornelis was drowned? You're the head man, Kristofer. You must know all about it. What's become of Cornelis?" "Father!" cried the young girl once more. "Father, come here!" "Yes, Cornelis was drowned," said Kristofer sadly. "We thought you knew about it." The old man tried to collect his thoughts and to see from the faces of those he was speaking to what this really meant. He rubbed his eyes and strove to rouse recollection, and blurred memories of a bad dream returned. But was it anything more than a dream about Cornelis? Was it true? Well, he said at last, looking up and holding on to his hat as if he had been in a wind. Well, so that's how it is. It was the greatest effort Kristofer could ever remember having to make when he took the old man's hand and said, as he pressed it, "It was God's will, Ola, and if there is anything we can help you with now, you can rely upon us." That's how it is then. Well. And he turned to his daughter again. "Lina, we may as well go back. Cornelis won't be coming with us." The few people now remaining separated and went to their respective cottages. Kristofer walked with heavy steps, and yet, that cottage was his home. The young girl and her old father drove away through the lowland district. They had Cornelis's chest with them, and a bundle of clothes upon which the old man sat, with his back to the horse, holding on with both hands. He had already forgotten what had taken place down on the beach, and recollections from previous years were all that remained in his mind. Every now and then as they went up a hill he would say, "Aren't we soon on the flat, Lina, so that Cornelis can get up?" Farther on they had to exchange the cart for the sledge again, and they then drove on up the hills in the blue twilight. The old man chattered all the time about Cornelis. "I'll say it to him this very evening," he said. "He must get married now while I'm still able to look after the children a little. Oh yes, I can see well enough to rock a cradle." The little horse was pulling sturdily up the hills, and the young girl, sitting behind it in her mother's cloak, holding the reins, was thinking what good friends Dunny and Cornelis had been, and that she would give the horse an extra good feed when they reached home. The wide blue fjord sank lower and lower as they climbed, and the white ridges of the West Mountains grew rosy red in the glow of the sunset. On the waters of the bay, not far from land, lay the stately Lofoten boats, with their white sheer strakes, high rigging, and red pennants. They had returned from a long voyage, and now lay there peacefully, as if after a battle. There was still a man on board the Seaflower, and it was the head man himself, Jacob. He was rummaging about in the cabin, making himself tidy. He washed his face in a bucket of sea-water and dried it on an old blouse, and then combed his thick hair and beard with his fingers. The shaggy sea-bear was making himself spruce, and tomorrow perhaps he would go to the length of shaving his upper lip. The kettle was sputtering on the little stove, and he meant, when he had had a good meal of salt pork, bread, and sausage, to make himself a coffee doctor and smoke a pipe of shag. Things of this sort never taste so well as when you've just come home. Tomorrow he would go to bed and sleep for a week, and then he would go to town and sell his cod liver and go on a spree. If he got away from that with the whole skin, he would sail back again, beach the sea flower, and clean and paint her so that she would look like a bride, after which he would creep into the cabin to sleep until the following winter, when he could set out on a new Lofoten voyage. That was his life. Home? Well, had he not sailed his hardest all those miles, and then there was not a soul to meet him on the beach and bid him welcome? Perhaps not, but home is a strange thing. The men that had gone to their cottages to wives and children would be washed by women's hands and have good food and a soft bed. That was the way they liked to have things. But Jacob was no worse off in his way than they. When his meal was finished, he went out and sat on a thwart with his pipe and his coffee doctor, looking landward. It was beautiful in the bay now. The black cock was courting in the woods. The moon was scattering silver gleams upon the water, and the lights in the cottage windows blinked at him. There was a headland on each side of the bay, and they had been his friends ever since he was a boy, and now he could sit here and look at them once more. Home, the two headlands said to him. Welcome home, Jacob. When the snow is melting on the hills, a brook generally begins to run up in the glen. There it is. He can hear the same trickling that he has often heard before. Home, it says. Later, when it is quite dark, with only the moon shining, the waves too begin to croon and sing upon the beach. Home, they say, and make a little song about it, and he sits and listens to it. Yes, it is wonderful how everything seems to know that this evening Jacob has come home at last. End of chapter 34. 35. One winter not long after, Lars was reading hard for his examinations at the teachers' college. It was as though he was trying with work to escape from thoughts that troubled him a little. Oluf was now with his father in Lofoten, while he himself sat here, warm and comfortable. His father and Henry Rabben had guaranteed for him at the bank, so that he could come to the college. He accepted help from the fishermen and went on his way, and his only comfort was that he would be their spokesman when once he had come so far. He had had a Lofoten letter from Oluf that day. Stormy weather, bad fishing. Oluf had made up his mind to leave the sea and go to America in the spring. And father, thought Lars. His father would be too proud to oppose Oluf. He would even help him with money for his passage to America, but what would his own secret feeling be about it? Mother draws us to land, one after the other. He sat with his book before him, thinking over this strange conflict between his father and his mother. His father could be so strong and authoritative, but he always let her get the victory. And the pale, frightened-looking woman, who was half beside herself every winter and yet managed everything and worked so well, took from him one son after another, although she knew how much he needed them. And he, why, his face always brightened when he spoke to her, and he thought her perfect. Lars bent over his book and began reading again. He must get rid of these thoughts about his father. The following winter, Kristaver sailed to Lofoten with no son on board. Oluf was in America, and Torsten was not old enough. No one ever imagined that this strong man with the easy walk and bright nature went through dark hours in which he would have liked to hide himself from everyone. This was especially on their way north, the last night at Grøttøy, before crossing the West Fjord, when he could not sleep. It was not that, like any of the others, he might tomorrow have to stand in the presence of God. There was something worse than that for him. Cornelis Gomon might appear to him. You let go of me, but you saved yourself. If he could only find out without doubt whether it had been humanly possible for him to hold Cornelis a minute longer, For if it had been, he would probably be alive now. And tomorrow he had to cross the West Fjord. Some men thought he sailed more madly than before. They said he sailed like an idiot. But it was just that in stormy weather he saw Cornelis, and he reasoned that if he were guilty, he would not escape in any case. He sailed madly, but he sailed like a man. Lars became a teacher in an inland parish far from the sea. He was restless and excitable, and had 1,000 irons in the fire, now a lecture, now young people's clubs, and now libraries. Like his mother, he could never sit still, but the fact was that he was not happy so far from the sea. He often caught himself longing for a wild sail over foaming billows, especially if his father stood at the helm like a sea god. This had to be got rid of by reading. It was a new way of rowing. He wanted to advance, fresh examinations, higher up. He had some experience of what it was to keep on rowing if there was some place you wanted to reach. A letter came from his mother in a small, unformed hand to say that his father had died in Lofoten. He had long gone with a sore upon his thigh, to which he paid no heed, and one day it grew very bad, and he had died in hospital. Lars went home, and for the first time for many years saw the little houses buried in snow. His father, like Eleseus Hylla, had come south in his coffin. He was lying in the barn, and Lars and his mother had gone up there together in the cold and lifted the lid off. Kristofer lay in a white shirt, with his hands folded upon his breast. His fair hair was still curly, but his short beard had begun to turn grey. Lars, with the knowledge acquired by study, was now able to appreciate the masculine beauty of this head. His brow had become lined, perhaps from sorrows that his sons may have occasioned him, but now he looked happy again, as if he could see Maria, even though his eyes were closed. But to Lars those closed eyes seemed to say, "Have you become a gentleman now, Lars?" Torsten, the third son, was then 17 and had already been out 2 winters with his father, and this spring he stood on the headman's thwart and sailed the Seal home from Lofoten. His mother drew him to land too, however. That same spring they sold the boats and fishing gear and the Myran buildings, and then came her great day. She moved inland. Kristofer's mother had died some years before, and Maria had only her 4 children with her when at last she turned her back on the sea. She led the bell cow herself, while Torsten sat on the top of the furniture load and drove, and the other children kept the sheep together. At last they were turning their backs on the sea. Maria walked quickly. She never noticed that the others often turned and looked back. There was a smell of spring by the sea, a smell of wet sand, of seaweed, of fish, but when they had passed Lindegård, the air held a fragrance of leafage, of fields, of flowers. Then they came to the valley, with its wooded sides and rushing river, where the sun shone and the air was heavy with the fragrance of bird cherry and pine. Oh, what a day! Mountains stood shelteringly on the north and west. The wild winter storms could not reach this. The evil years were past. "Are you crying, Mother?" asked the youngest boy. "Oh, I can easily laugh," she answered, drying her eyes and laughing. The cow she was leading was old. It was Russia, with her white head and fine horns tipped with brass buttons. She was 15 years old, but Maria had never been willing to part with her. She walked slowly, but a little way up the valley she raised her head and began to snuff the air, recalling the summer pasture up here where she had grazed so many summers, and she quickened her pace as well as she could. At last they came to the little farm, consisting of 2 grey buildings, dwelling house and cowshed, on a patch of cultivated ground on a hillside. It was not far from Maria's old home, and she felt at home here at last. "But it's so dark here," whimpered Jonetta when they came into the house. "Little silly," said her mother. Later on the youngest boy said plaintively, "Isn't there any sea here, Mother?" And so their life in the new place began. For Maria the days passed happily. There was no wind, no anxiety, no waves breaking and keeping her awake. She folded her hands in the evening when she went to bed. At last she had found God again. When the winter came, however, Torsten went about moodily. He was thinking how he might now have been headman on the Seal. He had to work as a day laborer at farms in order to earn a little money, but he was not a genius in farming. He was always in a dreamy condition, longing for the open sea and a regular storm, and he looked at his mother with angry eyes because she had persuaded him to leave the sea. They could cultivate their land, his mother said. Very well, but where was the money to do it with? He could not understand that there was money to be earned by digging in the earth. Money was to be made by a good fishing season, something good that comes suddenly, like a lottery. That was what his father thought. That was how it was on the sea. In the winter evenings, the children would sit round the stove and want to hear about their father, but their mother drew back, as it were, into the darkness and would not answer them. It was Torsten who told them about him, and Maria could see how their eyes were fixed upon him, and with what avidity they took in all that he told them. "Father, the sea, Lofoten, tell us more." The youngest boy played with a wooden shoe on the floor, the shoe being the Seal, and the floor the West Fjord. Maria sighed. Kristaver was dead, but now it was his turn to draw the children toward him. Would he ever be able to drag them from her and out to sea again? She was determined that this should not be, and began to do all she could to entice them to her. She tried to make the house look nice, and toiled herself to save them from working as far as she could. If only she could teach them to be as happy here as she herself was. She would not confess, however, that she often lay awake at night listening vaguely for something. Was she beginning to miss the sound of the waves, the wind, the anxiety? Had she been as good to Kristaver as she should have been? Had she done wrong in selling Myran and the boats and all he had toiled for? Had she made the children homeless? The nights were long. Toward the end of the summer, she made a pretext for going down to the old home, which was now occupied by new people. As she stood looking out over the smooth, sunlit water, she wondered that she had never before seen how beautiful it was, nor understood how bright it made its surroundings, and that the waves are not always foaming angrily, but can also sing a crooning song, like the singing of a little child. She gazed and wondered, and as she went up through the valley again, she felt as if she had been to see Kristaver. She often afterward lay listening for the sound of the waves, and at last seemed to hear it distinctly, until it became a habit with her to conjure it up every evening when she folded her hands, and it became a song, a hymn, that she and Kristaver sang together. "Forgive me, Kristaver." She went down to the sea once more as a little pilgrimage to him, but she dared not take the younger children with her. The following winter, Torsten went to the town to earn a little money, but there he was even more dissatisfied than before, and at last went as a half-share man to Lofoten. Maria heard of it only after he got there. He might have been headman on the Seal, and he was only a half-share man, and he did not think kindly of his mother. In the spring he wrote to her saying that the fishing had been bad, and that if he was to make any money to work the farm with, he must do something worth doing, and so he was going to America. He did not even come home first. Perhaps he did not think it was a home any longer. Perhaps not, thought Marja, and her back became more bent. They were hard times for those left on the little farm, and at night Marja would sometimes listen for the sound of the waves and pray, with folded hands, "Forgive me, for Christ's sake." End of chapter 35. 36. A well-dressed man came ashore from the steamer. He was getting on for 40, had fair curly hair, a short reddish beard and a moustache, and well-marked features. It was Lars Myran, now the headmaster of a school. He walked a little way along the water's edge, stopping every now and then to look about him. He breathed the familiar atmosphere of seawater, seaweed, and tar. The fishermen's cottages were still standing around the bay, but most of them were now painted either red or white. A new generation had come to them, and times were quite changed. There was not a sail to be seen on the fjord. There were steamers, and the donk, donk of motorboats could be heard. The grey boathouses were still standing, but no Lofoten boats protruded from them, and no sailing vessels were anchored near the shore. The day of sailing boats had gone by. The Lofoten voyage of hundreds of miles was a thing of the past. The men who sailed them were dead or aged, and the boats were broken up. The modern motor fisherman is an industrial workman on the sea who smokes cigarettes and is a member of a trades union. Lars Myran sighed. And yet the neighborhood was the same. The fjord was the same. The West Mountains stood as they always did, with their snowy ridges. It was only the people that were different. Oh, yes. It is a strange thing to make a pilgrimage to one's childhood. It is not easy to find it again. His home was once in one of those cottages, and now strangers lived there. And his mother, who moved up into the valley, was left there all alone one day, for the children went away, one after another. They never seemed to be able to settle there, though it was a nice little farm, and now she was dead, and the children were scattered all over the world. Time passes. Lars wandered on past the cottages. He was carrying a bag, but he knew of no place where he could obtain a night's lodging. What did it matter? Once he had been at home everywhere. "Good day," he said, stopping at the cottage where a woman was washing clothes. It was Ellen Koja, as she was once called. "Good day," she said, looking at him curiously. "Do you remember me, Ellen?" "No." She stared at him. Was it likely she would know a town man like this? "Don't you know that we two are man and wife? We were once married in a barn." "No! Well, I never!" she exclaimed, slapping her thigh and breaking into a laugh. "Is it really you, Lars? Oh, I beg your pardon. I oughtn't to be so familiar." She was still pretty, although she was a worn woman with 5 children. Her husband had once been a fisherman, but was now working in a factory in town. That was how it had gone with so many. They chatted together for a while, and then he went on, his mind filled with memories of former times. To make progress in one direction is to give things up in another. Such is life, and there is no help for it. At one of the boathouses he suddenly stopped. What was that? A long boat, turned keel upward, burned by the sun and weather-worn. It was a Lofoten boat. Lars walked round it and found a name on the bow, a few letters of which were just legible. The name was Seaflower. He stood still, with lips compressed. He remembered Jacob, damn it all with a limp. He had good reason for remembering him, and there lay the boat. He stood looking at it for a long time before he went on. He met various acquaintances with whom he chatted, and then caught sight of a very old man raking hay on a piece of ground below one of the cottages. His grey hair and beard were thick, and was it possible? He limped. Lars stopped again, and after looking intently at the old man, shouted, "Good day, Jacob." The old man looked up from his work and said, "Good day," and then went on raking. He was wearing a red, pointed cap, and his sunken eyes were bloodshot. "You're haymaking, are you?" said Lars. "That's so," said the old man. "And who may you be?" "Don't you know me either, Jacob?" "No." He looked the stranger up and down. "Well, if you hadn't saved me in a storm one night, I shouldn't be standing here now." "Is that so?" The old man laughed and considered, but he had saved so many. But when Lars told him who he was, he looked at him again, shading his eyes with his hand, and then exclaimed, "Damn it all, if I don't believe it's true! For you're the very image of your father. So it's you, is it, Lars?" "How old are you now, Jacob?" "Well, people say I'm over 90, but that's nothing when you're hale and hearty." "Are you boarded with someone now?" "Oh yes, worse luck. I came upon the parish at last." "And you haven't sold the Seaflower, I see." "No, I thought we two should go to pieces together." And the old man began raking again. He would have to keep at it if there was to be any chance of a few pence for tobacco from the people with whom he was boarded. End of chapter 36. Recording by Katrine E. End of The Last of the Vikings by Johan Bojer. Translated by Jesse Muir.